streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear.
Children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us
We shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the
fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is pure. Can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless, green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear, air is pure. you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is
We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is pure. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from wherever you are in the world. We hope you're well, and a very warm welcome to this Sunday's Healing Our Earth session. Now, before we begin, as it's Easter Sunday, we will begin today with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Wishing you all a very happy Easter. And we now will have 3 Gayatri mantras as well. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Once again, a very warm welcome to you all from all of us here at Healing Our Earth on Easter Sunday. We're here in the UK, the sun is shining, and it really is a day for renewal. And we really hope that all those with children, have you done your Easter egg hunts? Have you eaten loads of chocolate? I woke up today and my son said to me, "Mummy, we can't go downstairs just as yet, because the Easter bunny is downstairs hiding all our Easter eggs, and I hope he's wearing a face mask." So clearly he's also making sure that the Easter bunny is staying safe in our house, hiding Easter eggs. And yes, we did have lots of Easter eggs hidden around our house, and I really hope you all did too. So the little Easter chicks come out today as well, and like we said, it is definitely a day of renewal. And here at Healing Our Earth, it is our 68th session today. So a really big milestone, 68 sessions. We've been going for over a year, and, you know, sharing happiness, good, positive energy during this COVID period. And obviously, we really do hope you're staying safe, well, and wherever you are in the world. So 68 sessions today. You can follow us on all our social media, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Follow us on all our social media. So 68 session at Healing Our Earth, and once again, a very warm welcome to you all. So 68 sessions have gone, and on the 11th of April next year, we will also be celebrating our first anniversary. So who would have thought a year later, we are still sitting here on Zoom, sharing so much positivity. So first year anniversary taking place next week, and we hope that you will all tune in to that as well. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first guest today. And we've got a great lineup throughout the day, and we really do kick off with a bang, as they say, all the way from Malaysia. We have Dr. Wai Ting Lee. Now, she's very exciting, and I am so privileged and honored to be able to introduce her here today at Healing Our Earth. She has so much energy, so much knowledge, and it's just great that she's able to share this with us today. So Dr. Wai Ting Lee is a is an intuitive mystic healer from a lineage with natural physicians. She is the principal of Earth Star Holistic Consultancy, collaborating with medical doctors and researchers in the field of integrative medicine. Such an interesting topic. She consults for spa, hospitality, and business sectors. She's a US qualified holistic health counselor and holistic bodywork therapist with various certifications. Dr. Wai-Ching Lee is the founder of Infinity Quantum Qigong, which is a form of ancient wisdom, multi-dimensional energy and embodiment movements to accelerate the flow of energy and restructuring on a cellular level. Now, I know if we are sitting here all day at home during lockdown, we are definitely going to need to have this flow of energy going through our bodies in the correct manner, because it's been a real tough time out there. And so once again, it gives me so much pleasure to introduce to everyone here at Healing Our Earth and the globe, Dr. Wai-Ching Lee. A very warm welcome, Wai-Ching. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much for that very warm welcome, and happy renewal, everyone. So this is a time of rejuvenation, springtime in your time zone, in the temperate lands, and it's always pretty much the same in this tropical land here. It's just rainy today, and rainier or sunnier or hotter. So it's pretty much equal. But our terrain, our climate changes in ourselves. That varies according to everything that happens with us, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And Wai-Ching, you're looking very floral there. So you really have depicted that renewal, because spring is here for us here in the UK, and obviously time for renewal today as well as we have Easter. You do look very nice and floral.
Well, thank you for saying that, and certainly you're tuning in to the synchronicity of my presentation. I was very much inspired by flowers, always have, and I work a lot with flowers, making flower essences for clients, and also using a lot of essential oils. And this time I thought what would be appropriate to share with you is actually culinary creations with edible flowers.
Oh, I see. Now that's lovely. And culinary flowers, look at that. Culinary flowers just put a smile on our faces.
That's nice. So I have here, and you'll see a nice little video I just made for all of you for Healing Our Earth, is that I have here some miniature roses, some marigolds. This is a Brazilian snapdragon. Isn't that beautiful? And this one is this is a, what you call it? Yes, right. Can't remember, but it'll come back. It is let's see, I'm trying to remember. It'll come back with me. And then this is a coral vine, and we'll be cooking with this. Oops, cooking with this later. There we go. Yeah. So I love flowers especially, and then I have one which I didn't do, and this one is the torch ginger, and I hope to introduce that to you. And I know that you're having a beverage there, and I have a very special one called Rebel.
See, I am having a beverage, and unfortunately today, normally I would sit here with a glass of hot water with some turmeric in it and try and, keep my immunity levels boosted or whatever. Today I'm having not a great day, and I am sitting here with my mug of coffee.
Well, coffee can be medicine, and that's what we'll talk about in something called applied kinesiology, as you allow me to unfold the presentation. And we can even do perhaps a testing for you over long distance, because that's what I do for clients, since I can't be in London, where I have an office, and also around the world, Los Angeles and New York. And so I do a lot of work through long distance now, so I can test people through applied kinesiology. This is through resonance theory, and online. So I can actually test you to see if coffee is good for you today.
Wow. I mean, that's great. And I'm hoping it would say, yes, it's good for me, because one cup of coffee is all I have every day. But I'm sure there are many other people out there that are so reliant on that coffee as well. So great concept here.
I'm going to stop talking, I think, and I'm going to hand over now to Dr. Wai-Ching Lee, who is really going to share some really, really good knowledge with everyone here at Healing Our Earth.
Yes, I hope that everyone would benefit even a little bit, and welcome to Stay in Touch. So I remember to, first of all, share screen, and then do let me know if it's coming on.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Beautiful. And then, yes, does that work?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, actually, Shivali has already introduced me, and I have a holistic consultancy in many different ways, and I'm super happy to be here doing this Easter vegetarian kitchen and also achieving good health gastronomically. I used to be in the culinary field, so I used to like balance 6 wines with the food, you know, and it's very high fat, high art kind of a culinary creations. And now I design menus mostly for cancer patients and patients of a different imbalances. So I love doing that because it's really creating amazing functional food that really helps people. So in my holistic approach, I'm actually a energy healer. So I also definitely work with the energies of food, the energetics of the plants. So this is a thermography photo of energy patterns, and this is done with Dr. John Rogerson, who's in the UK at the moment. And he shows the various energy patterns in the body, and that when a healer comes into the scope of the camera, let's say, there's a flash of white light, which shows a spectrum of light that a healer brings through to be diffused into the human system. So this is my second talk here. The first one was on quantum medicine and energy healing. And so I'm really happy to go on with talking about vibrational medicine. So vibrational medicine is really not new at all. It's ancient science, and it's ancient ways of just feeling and knowing and sensing ourselves and our environment, including the food, and also how we move in this world. So it includes the embodiment practices of yoga, qigong, dance, and martial arts, and certainly sound healing, as with the prayer that you just so beautifully shared, Shivali, the Lord's Prayer and the Gayatri Mantra. And these are all really bringing through the frequencies and resonance of healing with the intention that goes out into cyberspace, right? And so this is what vibrational medicine is. And so it's not so mystical, right? Nor so out of the norm of everyday thinking in terms of science. So we can discuss that as we go along. So there's so many ways that we can increase the vibration of our energy systems. And definitely, as we're speaking today, it's about holistic nutrition. So it's through organic foods, superfoods, supplements, and even IV infusions of, let's say, vitamin C. And there's herbal concoctions, decoctions, and using essential oils, flower essences, and so on. And definitely colors is a part of it. That's why making food and creating nourishment has to do with the visuals as well, you know, rather than a brown slop of something in a bowl that's really chipped or very unappetizing. So it depends also on how we take in the visuals, and we take in the smells through our olfactory system, and then also through the taste sensations. And finally, the love that is infused into the food by the people who cook the food and people who actually grow the food and transport the food. So it's all really important in terms of the energetics. So here, very quickly, I'll show that the vibrational medicine in modern terms, it can be X-rays, CAT scans, and ECGs, and so on. And all these on the right-hand side, you can see MR scanning, heart pacemakers, and their magnets, and so on, besides all what you think is energy medicine, right? Crystal healing, and color therapy, and so on. And we've already talked on the sound healing, so thank you for that. So the talk today is about holistic nutrition for optimal health and healing. And part of it, as I told you, is really in the greater whole of other modalities. So I've spoken about food, essential oils, and frequencies, as you can see from this poster, and also done plant-based cooking demos in Singapore, in San Francisco, and in India, actually. So these are some of the items that I've cooked and designed. And you can see here, that's all vegan. And so there's the pineapple with cucumber and pomegranate seeds. And you can already feel that it's charged with lots of antioxidants and a lot of enzymes that's really good for the digestive system. So we start with that. And then we go on to a green curry with eggplant and tomatoes, and then with tofu and tempeh. Very good source of protein, but only for those who is suited or copacetic with bean products. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we went on to quinoa with a spice. It's like a really like a pilau. And that's one of my favorite ways of actually creating quinoa. And then of course, ending with a mango with a coconut cream that's colored with a bunga telang, or it's called clitoris vulgaris, actually. It's a beautiful butterfly pea flower, and I'll be making a tea with that and topped with coconut. So these are some of the things that I've done, besides others. This is the most recent. And then, so I really believe in food being your medicine and medicine be your food, as is proposed by Hippocrates in ancient times. But also, very much so, you are what you eat, but also you are what's eating you. So we always have to look at how we eat food, whether we eat food angrily or in a rush or with a lot of stress, and the attitude that we come when we eat food. Try not to eat food if you are really have all those negative energies. And I'll show a little later how the frequencies are. There we are. So basically, as we know, we are all concerned about building up our immune system with nutrition, and also boosting our energy system. So let's say with vitamin C, D3 with K2, selenium, zinc, and other, let's say, herbs and spices and roots. For example, turmeric, the curcumin is really important in being anti-inflammatory, as is ginger. So looking here and frequencies with food, you look at COVID virus has a vibration of 5.5 and dies with 25.5. So we want it to be higher. And so if you can look very carefully here, if you can read it, pain, fear, irritation, noise, pride, and superiority even. Yes, pride goeth before a fall. And so all these have frequencies. We are all frequencies, which is now a little bit of quantum science, scientific talk, but we really don't need to know all that. So here, the generosity, gratitude, and compassion has such high frequencies. Frequency of love and compassion for all living things is 150. And unconditional love and universal love is 205. And you see, even by me saying the words, I soften in my heart. And the heart has 432 hertz. And when we feel that, for somebody, actually the hertz goes out and the frequency goes out to somebody when we care about somebody or when we are in prayer. So we will consider this. Seem to be moving on. I think we have to kind of linger around here for a while, it seems. Let me see. Oh yes, here we come. So plants and herbs as frequency, information, it's intelligence. So there's a difference between natural and extracted constituents of the plant. For example, sugar has 25, and sugar cane has 310. That's sugar cane itself. The sugar cane itself has a frequency of 310. But once it's hydrolyzed into sugar, it's 25. And then when it's white sugar, almost 0. So it's coffee, Shivali, look. So the coffee itself, once done, yes, and decaf is one of the worst, of course, because they use a lot of chemicals for that. And when you have the pure Arabica, it's 310. So coffee can be a food. Unfortunately, it's overused as a stimulant. And it was used in the past to really boost someone, let's say, and then most of the times they detox from it. So that's why it's so difficult for people to really move themselves from an addiction. Addiction is when you find it difficult to release yourself from a substance, and people have difficulty, they get headaches, which is actually a way of detoxification, as you know. That's why sometimes we have colds and flus, because it's time to detox. So there's nothing to be afraid of that. So we can test you later. And look, aspirin is 250. A willow bark is aspirin is a derivative of willow bark. And this willow bark itself is 750. Cocaine is 5, very low, you know, and the frequency, they've even combined frequencies with emotions, and that is a lot of fear in that, embedded in the cocaine. And coca plant is 540 something, I can't see it through here. Heroin is 1, and poppy plant itself, which is derived from poppy plant, is 500, it's love. So it's fascinating, right? And cannabis is 50. And cannabis is a cannabis extract, that is, and a cannabis is 1920. So it is medicinal, CBD. And we'll talk about it later, because we have actually also the technology that's already an extract of CBD. So allow me to carry on. It's might take a little time. It seems to be slow. Is that interesting for you, Shivali?
Absolutely. I was just about to say that's really interesting, especially obviously how reliant we are on things like coffee, as well, coffee, sugar. Now the whole discussion over the cannabis and all of that is quite interesting, because it's obviously been a hot topic, how medicinal how many medicinal qualities cannabis can actually have as well. So a very interesting lots of interesting facts going on here. And yes, you're right, coffee, especially going back to the coffee, it is so difficult sometimes to give that up.
Yes, yes. And, you know, and there's so many, this full spectrum. And like, once again, it is not suitable for everyone. I tested myself on cannabis. It doesn't suit me. See? So later I'll talk about the applied kinesiology. This is like the next step to holistic nutrition. It is so important. And for example, peanuts is deadly for some people, right?
Yes.
Yes. And honey for me, it's makes my bronchial tubes constrict. And so, you know, it's not good for me, and neither is coffee, but, you know, green tea or this roselle tea I'm having is excellent. So I test everything, and that allows us to rejuvenate and increase in vibrancy, as well as to youth, to go into youthing. That means anti-aging.
Yes. And I think a lot, especially this last year, I think a lot of people have felt that age has crept up on them.
Yes.
Because you're at home, you know, or situations have changed. So obviously detoxing and stuff is become really, really important now, I think, as everyone takes a real stock of their health and well-being.
Right. And then also the worry and the concern regarding
Absolutely.
the infection. Actually, the viral infection, if I may say, that viral infection, yes, it's strong, it exists. However, if we do the same thing as it would do for a flu, many people have actually healed from it. Okay. Right. And so perhaps it's not the right time to talk about this, but that is a hint, and people are welcome to connect with me. Actually, I've been working with a few people that way. And so if you do like the curcumin, but also not just like drinking a tea every now and then, you've got to do it in therapeutic amounts. And this is what I help people test: the right amount, the right supplements, and right combination, right? It's just like the food, right? If you eat 6 kilos of carrots, knowing that it's good for you, you know, beta carotene and so on, is it going to be good for anyone? Or, you know, 12 kilos of orange to get a vitamin C, or when citric acid and vitamin C is not good for you. It doesn't suit me. I don't take lemons, by the way, in the morning. It's not good for me. So you see, I know exactly what
you see, it's a very It's a very interesting thing because I think you do have a lot of people will actually say, okay, you know what, I'm having hot water and hot water and honey or and lemon first thing
Yeah.
in the morning. For you, that combination would probably be a disaster.
It is, and that's why when I follow this, I would take lemon and honey, and I would feel worse. Honestly, I would have more phlegm. I would cough and cough. I wouldn't stop coughing, and I said, "What's going on here?" So I thought that at that time that I would have more a worse situation until I discovered applied kinesiology. Likewise, when I was living in France, I was enjoying myself with lots of wines and cheeses and cream sauces and all that, and of course the wonderful desserts. My God, I was sick most of the time.
Oh dear.
I was I was achy, and I had brain fog and aches and so on. And when I ate Vietnamese food with rice and vegetables and Indian food, I just felt alive and vital, and I didn't have any of these negative feelings.
And,
So,
and you
yeah.
have here on the screen something so colorful, and it's saying cooking with edible flowers. Now, just looking at that is making me feel renewed and rejuvenated because it looks so good.
I know. Shall we watch it?
Absolutely.
And then we can go on to the other bits later. We'll talk about cheeses and so on. And I'm especially concerned because a lot of vegetarians would eat cheese, let's say.
I am that one vegetarian that probably eats cheese because I love it.
I know. Well, we can test you to see if it really suits you.
Oh
Okay, go
gosh.
ahead. Enjoy this. So we're going to make a smoothie bowl with tofu. And as you know, that tofu is not suitable for everyone. And by the end of the series, you would know whether it's suitable for you through applied kinesiology, which we will speak about. And so this is organic tofu. Always make sure that the tofu you use or any bean products are organically grown, non-GMO beans. So there's several reasons for that. And all very valid in keeping yourself healthy. That is assuming that the tofu, the soybean, or any bean products is suitable. So this is very easy, and as we have shown a little bit earlier, we can really create the tofu as a sweet dish or a savory dish with a little bit of sesame oil, some soy sauce, and also some chili powder on that, and we've garnished it with some beautiful rose petals. So it can be a savory dish. Now the classic savory dish for the Chinese is scallions and ginger slices. So here we're going to do something sweet, and it's well known now to have smoothie bowls. So we'll put this tofu into the blender, and then we're going to sweeten and color it. And also coatonize it with more nutrients with the dragon fruit. This we can adjust the color as we go along, and also the flavor. And we would add in, you can try soy milk if you like, or almond milk. So we just add a little, just to liquefy it. But it depends on the texture that you prefer. So let's see. I'll just taste it. Pretty color. Really creamy, delicious. And we can add in a bit of coconut flour sugar. Since we are focusing on edible flowers, please just measure out, because you might have the whole jar in it. And I don't like the desserts that are too sweet, so it's just to bring out the flavor. So we have about 2 teaspoons in there. So just want to blend it again. And we're done. So let me pour it out, and you can chill it into individual bowls or one bowl. There we are. Once you chill it, it'll firm up a little bit more. See how beautiful it is. And of course we can have it with our butterfly blue pea flower. And it's blue until you add some lime juice into it, and it turns this gorgeous purple. And let's garnish it with a little bit of the edible flowers and the rose. Just put it to freeze, and there you have a full bowl of protein. Okay, how is that?
Wow. I mean, that was lovely. The colors on that were so vibrant, and what was really nice is that the tofu. So tofu's become obviously very big in the last so many years, and that was just really a bowl of protein that looks so lovely and so inviting to eat.
Yes, I mean, and that's assuming that tofu is good for you, because if I take
Right.
tofu like that, my joints are going to hurt.
So I was just going to come to that because it looked great. Tofu, I mean, especially now, so many people turning a vegan, and tofu is like the go-to food, but it may not actually be good for you.
Exactly. So that, and especially when it's GMO, you know?
Right.
And also another thing is that a lot of people are eating hummus,
Yeah.
right? Peas and that garbanzo beans, and so much of it is sprayed with glyphosate and Roundup, and so we are eating more pesticides than ever, and we have to be very alert to this. And this is what the message is here: is that just because it's just one kind of food doesn't mean it's good for you. You know,
No, exactly.
You have to investigate it, and there are all these different frequencies. And again, you know, I talked about applied kinesiology. It's so important. And let's say when there are so many kinds of vegetarianism, right? So there's ovo-lacto, and that's also veganism, where you don't eat any eggs or cheese or any animal products, including honey. Many people don't want to. And but some vegetarians, when they eat cheese, like yourself, right? And I have here some cheese, which I have in the fridge, this is a Gouda, and this is Parmesan, right? All organic, but Parmesan suits me and not the Gouda. And the thing is that, okay, goat cheese, then it suits also more people than not. And so I would take, let's say...
Whiting, before you carry on, you're sharing your screen, so I don't think people can see what you're showing.
Oh, I'm...
If you just stop sharing the screen very quickly.
Yeah, that's right. I have to switch from one to the other then. Okay, let me try that. Oops, let me see. Oops, I'm moving ahead with that. Let's see. Thanks for your heads up, my dear. And I can't even get up there to do stop share. 1 second. Oops, I'm looking for my cursor.
So for those of you who are just watching, Dr. Whiting Lee's just shown us some of the cheeses that we don't know if it's good for us or not. She had some. Do you want to just tell everyone what cheeses you had there? You had some Parmesan.
Yes, I had some Parmesan, and then I had some Gouda. I also have cheese in the fridge. And you see, goat cheese suits me, and hence I'm taking goat. Hello, are you there?
Yep. Yes, we're still here.
Okay. Suddenly I don't see you in the screen, but I see my presentation. So it doesn't matter. I don't need to see you. So I also take then coconut kefir, or kefir, I mean, some people call it that, and goat's milk. And I don't take cow's milk kefir even, nor yogurt. Now, another thing is that a lot of vegetarians, and also wonderfully in Indian cooking, you have the tairu and the moru and the raita, right? Yes, I love it all, with the cucumber and so on. And you put it on the rice and everything. But in some people, it would cause horrendous indigestion.
Yes.
And flatulence, right?
And it's interesting because I guess when you have a place, some rice, and you put some raita on it, the first thing people think, oh, you know what's good? It'll calm everything down, cool you down, because it's, I can see on your face already, you're thinking, oh my goodness, this is my worst nightmare.
So, and this comes from experience in testing people. It's not my perception. Actually, as a practitioner of applied kinesiology, it's my role to be neutral, absolutely neutral. It's not my vested interest what you eat or not, or what the client eats or not, quite frankly. There's no vested interest. But I've done hundreds of people, and I've been doing this since 1996. And it's amazing how spot on it is. And of course, there are skeptics, people who say, oh, this doesn't work, it's energy, it's not scientific. But there are bioresonance technologies now that can test the same thing, and it comes up pretty much similar.
Wow.
Same. In fact, I have a client who told me that this technique that I'm doing was much more accurate, because in her test, in her allergies test and sensitivities test, she was told she was slightly allergic to oysters, okay? And she loves oysters. But the moment she eats oysters, she gets deadly ill. And when I was testing, it was very, very bad for her. And also there was a cancer patient, who's French, and who loved olive oil. Okay, cooking with olive oil is wonderful. When I tested her, she was actually sensitive to olives. So she's been adding on to it. And of course, we talk about wheat, right? Lots of wheat allergies. And what
Lots
do
of
we
wheat
do?
allergies.
When we eat chapati, love it. I love chapati, right? And then, but I choose or prata, but I have to choose dosai because it's fermented and it's
Yes.
actually idli for me. And
Now,
it's,
wheat allergies is an interesting one because, again, wheat allergies. I know, as growing up as a child from a young age, I don't think anyone had. I had heard anyway. So many people having wheat allergies, and it just seems to be becoming more and more and more out. Popular. I'm going to say the word popular with caution. That wheat allergies are so prominent now.
yes, there's a lot of discussion, is being gluten free a fad and so on. But a lot of things happened since the 1930s. It was actually even detected in 1930s and onwards in the 50s, where more chemicals were used.
Mm,
Pesticides were used on wheat fields, right? And also then different kinds of pesticides have been created, even to make the grains more resistant to pests. But they go into us, right?
yes.
And some there are also some chemicals that make the bugs burst. Imagine us eating that. And also when we eat antibiotics and hormones, it's magnified 1,000 times in the body. The cow or the sheep or chicken, whatever, for carnivores still, they may eat vegetarian. They're vegetarians basically, but the food they eat may be contaminated already, as our
Mm.
food is contaminated, and it's magnified 1,000 times in their cellular structure. And then when we eat it, especially in the fat, it gets into our bodies and into our cellular structure. That's why we are mutating. And there's so many more cancers, and we're mutating in the sense of, if you look at the field of epigenetics, that we are actually inheriting it, and our children are inheriting it. So it's just not for now; it's for future generations that we have to educate ourselves and act on it, and
Uh,
buy the nutrition.
Absolutely. I mean, such great knowledge that you're sharing here as well. But what you're saying absolutely makes sense. This is how mutations happen. Even the wheat that is the, maybe a year back then we didn't have all the pesticides and whatnot going into our wheat, and obviously now we do, and then in turn we have more and more wheat allergies. So yeah, I mean, great knowledge there to share. Thank
There's
you.
a lot I can share in the fact that also many of us are also looking at heritage seeds like einkorn, and it's actually a wheat berry, and we're buying heritage because before they were contaminated with all this splicing and GMO. Not that it has not happened. Hybridization has happened over time. However, there's something sort of insidious. I mean, they're splicing fish genes with tomatoes to make them last longer in transportation. And what does that mean, in this Frankenstein foods that we are eating, and what is it happening in our body, right? And same
Wow.
with milk, yeah, cheeses and so on, because there are lots of antibiotics in it now, and milk and so on. So we have to really educate ourselves, and also in cereals, what's contaminated and what's not.
So I'm just going to go back to the video that we just saw. Your beautiful tofu and your tea. Now the tea fascinated me a lot because we had blue. It was blue, and then you said you added the lime in it, and then we've got beautiful purple tea. Now, would you be able to share what was in the tea?
Okay. Oh, if I could run to the fridge, I can just show you the dried flowers. It's a beautiful blue colored flower. It's actually of the pea family, and with a very exotic name like Clitoris vulgaris, and it is used in making desserts and teas like that. Infusion is technically an infusion, right?
Yes.
And infusion is a floral infusion or herbal infusion. So
Yeah.
it's from a tea plant. It's Camellia sinensis and Assamica. So it's actually an infusion, and it's been used to cool the body down. And even the color blue is so cooling, and it's cooling for the throat. And it is for the throat chakra, if you will. Right. And I actually created a menu when I was in San Francisco, a whole menu of blue foods. It was really fun to do that. And
Oh, that sounds like so much fun. So is this readily, um, obviously you're very lucky to be out in Malaysia, and I'm sure all of this is very much readily available.
yes, I
Um,
just plucked these. I just plucked this from the garden, the
there you
edible
go. You
garden.
see, plucking it from the garden, I'd love to do that. Is it readily available UK, US?
And some of it, but it's horrendously expensive now because it's very chic and very hip now for the
Yes.
whole culinary world to be using it. So please write me, and I could send anyone some, right? And it's part of the range that we're doing, including the Rosella, which is wonderful as well. I just got this from the garden as well.
Oh,
So
how lovely! Just plucked from the garden.
yes, yes, I know this one. And this is at the end, you see also me scooping some of the jam. So I made some Rosella jam. I can't see myself. I hope you can see it.
We can see it. Yes.
Beautiful ruby red color, and it's packed with vitamin C, and I just cooked it down a little bit. And so it's still very nice. And it's also good with cheese. If you're eating cheese, just like quince jelly, or just an apricot preserve. And then if you're eating meat, then it's also a good accompaniment with that.
Lovely.
So we can. I love going on with this and finding variations and so on, and also getting the right combo, because most of us like to eat a lot of different tastes. And I
Yes.
tell you, when I eat Indian food, I just can't stop because I just love it. And it's just like I tend to overeat, and that is that is really quite not a virtue, we shall say. And so I'm just like laid up in bed, like like I need my nap, right, to let the blood flow into my digestive system and
I,
digest.
yes, and I think many people will agree with you that having a good Indian meal, and then you do definitely need a good afternoon nap that follows, just to have it all come back down to some sort of normality. You're feeling a bit sleepy.
Right. So, see, like I don't have yogurt with my meal with that, just because I know it's going to mess my system up. I know it's going
Yes.
to ruin the meal for me. So, and then maybe for other people around me too. So, you have to know what to eat and what not to eat. And it will come down to this science now, especially at this time. We can't just afford to just eat willy-nilly. If we are really thinking about optimal health and healing, from cancers, or even prevention of viral infections, what I mean, that we really have to be the top of the health. And really, people can contact me, and happy to give like a 15-minute free consult to everyone, and then we can see if we want to work together on this. So moving right along too, very important to eat foods that are healing. We also need to know what's toxic to us, that food can be poison. For example, a lot of vegans are lacking in B12 and iron because they're not taking the right foods, right? Because we find that kind of minerals and nutrients in meat products, the offal especially. But there's one that I have been taking for 30 years. It's called spirulina, and it's has all the amino acids and B12, one of the rare greens that have B12 and iron, and astaxanthin is also really good. And of course, the protein, let's say quinoa or broccoli is even higher protein than milk, for example. I'm just giving some examples of this, right? What we have to be careful is about the toxic load of the pesticides, the glyphosates and so on, and also the gluten, the allergens, and then, as I mentioned, the epigenetics. So it's a balance of both, what to eat and what not to eat. Okay, we got that, right?
Yes, I think that's very important. What to eat and what not to eat.
Yes, and how to eat also, slowly, not over an argument, and with grace. And as an aside, it takes about 7 minutes from saying grace and blessing the food with your hands to actually making a molecular change in the food or drink. So
Now,
you
now
say
that's a very interesting concept there. 7 minutes.
Yes. Now, most people don't have time for 7 minutes really there. And I've been with my other friends and the energy healers, and we're just energizing the food, holding hands and blessing the food in a restaurant. And quite frankly, people look at us and say, what's going on here, you know? So most of us don't have that. And so what we do now, for example, I'm going to integrate quick methods into this, is that we use these. Then just doing a figure 8, which is infinity, or creating a spiral, it actually changes the vortex of energy above the food and below the food. As well as if we put water on top of it, it changes the molecular structure of the water already. And I'll talk about waters and waters in our bodies and what kind of waters to uptake in our cells, right? So that's really important about that. Okay. So now as my slide is showing, use of essential oils in culinary creations. Here's a little tip. We talked about frequencies, and if you look at this, the peppermint is 78 hertz, and the rose is very high at 320, and frankincense at
I'm just
127.
going to stop you 1 second.
Yes,
You're sharing. Are you sharing your screen?
I'm sharing the screen. Is it gone off?
Bear with me 1 second.
I haven't moved it. I know I can't see you now, so but it doesn't matter. Oh, you see, you now I'm the co-host.
Okay, now try sharing your screen.
Okay, did you see this part? Not that it really was that important. I've spoken about it. Okay, never mind. We'll move on.
That's
So
fine. As long as you're sharing your screen, we're good.
can you see that? How to keep your frequencies high in times of crisis? Can you see that?
So now I've got a bit of an issue because I can only see you.
Oh.
So bear with me 1 second.
What about
I
everybody
think
else?
you are not sharing your screen, so please share your screen correctly. You will see it on the Zoom screen if you are sharing the screen. Thank you. Over.
Oh, thank you. All right. Okay, I'll see. I'll go back again. Share screen. I'll do this again. Good. Thank you for letting me know. I don't know how far back we had. Can you see it now?
Yes, your screen is on.
Beautiful. And I can see you too now. I can see everybody. So, Shivali, can you just tell me, did you see applied kinesiology here?
I can see that, yes.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, now I will do play so it takes up the whole thing. Did you see it earlier then?
Yes, we saw that earlier as well.
One, you've seen that.
Yes.
And
Yep.
and now we come to this, which you haven't seen.
Which we haven't seen, no.
Okay, all right. So what I'll do is I'll bring it up. Getting pretty good at this tech thing, you know?
We've all learnt.
We've all learned, huh? And see, it's brilliant. I really admire. I like tech. I do, if it's used for the right purpose. So
Yeah.
here we have the peppermint at 78 and rose, and lavender is 118. Here I'm going to give you a tip on how to use essential oil. Instead of like pouring, now you can see this peppermint here, pouring it on that, and I've actually aired too much on the excessive side. So now this is a tip on how to use essential oils, but make sure that it's edible essential oils and also organic, you can. So here, this is a tip. If you use a toothpick, as you can see, yes, put it in the essential oil and then stir it in the sauce or whatever you're making, right? So it'd be just right. And then you keep testing it to make sure it's just right. Because, you know, for example, what's wonderful is that I've got my secret, the oregano oil in the tomato sauce. And let's say a bit of lavender in a fruit salad is magical. So I've given you my secrets already. And besides it being very healthy, and you can use it, of course, as a diffuser and directly on the body. Now, we discussed that a little bit. The conventionally grown food and vegetables and livestock. And then there's organically grown, transitional, permaculture, biodynamics and hydroponics. And there are many different ways of doing that. And there's, you can do your research, but you have to research on what's actually being used in conventional. Conventional just means there's a lot of pesticides and fertilizers and which ones are being used. And organically grown, there's certain types of pesticides, usually like natural ones like pyrethrum that can be used, but it's not used in, let's say, biodynamics, which is a very esoteric form of agriculture. However, it goes way back to our ancient times when we used to do it according to the full moon and planetary cycles. And it's developed by Rudolf Steiner in the 1930s, and amazing results in producing fruits and vegetables. And also there's husbandry in that, and they produce milk. And you see, even then, even though it's biodynamically produced milk, and I tried it, it still doesn't suit me. So it just doesn't mean that just because it's organic or biodynamically produced, which is so wonderfully elevated, it still suits me. It still didn't. Okay, and so one also has to question the use in hydroponics because it's all chemical solution. And of course, there's now vertical growing as well as different kinds of irrigation, fertigation, and using these chemical solutions. And some of them are now becoming more natural using microorganisms, but it's also a lot of it's still chemical based. So you have to find out and research. Of course, we can talk about it another time. And transitional means that it's going from conventional to any of these systems. So when we look at this ecology of ourselves in relationship to our optimal health, we have to also ask the question now of building our immune system, and also the germ theory and terrain theory. So the germ theory is assuming that there's a bacteria and virus that affects our health, but actually it's a terrain. It's our environment, our waters, and our interstitial fluids between the cells that really matter, and how they speak to each other, how they communicate in the synapses, and how the nutrition is being taken up by the cells. Okay, so this is something that's very important as well as the pH of the blood. There's also another system of deciding which foods is suitable for one, and that's through the blood type and also the alkalinity and the acidity of the blood and what is most suitable. So these systems are really ones that has to be studied more deeply if one just wants to go beyond that into more of a therapeutic approach to foods. Now, here I come to the frequency of these products too. It's so key because we want to potentize food as much as possible. And I've just discovered this, although I've been using energy products for a long time. What's fascinating is that they're actually using frequencies of lemongrass, tea tree, turmeric, garlic, oregano leaf in these. So you actually get the frequencies of these nature's frequencies in that. I invite you to look at this, the 4-week-old lettuce, and a 4-week-old lettuce with this card, and then a 5-week-old bread, and then the bread with the card. Now, in this time of food, it could lead to food scarcity, but we don't want to bring that in. We're bringing abundance to the planet, to everybody, and also food security. How much food is available to us at any time? And we want to potentize the nutrients, right? And also we want to make food last longer. So this is just a tool that can help us do it if you're not energizing the food with your own hands and bring it in through what I teach, Qigong or energy work, which is really possible. So this is another topic, right? So look at this now, the 40-day time lapse of a food freshness card, and then without it, the tomatoes. So they do work, and I do advise you to just think about it and energize your food in many ways. Some people put them into pyramids, some people have crystals with it. So there are many, many systems, but think about that. And also storage of food is really important. For example, nuts, a good source of fats and oils. But if it's out there for a long time, it can turn rancid and it's really toxic. And they create free radicals in our cellular system. So just eating nuts because we think it's high protein, right? It's not all the way healthy. And many people are sensitive to peanuts, as we've talked about, but many also to cashews and other different nuts, right? And of course, we talked a little bit about the different kinds of vegetarianism. Now, there's also the very popular raw food movement. And yes, we should eat about 85% raw, but some things are just not meant to. For example, there's a lot of desserts made with raw cashew, and some soaked, some not soaked. Of course, all beans should be soaked so they sprout a little bit. That reduces the lectins and it increases the absorbability. However, something like cashew, for a lot of food, raw food, it causes a lot of digestive problems. So we also have to be careful about that, right? And especially as we become more sensitive to food, whether we become a fruitarian or raw foodist, the body actually needs to adjust, and we have to really be even more careful. That's why a lot of vegetarians are very sensitive to radiation and also the quality of water. For example, if we were to fast and do this intermittent fasting and actually do fasting, we really should be fasting on structured water, not tap water, and not even, not for a long time distilled water, because that would leach in the minerals on your body. There are, of course, many schools of thought with regards to water as well. And then one can structure water with that and with hands.
So,
yes?
Whiting, we have about 5 minutes left. And I just wanted to go back to the food freshness card. Again, is this something that's readily available?
No, that's new in the market. So please, everybody's welcome to contact me for these. Plus, with your questions, I'm happy to offer everyone a 15-minute complimentary session. You know, if you get in touch with me.
Why don't you share your link with everybody, or just what your website?
We will come to that. Okay, here I will. Let's see. I'm just was trying to. Oh yes, one quick warning. Study, research the effects of microwave on your cells and on your food, because they've shown in a high school test that even water that has been given to plants that's microwave, the plants die. They don't even just dry up, they die. You know, so be watchful of that. And so this one is a company that you can order the food freshness card from, or you can just ask me. I'm moving right along. So water is so important, and I've worked with Masaru Emoto, and you can see here the uptake is very important. If you reduce the molecules of the water to dynes, we actually get more bioavailability. And a lot of people I drink lots of water, but they're not hydrated. So here is my information. And so I hope that I made it on time for you, and then to go on to the next speaker.
You absolutely have made it on time, Wai-Ching, and you have shared so much information with us. We could almost have a session on all your knowledge, because there is just so much out there. I mean, I know I've learnt lots, and I think I will be contacting you for sure. So because it's there is so much that you shared and really given us to think about as well. You know, yes, it's very easy for us to walk up to the tap and just switch it on, drink a glass of water, but are we drinking the correct type of water? You know, it's these sorts of things. And you're right, there are so many different fads out there. Well, I don't know if they're fads, if they're the correct thing. There's so much out there. So intermittent fasting is another big one that's there. You know, people are becoming vegans. There's so much to take in, but you have really, really shared some really good knowledge with us today. And so from all of us here at Healing Our Earth, we are so grateful for this. And yeah, any final closing points from you?
No, thank you so much for receiving.
I think you just need to stop sharing your screen.
Oh, okay, all right. Here we go. Stop share. But you've disappeared now. Whoops.
That's okay. You don't need to see me as long as we can see you.
But you know what? Oh, oh, this got started. Oh, okay. I actually want to test you for your coffee,
Okay.
and but I can't see you. Oops, it's let me escape. Let's see what. Oh yes. Okay, let me close that. Oh yes, there you are. Okay, there we are. All right. So I have your permission to test you. That's how it starts.
I think so.
Okay. So I'm just doing
As long
this.
as you don't need to ask me my age or my weight, we're good.
Okay, I won't. I won't. And then I was going to show you all these different tools that I have here, including a pendulum. And but I will just do it the way applied kinesiology is. So,
Okay.
tell me your favorite vegetable.
My favorite vegetables are cauliflower.
Cauliflower. Okay, so I'm testing strong. It's test strong for you. Say white sugar.
White sugar.
That's weak. See, boom. I can't hold it. This is you now. And by the way, I can test your sons in this method as well. So yeah, long distance. I have a scientist friend. She just wept when I was doing this. So just say turmeric then. What you usually
Turmeric.
Okay, that's really strong. Say coffee.
Coffee.
Strong. Coffee is a medicine for you. That's good. Do you drink it with sugar?
No.
Okay. Do you drink it with milk?
Yes.
Okay. Say milk. Just cow's milk.
Cow's milk.
Cow's milk. One more time.
Cow's milk.
Whoops. Do you have problems when you drink milk?
No.
Okay, so it's not that good for you. Can you see that?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, you just look and see how that is. So now with coffee with milk, just say that.
Coffee with milk.
Okay. So that is not a non-food for you. In fact, it's kind of toxic because of that milk. And just test that. Can you
Now
say
this is
something?
interesting. This is interesting for me because I only have one coffee, and I can only have one coffee a day with milk.
And then what if you take more?
I get a headache.
Voila. That's because it's toxic for you. And you would want to maybe reduce your milk intake or your cheese intake then and see how you feel. People, a lot of my clients lose weight by just stopping the foods that cause these inflammation. That's what it is. The basic is inflammatory foods.
Yes.
They lose weight and they balance their hormones as well.
That's very interesting. So in a way, I'm glad that you've said that because I can't drink more than one coffee a day, and the amount of coffee that I have, like my husband says, you may as well not put it in there because it's so minimal.
Oh, okay. But black coffee is fine for you.
So we may have to try that.
Yeah, and the right kind of sugar if you want a sweetener in it, or you can have oat milk, which is okay for you. Coconut.
Now, I'm glad you've said that as well, because very recently I actually did try oat milk and I loved my coffee.
Beautiful. There we have it. We found a solution for you. So you see
There,
how I work with the preferences of people and what's right for them, because a lot of my clients who are on diets and so on, they go like, oh, do I really have to give it up? I said, let's see. You know, I love chocolate. I said, let's see if it's good for you. Let's see what else is in there.
so everyone, I mean, I've just been tested, as you say. And Dr. Whitingley, thank you so much once again for sharing such brilliant knowledge with us here today. So many people, I'm sure, will be in touch. I will be as well. And once again, on behalf of everyone here at Healing Our Earth, thank you so much for being here at our Easter Vegetarian Kitchen, all the way from Malaysia. Dr. Whitingley, namaste, and thank you so much.
Namaste. Happy renewal, everyone. Happy rejuvenation.
Thank you. So there we had Dr. Whitingley, all the way from Malaysia. Wasn't that great? I mean, so much information to share with us. Now we move on. My time as host has come to an end, and it's gone so quickly. We've started off the show with a bang. Dr. Whitingley sharing great amounts of information, and our next host is none other than our very own Dr. Honey Kalaria, a mind, body, soul coach, a multi-award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. Honey is also a media presenter, has appeared on numerous television programs, choreographed for films, worked with celebrities, including appearing on programs presented by top celebrity chef Jamie Oliver, as well as being a presenter herself for the TV hit series Cooking Queen, aired on NDTV. Being a pure vegetarian herself, she takes pleasure in sharing healthy living and diet tips with dancers and creative artists, together with offering coaching to help develop performing arts careers. Her work involves providing education through a powerful combination of personal development, creativity, and spiritual wisdom. In her work career, Honey has trained over 500,000 students. Now, it's always a pleasure to welcome Honey here at Healing Our Earth. Hi, Honey, how are you? And a global namaste to you.
And a global namaste to you too, dear Shivali. Thank you so much. I thoroughly enjoyed that wonderful interview with Wai Ching Li.
It was brilliant,
And
wasn't
was
it? I mean, Wai
amazing.
Ching, I can still see you on the screen. It was so informative, and we've all learnt so much. So, a great start to the Easter Vegetarian Kitchen, and I know that you've got a great lineup as well. So, I'm now going to hand over to Honey, and from me, very, very happy Easter. Eat lots of Easter eggs, although I'm not sure if they're going to be that good for you. But a namaste, and Honey, enjoy.
Thank you. I have to say, Shivali is an amazing mom as herself, so multi-talented and award-winning. The list just goes on and on and
Oh,
on.
no.
The whole list of things that all your achievements. We're so proud to have you as part of the Healing Our Earth, team members, our family here. You're an amazing asset for us all. So thank you for being such an inspiration to every single one of us here.
Oh, thank you so much, and enjoy the next session, everyone. Namaste.
Namaste. So we are going to be having a special little Easter event today, and we have some amazing guests who've all been lined up for you. And don't forget, it's Easter as well. So we have a special Easter vegetarian kitchen event, which we know is all vegetarian, and we're going to make sure we talk about lots of wonderful, nutritious meals, how to have a healthy lifestyle, and at the same time, enjoy some really good dieting in our lives, which I think a lot of us need with all those Easter eggs. So coming back to our special guest who's going to be joining us right now, and her name actually is Alicia. So let's find out if Alicia is here right now and see if she's going to be joining us, and let's find out what she's got to share with us today. So before we say anything about Alicia, I have to say she's an amazing, amazing person who ends up teaching people about nutrition and, of course, how to eat delicious food. So nutrition and delicious food, most people don't connect those two together. Whereas this young lady, what she does is she creates delicious food and makes it nutritious. But a little bit about her background as well. She was actually born and brought up in Delhi. And she moved to London at the tender age of 16. And she's been passionate about creating recipes and cooking ever since that little time, so ever since she was a little girl. By the age she was 22, she was actually studying psychology. So she's got a master's degree in psychology. So can you imagine what kind of, she must be a super sharp cookie as well at the same time, while she makes this delicious food as well. And I must admit, there's another very interesting thing about her. With her Indian roots, she's also connected to Ayurveda and natural foods as well. What I found very interesting about her is she enjoys using plants. She uses ways to perhaps promote health by using wonderful plants as ingredients. That's a very interesting part about her, makes her very unique. And I'd like to find out a lot about what she has in store for us. And she also has a background in Ayurveda. So she also teaches about Ayurvedic teachings, which we are going to be finding out a little bit more about today. And finally, I have to say, Alicia's topic for the day will be how to balance everyday eating habits whilst being able to eat our favorite dishes. I know sometimes you want to have those crisps and you want to have those chips, right? So here comes Alicia, and she's going to give us all the special little inside tips on how to deal with our lives. So dear Alicia, are you there with us?
Hi, honey. Thank you. I'm here. Namaste, everyone. So wonderful to be here.
And a global namaste to you too. Thank you so much for joining us here on our special Easter weekend event. And Alicia, you're a very interesting woman, because you don't just cook, you don't just promote recipes, but you have this wonderful background about you where you bring in these wonderful elements of plants, plantology, as people would say, Ayurveda, and of course, healthy living. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
Yes, so a year ago I went vegan, and I eat only plant-based foods now. Initially when I went vegan, I was eating bread and potatoes and all the starchy, delicious things that we all know and love. But I realized I needed to nourish my body from within, and that starts from the foods that I was consuming as well. So my reason for going vegan was because of animal cruelty aspects and environmental aspects. But my reasons have just expanded ever since I've become vegan. I've experienced so many of the health benefits myself, and it's so wonderful to share that with everybody else.
Yes, absolutely. And we also find something very interesting here, because you use plants as medicine. How do you include plants as medicine within the recipes that you use and what you promote?
So I use I believe that for every illness, every disease out there, there is a plant which can cure you for absolutely anything that you have. And nature is so wonderful in that way. So I do a lot of research, and I study, a lot about the healing benefits of plants and herbs and vegetables and fruits, and how they ground you, how they, give you electricity, within your body, water itself, and the water that you drink and how it can electrify you. And we are alkaline beings, primarily at the end of the day, but we have so much toxic and acidic food that we consume all the time that acidifies our body and causes disease and creates disease. So prevention is very important in my opinion. So I use plants as medicine. I do research on it all the time. I do my own reading on it all the time.
That's amazing, because you mentioned two very important points here. One is the electricity, which we call perhaps, the frequency of our cells, how our cells perhaps, resonate at a particular frequency. And if they start dying and they don't have the battery, like let's say the battery life, then they will die very quickly. Whereas if you can give them nice nutritious food, so then the electricity within the cells would be nice and strong, so they can do good work within the body. Is that right? From the electricity point of view?
Absolutely. And I think every fruit, vegetable, herb, nuts, seeds, whatever it is, it has a purpose for your body. And it provides a certain, frequency for your body in order to help it heal and live, well.
Yes, absolutely. And the second thing I noticed is, I remember a very famous spiritual guru. His name was Sadhguru, and he was talking about, what happens if you eat a banana. And somebody answered and said, well, you eat it, you go in the intestines, and then it comes out, right? And he goes, no. He goes, that banana actually becomes you, because your cells are all made out of that banana. So if you can imagine, if you want very healthy cells and a healthy body, then you can have to imagine everything that goes in your mouth is actually turning into that body. So that's the one way of looking at it as well. It's just a powerful way of seeing that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, actually. I mean, each plant has, information in it that it puts that information in your body. So that's how we connect to nature, you know, not just through what we consume visually and from what we hear, but also from what we consume, you know, food, water, everything. So
Absolutely. And what are you going to do for us today? Is there something you're going to be sharing? What will you be sharing with us today?
So today I'm making a Greek dish. I love Greek food. And my topic is the balance of nutrition and delicious eating. I don't think you should have to give up delicious eating in order to live a more nutritious, holistic life. So today I'm going to be preparing some gyros for you. Some people may know them as gyros or gyros, but my Greek best friend always tells me they're pronounced gyros. So I'm going to be making gyros for you. They're like a fast food in Greece almost. So I'm going to make that fast food healthy, and I'm vegan, so this is going to be completely plant-based. Usually you would have meat, you would have a souvlaki, which is, you know, your meat on a skewer, you know, char grilled on a spit or something. But today I'm using completely natural meat replacement. I say meat replacement.
That sounds amazing. I've got a very lovely Greek friend as well, and she'll be really impressed when I go back to her with this wonderful recipe. So I am watching, and we're all watching. And go for it, Alicia. Please show us how to make this dish.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with my meat replacement, mushrooms. I think mushrooms are just wonderful. They have such a high nutritious value. They're high in vitamin D. This mushroom in particular, I don't know if you can see it. I've got a camera right here.
That looks like a big mushroom. Yeah. What are there different types of mushrooms that we would normally have? Is it different types of mushrooms?
Yes, there's many varieties of mushrooms. This is a king oyster mushroom. And I love using this mushroom as a meat replacement because I've shredded it up. And as you can see, it has the texture of meat, almost like shredded meat. Almost.
Right. So somebody who probably enjoys non-vegetarian food, this is perhaps a dish they can enjoy and use it as a replacement.
Absolutely. So I'm going to show you how I prepare it actually. The first thing I do is I just take the head off like this. I'm actually going to put it on my surface here. And I take a fork and I just shred it like this. I have a I go in sort of linear, you know, strokes like this, and it just shreds the meat up. I say meat, mushrooms. It shreds the mushrooms up so beautifully, and it creates that lovely fibrous, meaty texture. But it's completely plant-based and vegetarian. And you have, you know, rather than buying a meat replacement from a supermarket, which has lots of preservatives and lots of, you know, sugars and you know, all sorts of things. The list just goes on. It's endless sometimes when I look at these, the list of these preservatives. I just use plants as my source of protein and vitamin D. This has vitamin D. Mushrooms have high vitamin D content. Especially oyster mushrooms have a good amount of vitamin D. So it's good for, you know, those who maybe lack those vitamins as well. So, you know, you can also just go in with your hands there with some, you know, I've washed my hands there clean. You can also just tear them up like this if you like. It's a lot easier, I feel, once you've made those strokes with your fork. And it just creates a lovely texture.
Right. So and how long does a dish like this normally take? So it seems like a quite quick dish as well. So it's healthy as well as a quick dish. Is that right?
It is a quick dish. The only thing that takes time is the potatoes, I would say. So typically in gyros, you have chips thrown in there, like not French fries. They're usually picker chips. So so I'm going to bake my potatoes today. They take about an hour, but everything else takes about half an hour. So if you can prepare your potatoes ahead of time, like I've done, they're almost half cooked. And that's the only thing that really takes time in this dish. Everything else is very quick, and the mushrooms cook very quickly as well.
Yeah. And what do you say? Because sometimes, you know, you talked about this plant medicine as well. You know, what would the mushrooms be considered as? It would be considered as Vegetable, plant, what would you consider it as?
It's a fungi. Mushroom
Yeah.
is they're fungi.
So yeah, so if we were talking about, so is there any kind of medicinal properties or just nutritional? Just
From
nutritious.
what I know, mushrooms are very nutritious. From what I know, they have a high level of vitamin D. Like I said, different mushrooms have different contents in them, but mushrooms are mostly water. So our bodies are 90% water.
70, over 70% water.
Yeah.
So it's a really important part actually to keep our bodies hydrated, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
sometimes you would have cucumbers and you would have all these wonderful vegetables which have a high content of water, like watermelons as well, like fruits. So it's important to have perhaps these kinds of healthy foods, as we say.
Yes, definitely.
And how you said you've been working. How does psychology connect with your food? That's a very different, completely separate types of backgrounds.
Yes, they are, but I do think they are very well interconnected, in my opinion, because just like we have, behavior, and it's, psychology is the science of the mind and understanding our behavior and mind. Plants have behavior, and they have, they're living organisms at the end of the day. It's very important not just to stay mentally well, but also physically, emotionally well, in every aspect. That creates a well-rounded, human experience. And food has a very, very strong correlation with the way you feel mentally as well. There's a huge gut-brain connection, and Ayurveda talks about this as well, where if your mind is unsettled, it creates mucus in the gut, and mucus is as Ayurveda says, and as Dr. Sebi says in his alkaline eating and nutritional guide, mucus is the cause of all disease, really. So if your mind is unsettled, it sends messages to your gut becomes unsettled, and vice versa as well. So if you're not eating right, you don't feel mentally as good necessarily. Your fast food, your preservatives, all these things, they might satisfy you for a brief moment, but they don't give you longevity in terms of health and wellness. So I think there's a big connection with psychology and eating and food.
Yes, absolutely. We can see that, great, wonderful connection actually. And everything has its mind, body, soul connection with everything we do, really, isn't it? Whether you're working, whether you're living, whether you're just meditating, it'll always have this mind, body, soul connection with everything that we do, which is meant to be for our well-being on all levels. Yeah. Yes. So what do we do after these mushrooms then? What happens then?
Marinate these mushrooms. Traditionally, you would use some olive oil, but olive oil is fantastic. But when you cook olive oil, it turns acidic. And I follow Dr. Sebi's nutritional guide to alkaline eating, because he says if you have an alkaline body, disease cannot live in your body. There's obviously layers to this, but that is a very umbrella term to his nutritional guide. And so I'm using grapeseed oil here, which keeps its alkalinity when it's being cooked. And olive oil is best when it's raw, when it's uncooked, dressing on salads, in tzatziki and things like that. So I'm going to marinate it with some grapeseed oil. You can use other alkaline oils as well. There's many out there. There's hemp oil, avocado oil. These tend to be quite expensive, so I go for grapeseed oil, and it's readily available where I live. And then I'm going to use a bunch of different herbs and spices. So this is paprika, dried thyme, oregano, a little bit of cumin, coriander. So I'm just going to put all of those spices in. I'm going to add half a teaspoon of minced garlic. I'm going to add a decent pinch of salt here. This is sea salt. I think one of the best ways to really change your eating habits and be a lot healthier is just changing little things in your kitchen, like your oil, your salt. I always use either sea salt or rock salt. I don't use table salt because it's not, it tends to be quite acidic. So, and I'm also adding freshly cracked black pepper into this marinade.
Already beginning to look delicious. Already, yes, looking very interesting. And you're absolutely right, because we can just use perhaps sea salt rather than table salt, which is very useful for our healthy living. And
Yes.
some people say this just by making a few changes in our living and our kitchen, you can start eating much more healthily, like you're showing us right now. So these are great tips, actually.
Absolutely. So I follow these on a regular basis, even if I'm not perfect. I don't eat alkaline all the time. I don't eat holistic all the time. But if you do swap out little things like that, it does help a lot. This is some Dijon mustard. I'm going to add just half a tablespoon, and try and find one that doesn't have many preservatives or sugars or things like that. So I've seeked one out. So that's what I'm using today, and I'm just going to add a little bit of lemon, not much, but Greeks love their lemon.
So actually lemon is also very alkalizing, isn't it? It could be acidic outside, but once it gets into your body, it becomes alkaline.
Absolutely. That's a very good point, actually. Lemons and limes, especially key limes, they're very alkalizing to the body. So they are acidic when they're outside of the body, but it's what matters at the end of the day is how your body responds to all these foods, and what your body takes from all these foods. So your body turns something so acidic into an alkaline substance for your body, and it really nourishes your body. It's good for gut health. And lemon, limes, all of these things are very, very beneficial for the body in lots of ways.
Yes, and you also mentioned about the alkalizing the body, because I also believe in alkaline, having alkalizing your body will help you to be a much more healthier. And I believe that, all the unhealthy cells cannot live in an alkaline body.
Absolutely.
So yeah, they need acidic bodies to thrive on. And a lot of the Asian community, especially because a lot of their foods are quite acidic. So if they can perhaps change it to alkalizing foods, it would be very useful for them.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you. And that's fundamentally everything that I do is, I think about these things constantly. So I'm going to speed things up here because I don't know how much.
Sure, please go ahead. I'll let you go now. Very interesting.
Thank you. So I'm going to add the mushrooms to a cast iron pan. This is another way you can, you can swap out your pans and your saucepans, rather than using, Teflon and non-stick pans. Start using cast iron, stainless steel. You can even cook in clay pots. They're very good for you. You have a lot less carcinogens in your system, if you cook with the proper equipment. So I love cast iron pans. They're naturally non-stick as well,
And when you have this non-stick, they say something like copper, like if you have water in copper jugs, it's meant to be very good for you, very healthy for you. So the minerals actually go into your food. So like you mentioned, by using these particular types of pots and pans would be very good for the food as well, right?
Absolutely. That's probably one of the best things you can do at home is to swap out your, your ingredients and your equipment really at home. Cast iron is great, and drinking water from a copper vessel is very good for you as well. So
I've been doing that actually for years. I've been doing that for maybe 10 years or so. But, I find it's very refreshing, and it tends to change the taste of it tastes like spring water when you have water in the copper jugs, especially filtered water. Yes.
Unfortunately, we don't all have access to, fresh spring water, which would be wonderful. But you can do little things to, change the water that you drink. You can put it in a copper vessel. You can put some lemon in your water, as was discussed in the earlier session, to alkalize your body. And if it's right for you particularly, this is very loud. Can you still hear me?
No, it's fine. Everything's fine. We're being able to hear. It sounds actually very delicious, sizzling. The sound of it. It sounds like a delicious sizzling sound. So it sounds great. You mentioned about the potatoes as well, right? So you first cook this. So you cook this first, and then you add the potatoes afterwards.
So what I do is I put this on a medium heat, and I just let this. I let all the water and moisture drain out. So I'm going to cook this for quite some time and allow it to get brown as well and pick up those flavors from that, and get depth of flavor from charred bits underneath. Usually souvlaki has, not burnt bits, but, very brown outsides, as it rotates on the spit. So that's the same flavor that I'm trying to create here with the cast iron pan, and it's going to be non-toxic because it's in cast iron as well. So so thank you for reminding me. I should do the potatoes now, actually, because they take some time, but I have some ready ahead of time. I'm just going to show you for demonstration purposes what I do.
Great, lovely.
I've just chopped some potatoes here, and these are just white potatoes. And I'm just going to put them in a glass Pyrex dish. And I'm going to add some more. Again, traditionally you would use olive oil here, but I'm using grapeseed oil. And then I'm going to
And these potatoes have been baked, just as this is for our viewers. Have the potatoes been baked or boiled?
They've been baked so that they're uncooked right now. And then I put them in the oven at 200 degrees Celsius for about 1 hour. And halfway through, I keep flipping them over. I keep mixing them through so that the underneaths don't burn and the tops don't burn. So I give them a good mix halfway through. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some salt, again, sea salt, a decent pinch of sea salt, some pepper.
I think once you start having these sea salts, the normal salt, the table salts taste too salty. And when you have these special sea salt or Himalayan salt, some people have, which I tend to have a lot of, you find that the taste is a little different, whereas the table salt tastes too sharp.
Yes, it's too sharp, and I find that as well. Rock salt is, I find it's a little bit milder. I'm just putting some lemon in here. I find rock salt is a little bit milder, but if you really want that depth of flavor, go for some coarse sea salt or something. It has that little bit more flavor, and it tastes so much better. When you really do start tasting the subtle differences in flavor, you start to realize how much better your food tastes when you use all these natural ingredients.
Yes.
So I love doing that.
And yes, absolutely. With our next thing from here, so you just fried all the ingredients that you mixed together, and now you're preparing to put the potatoes in it to continue.
Yes, and I'm just going to put some Dijon mustard again. For about this many potatoes, I'm going to put half a teaspoon. And oregano. So sorry. I'm just going to quickly get some oregano. And so the next thing you want to do is just sprinkle this with some oregano. Dried oregano has a lot more flavor than fresh oregano, but that's good too. And I'm just going to add a little bit of thyme, dried thyme. You can use fresh thyme, it has a lovely flavor. I tend to use dry thyme, I prefer it.
Great.
And I'm just going to give this a good mix. I've turned the heat down on my mushrooms to allow the water, not all the way down, but like a medium heat, just to allow all the water to evaporate there, because like we said, mushrooms are, mainly water.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to mix this. And what I'm going to do with these potatoes is I'm going to put them in the oven for 1 hour on 200 degrees Celsius. and flip them halfway through.
Mm-hmm.
And they should be done within an hour. So you don't even have to think about it. Just pop them in the oven. An hour later, you have some beautiful Greek potatoes.
Oh wow! And this the Greek potato that you're talking about. You know, you put the oregano in it. That gives it that lovely European taste as well. I mean, I'm sure that people who like Indian food, for example, could do something similar and maybe put some Indian chutney in it instead of the mustard, for example. Is that right?
Yes, that's a great idea. You can put some Indian spices. You can season it depending on however you want your potatoes to taste. Potatoes are just great. They just soak up whatever flavors you season them with, and baked potatoes are some of my favorite.
It's my favorite too. I love baked potato with lots of salad. Yes, I have quite regularly. But it's very naughty actually, because they say potatoes have a lot of carbohydrates. But I also find that having the skin on it as well, the skin has good roughage and things. So it's very good for you.
Yes. So I keep the skin on most of my vegetables, if they're organic. If they're not organic, they tend to be sprayed with pesticides and things. So I don't really use the skin if they're not. But if you have nice potatoes, keep the skin on. It's nutritious. Keep the skin on most of your vegetables. That's what I would say as well. Potatoes are quite starchy as well. They're not necessarily the most healthy. But I've made what I'm doing is I'm taking these fast food dishes and I'm making them healthier. So I'm putting all these Greek spices, Greek herbs. Oregano is very good for the body. It eliminates mucus from the body. Thyme is very good for the body. Herbs all have a different purpose, within the body, like we said. So,
and this must be very good for those people who like they like a variety in their foods, because some people like continental foods and people want to try new dishes, etc. So this is great for those adventurous cooks out there, because then they can try different things which are all healthy as well, and they feel as well they're having some international dishes whilst they're enjoying healthy meals as well.
Yes, I was actually going to make an Indian dish, but then I thought, I do Indian food on my Instagram page a lot. Let me make a Greek dish. I do a lot of Greek food as well, and I've done this recipe on my Greek. I've done this Greek recipe on my page, Plant Bite, but I've done it slightly differently. I haven't used the oyster mushrooms quite like this to get that shredded meat texture. So it just gives people more option, more variety, and try something new from a part of the world that maybe you haven't been to. But you can have that experience in your home. So
well, this is a great recipe, because I would love to, if my Greek friend came around my house, I'd love to make this and said I've made special Greek dish for you, right? And it's all healthy as well, which is great.
The Mediterranean diet in general is a very healthy diet. I would say it's a very healthy diet. They have lots of fresh, salads and fruits and veggies, and their fruit is amazing. I had some of the best fruit I've ever tried when I went to Greece 2 summers ago.
Right. Did that inspire you? Was that what inspired you to come back with all these wonderful recipes?
Yes, I did. And I went there with my Greek best friend, like I mentioned earlier, and she has taught me so many things. And she keeps cooking Greek food at home. She's cooking Greek food today for Easter Sunday as well. So I keep picking up things from her. I learn from her. I learn from, everybody. You have to have an open mind, I feel, when it comes to cooking. A lot of the times, we get quite, we get fixed into this routine of, I only want this for dinner, this for lunch. But it's, the world is just filled with so much cultural diversity. You really should open your mind to so many things out there, and you'd be very pleasantly surprised with what's out there. I'm constantly trying new foods, and that's one of
you seem very adventurous. Because some foods, some people definitely they're like they say in Indian, we say rotli dal bhat shak. So they'll have like really just plain simple foods, and some people, they just love their continental foods. They love traveling and they love trying and experiencing new things in life. So I think it's definitely very important to be open-minded, to be able to try things, especially if you're a vegetarian. I'm sure there are so many vegetarian dishes out there that you can try out. So
And you might think Greek food or all these European foods or South American or wherever you go, they're very heavy on meats. But if you go back to their simple food, the food they make in their village, it's very similar to India. You might think Indian food has a lot of meat, a lot of butter,
Hein? Non, mon papa il fait moi. T'allais là où? Oui. Ouais, c'est trop bon. Trop bon.
So I'm making a tzatziki next, and I'm using some coconut yogurt. I found a brand which doesn't really have many preservatives. It doesn't have any preservatives at all, actually. If you're in India, you can try Epigamia. They have a nice coconut yogurt. So I'm just taking some over here. And I love...
This is just plain yogurt? Is it plain yogurt with something in it, did you say?
This is coconut yogurt. So it's plant-based.
Mm-hmm.
It's not cow's yogurt because I'm vegan. I only eat plant-based foods. And
right. So this is important for our audience to know out there that if you're a yogurt lover and you're thinking, wow, I need to have dairy foods, well, you can also have coconut yogurt, which is also very healthy for you. And you can definitely enjoy the meals with yogurt, but it will be coconut yogurt. Very
Absolutely.
Interesting. I'll have to try this.
Yes. So I mean, some substitutes out there, I think it's a process of trial and error. I find some don't really have a very coconutty, or not coconutty, a very yogurty taste. You need that little bit of that sour taste in your yogurt. This one has that. I've managed to find one. So just wherever you are in the world, just explore what's out there in your supermarkets. You can even make your coconut yogurt at home. I've tried it. It's a little difficult, but I managed, and it tasted lovely. I tried it in India. There's lots of guides on YouTube about how to make your own yogurt at home. The reason I don't eat dairy is because it's not vegan. The way dairy is manufactured these days, I find it's very cruel. I won't go into the details about all of that, but people can do their own research. And also when it's produced in that manner, it takes away the medicinal properties of dairy and cow's milk and yogurt and things like that. And this is very prominent in Ayurveda as well. They talk about if you're consuming dairy in any form, the right way to do it really is to have your own cow and to take the milk from the cow and make whatever you want. And that really has medicinal properties. But the way in which we live, everything is mass produced, it's manufactured, it loses its the medicinal value, So
and it's also the cruelty side as well, you mentioned, because there's also the cruelty side of how it's manufactured. And many years ago, they used to say that before you even took milk from a cow, they would make sure the calf had the actual milk first, so that the cow is very happy to give the rest of its milk, to share. But what nowadays they do is they take the calves away and they take as much milk from the cows as possible. So I understand there is that side of things, the cruel side of things that take place right now due to commercialization. And don't forget, in India, people used to really found a cow sacred. So, you would actually look after the cow and give it love. And anything you give love tends to blossom and give you something good back, right?
I definitely believe in that energy. If you give something good out, it'll come back to you. If you take good care of your cows, they will nourish you in the most amazing ways. So, I mean, we all don't have cows in our backyard now because of how we live and, how civilization is. But
so what are we doing? This we're doing now. So you've got the coconut yogurt, yes, and you're putting in
minced garlic. Just a little bit. It depends on your taste and how garlic you want it. Again, garlic has a lot of medicinal properties. It's a very, very strong medicine in Ayurveda. They say you shouldn't have garlic too often because of how medicinal it is. So I try to limit my garlic intake as much as possible. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add some cucumber that I have salted and allowed all the water to drain out. And this is very important because you want thick, creamy tzatziki, you don't want it watery and runny. So I'm just going to squeeze all that water out, as you can see.
So we have about 5-10 minutes left. Alicia, are we okay to finish off the recipe in 5-10 minutes?
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
beautiful. I'll let you get on with it. I just thought it'll be useful for the viewers to know exactly, you know, the reasoning behind all of this. So rather than just learning the recipe, it's also to understand why it's important to do.
Definitely. I'm just adding some extra virgin olive oil, and this is where you want your, olive oil, your healthy fats, uncooked, and it really gives it a beautiful flavor. And the next thing I'm going to add is some red wine vinegar. Yes, this is acidic, but you do need a good acidic punch to your tzatziki. So I'm adding a little bit. It really depends on taste. So
that's red wine. That's red wine, is it? Did you say?
Yes, red wine vinegar. And it does have a lot of antioxidants. So in a sense, it does have beneficial properties in it. The nature of it is acidic. So, you can limit your use, I suppose, but it gives a very beautiful flavor to your tzatziki. And just some salt. And that's just a very simple tzatziki. Mix that through and you're done. That's it. So that is your very simple tzatziki. You can season it to your taste. Taste it for salt. Taste it for, if it has enough olive oil, enough acidity, enough garlic, and it really all just comes down to your taste. So the last thing, sorry, I'm going to do this very quickly.
Yes, I'm going to leave you to it.
We have a bit of time left, but a Greek salad is one of the best things to do. Luckily, I have this already from before. So what I've done is I've just chopped some tomatoes, cucumbers, red onions, and some green and yellow peppers. Traditionally, they use, in Greece, they use sweet green peppers. They have like those long green peppers. I couldn't find any, so I've mixed bell peppers. I've mixed some green and yellow bell peppers. And the dressing for this is very easy and so delicious. This is extra virgin olive oil. If you can find Greek olive oil, even better. Anything will do. Anything will work though if you've just got some extra virgin olive oil. Some lemon. Always want some lemon. And this is uncooked lemon, so it's fantastic. And 2 more ingredients. Some salt. Again, sea salt. And some oregano. Again, Greeks love their oregano, and oregano just naturally eliminates mucus from the body. It's so good for you. And I'm just going to take a spoon and mix that through, and your Greek salad is ready, minus the feta. Feta cheese is very important in your Greek salad. But I actually think there's a beautiful creaminess that comes from the tzatziki, so I don't really add any vegan substitute to my Greek salad. Like I don't add any vegan feta. Sometimes I do, but I find it doesn't really need it. So that is your beautiful Greek salad ready. And the last thing I'm going to do is make the flatbread. I'm just gonna give this a quick wipe, keep the surface clean. And I already have, so I'm going to just move these mushrooms to the back, and I don't know if you can see, I'm just going to show you what the mushrooms look like. They look incredibly meaty. They've turned brown and they have a lovely fibrous texture, and they have all of that seasoning. So I'm just going to leave that now to cool.
So beginning to look all delicious, looking nice. And that salad looks really yummy as well. But the salad it's a Greek salad is very, very popular actually. Whatever restaurant you go in, they always give you that wonderful salad, isn't it?
Yes, I love Greek salad. It's so refreshing. And summer's coming up, so it's just an excuse for me to eat more Greek salad all the time. And I love it, really. So the next thing we're doing is I'm using spelt flour for my pita bread because I find wheat is okay. I'm never going to class anything as a bad food or a good food. But wheat is genetically modified, it's acidic. So I tend to use spelt flour. It's just wheat before it was genetically modified, really. And Dr. Sebi talks about, this as well, and eating GMO foods and how they may not necessarily be all that good for you. So I've prepared my dough ahead of time. All I did was I added 1/3 cup of 1/3 cup of spelt flour, and I added about 2 to 3 tablespoons of water, and that's enough to make you 1 pita. So the next thing I'm going to do is just turn this into a pita. I'm going to flour my surface slightly so that it doesn't stick. And I'm just going to use my hands to do this. I'm going to take a rolling pin actually and make sure I get some flour on that. This is very quick. So I just roll that out. And you want your pita to be quite thick. That's where that, you know.
This is like a homemade pita bread, right?
Yes.
Yes, it's like fresh, yeah, but made out of different flour than you would normally find in the supermarkets.
But it tastes exactly the same. If anything, it tastes better because it's fresh ingredients, it's natural, and it's homemade, it's freshly made. It doesn't have all those sugars and preservatives. So it's actually, I find it so much more tastier.
Wow.
So
yes, this looks really good. And very shortly, of course, we're going to be going off to Mauritius as well, because we're having this chance to see this yummy Greek dish that Alicia is showing us right now. And very shortly, we're going to be moving on to Mauritius and finding out what they do there. And there's going to be a really delicious recipe and food that they're going to be sharing with us very soon. But I won't tell you who our next guest is yet, because we're at the moment watching Alicia make this yummy food. Alicia, how's it going with that lovely, I can see that mushroom all nicely crunched up and all nice and crunchy looking. The bread is looking yummy as well, all nice and fresh.
We have some disasters.
Your salad is ready. And if somebody needed to have this, of course, these recipes, and if you wanted to see the ingredients, then I'm sure you'll be able to watch this YouTube link again once the show's all over. Then you'll be able to go back and check all those lovely ingredients that Alicia has shared with you. And I think that would be really interesting because try it out and see how delicious it is. I'm sure you will be able to find out what your family says once they try this delicious food. And look at those potatoes, they look yummy.
They've just come out of the oven and they are beautifully brown and crispy and just lovely. So I'm going to, once the pita is done, all you need to do is assemble your gyros. And so you just want to cook this for about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes on each side until you get those lovely brown bits on your pita. And it's incredibly soft and delicious. So after
this, like chapati, right? You need to have those little brown, when you see those little brown dots,
yes,
as it starts cooking. So you need to have a little bit of those brown dots coming up for you to know that it's cooked.
And I added some grapeseed oil as well, just to give it some fat and some, some oil. Again, you would use olive oil traditionally, but that olive oil flavor comes through with the tzatziki and with the Greek salad. So I don't really find it necessary to always use olive oil. So this is almost done, and we're just at the assembly stage now.
Mm-hmm. So you'll be putting it all together in a dish now on how to present it, perhaps? Is that right?
Yes, I'm just using a wooden board. I think these really display your food very nicely, and it gives it that rustic feel as well. So the next thing I'm going to do is just make sure.
Very authentic as well, doesn't it? With the wooden board and everything like that, it looks very authentic the way it presents and everything.
Thank you. So I'm also using a tawa here to do my pita because it's iron, and it's non-toxic. So I love using this, and it does give a lovely flavor as well. So this is done. You don't need your pita to be that brown. This just means it's cooked. So I'm just going to bring that straight onto my board, and I'm going to quickly assemble this now. I'm going to add some tzatziki. I love tzatziki. It's so refreshing. It's just lovely. So I'm spreading some tzatziki on there. I'm adding some of the meat from the mushrooms, meaty mushrooms, I would say. And they just look so delicious. Make sure you get a good amount of those on. You will notice that your mushrooms will shrink as they lose, that water content, but they have such a nice flavor when they become brown like this. The next thing you want to do is add some potatoes, some of your baked potatoes. So you actually put this in the gyros. They usually put chips in gyros, but I love adding these Greek potatoes. They have so much flavor. And just some Greek salad. I like to add some tomatoes, some onions, And
wow, it's beginning to look so beautiful, so yummy.
In salad, you can all this juice from the salad that you're getting, you can soak it up with some spelt bread or any bread of your choice, and it is just delicious. That has all the flavor from the juicy tomatoes and everything. So I'm just going to add a bit more of those mushrooms. I'm really loading this up because this is supposed to be fast food and indulgent. So I'm trying to make this as authentic as possible whilst still being, holistic and healthy at the same time. So
definitely looks very healthy, and you can see that being a vegan, somebody can definitely enjoy very delicious meals. And of course, continental meals as well, international cuisine, which is lovely to see. And the way you've showed it as well, within a short time, this whole dish is ready, which is really, really quite quick and easy to make as well. And I'm sure, like you mentioned, you can put in other things like coconut yogurt and the oils that you're using, instead of using our ground peanut oil that we tend to use with Asian families especially.
Yes.
Tend to use, you said you used a grapeseed oil.
I use grapeseed oil, but you can
which
use
is more,
literally anything you want,
Yes. Wow, this looks amazing. Well, this is, by the way, this is a wonderful Greek dish there for you, for those of you who've just joined us at this moment in time. And Alicia Jane's been sharing this yummy dish and also showing us the kind of alternative ingredients that you can use instead of the traditional ingredients from the kitchen. And very shortly, we're going to be going off to Mauritius as well to check out a Mauritius dish. So you'll be able to find some really nice international dishes that you can end up learning, and also perhaps, showing off with your family with that. Look at this wonderful international cuisine dishes that I know. So how are we doing there, dear Alicia?
So this is the final dish. I'm not sure if you can see.
That's yummy. That looks great. Very nice. Yes, it looks really delicious. So I hope all you audience members out there have enjoyed watching Alicia share this lovely recipe. What is it called one more time?
This is gyros. It's spelled Gyros, and it's traditionally a fast food, but I've made it healthy. I've brought Greece to wherever you are in the world, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Demonstrating for you today. Thank you so much, Honey, for hosting me, and thank you to Mr. Neil as well for really just giving me an abundance of creative freedom on this platform. And I also want to thank Seema Bhatia. Thank you, Seema Auntie, for introducing me to this platform. It's been so wonderful cooking for all of you, and I hope you have a lovely Easter.
Well, thank you so much, Alicia. We've all thoroughly enjoyed having you there as part of our wonderful team member. So thank you for sharing this lovely recipes and giving, of course, some of your wonderful knowledge, sharing this knowledge about Ayurveda, natural foods, plant-based foods. It's really wonderful for the rest of us to learn some new things from. So thanks. And you can now enjoy that and eat on behalf of us as well. Take a couple of, yummy. Thank you. So we are now going global namaste to you, Alicia. Thank you for joining us. We're now moving on to our next guests. So that's your Greek recipe for you. We are now moving on to some yummy Mauritius food. So we have two really interesting people who are joining us. And this particular two people are a father and daughter, I would say duet. Both of them extremely, extremely talented. Saivani and Anil ji, are you there? Have you joined us? Yes. Oh gosh, hello, welcome. Happy Easter to you and a global namaste to both of you.
Namaste, namaste, honey. It's a pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. Let me tell a little bit about this wonderful lady, because those viewers who are out there, you may have, of course, seen Saivani sing these beautiful songs, but she's not just artistic and a beautiful singer. She has so much more to her. She's got a range of different talents behind her. She's a child psychologist. She's also a great cook. And not just that, she's not just a great cook. She's got a father who's an amazing chef. And both of them enjoy trying out and experimenting with lots of international cuisines. And today they're going to be sharing with us a special dish which comes from Mauritius. In London and UK or anywhere nationally, we enjoy something called afternoon tea. Well, in Mauritius, they have a special dish as well, which is called the Mauritian high tea snack, gâteau piment. I hope I've said that right. And a little bit of background about Anilji, which is Saivani's father. He actually is, what would you call it, a very jovial person. That definitely he is, always smiling. Now we know why Saivani's like this. And he's also a senior flight purser. What is a flight purser, Saivani?
Okay, a flight purser is an in-flight manager. So just after the pilot and the commander, we have the first person who's in charge of all the passengers and all the crew of the whole flight.
So now we understand why it's international cuisine, that I was trying to work it out. How does the pilot connect with the chef? And now I understand, being working within the airfield, as we say, and that's brilliant. And of course, he enjoys creating diverse ranges of cuisines as well, doesn't he? So thank you and welcome both Anil and Saivani. Anil ji, I hope you're going to be enjoying showing us a little bit of your Mauritius recipe, and all of our audience members are extremely super excited to see what you have in store for us.
Right. So we are just going to start, since you've mentioned. Thank you so much for this wonderful, very sweet introduction, Honey Ji, coming from you.
Well, that is really sweet. Actually, I need to tell the audience a lot more, because she's also a psychologist, she's a counselor, and I just needed, she's a singer. She teaches people about value-based teachings and education, and there is so much more to Saivani than just these beautiful recipes that she's going to be sharing with us. And that's another feather under her cap, right?
Thank you. I'm just humbled. Thank you so much. Well, we are all ready to share with you the high tea. So to introduce something of really typical Mauritian, this is called the Mauritian sega. So the artist in the kitchen with an instrument, this is called in Mauritius, it's called the ravan. Ravan means a drum. And we usually sit at the beach, on the sands, and we enjoy this beautiful breeze of Mauritian air, enjoying the gâteau piment.
Right, and this is meant to be one of your favorite snacks in Mauritius, is that right? Yes. It's meant to be a very popular, famous snack that you all tend to have, and which you're going to share with the rest of the world, which they can then enjoy as well.
Oh yes, very easy to make, and in a jiffy. You can just prepare it very easily, which we are going to share with you just now. So before that, this is an introductory music to get into the mood of Mauritius. Truly harmonious.
Oh, amazing. I'm going to do this too. I feel like dancing. You've got me into the mood. This is called Mauritius Experience. Thank you. This is why they say Anilji is very jovial, as we say. Hello, namaste, the global namaste, Mr. and Mrs.
Bonjour, bonsoir, welcome to Mauritius. So, Healing Our Work, we welcome you wholeheartedly. We extend a very warm welcome to you, to Mauritius, to our, God created Mauritius first and then copied from that to create heaven or paradise. That was what Mark Twain said.
Wow, that is so beautiful. I think you should be a global ambassador for Mauritius.
Healing also.
Of course, you already are healing our earth ambassador.
Yeah, wherever we go, we have brought healing energy, healing powers, and try to share that divine and healing vibrations.
It's beautiful. So today, we're looking forward now. It's all yours. I'm going to leave it to you to show us this wonderful recipe.
Yes, thank you very much for giving us that opportunity to share with you the famous Gato Pima of Mauritius. Is a local delicacy. As you know, each and every country has a dish, a dish, a local delicacy. So here in Mauritius, we have that gâteau. So it's a French word, Creole and French word. So gâteau meaning cake, and piment meaning chilies. So, but they have modified the name a little bit. Actually, it ought to have been named, gâteau of split yellow peas, because the main ingredient is yellow peas. But they have named it like that. So we proceed ahead with the name.
So what is yellow peas? If just in case our audience doesn't know, what do you mean by yellow peas? Do you mean chickpeas?
No, the main ingredient is yellow split peas. This is what we will show you shortly how we'll.
Oh, somebody is actually. Oh, are you showing us something here? Right.
Yes. Okay. So we will start. We'll show you. Voila, the gâteau piment. So this is the name gâteau piment, French word. Okay, and then now this is the beautiful Paradise Island, part of the Paradise Island, the sand and beaches, and you will see shortly and discover now. So this is the ingredients. So 500 grams of yellow split peas, 1 large onion, 3 strands of spring onions, 2 strands of coriander leaves, 10 to 15 curry leaves to add more taste, make it more spicy and exotic taste, 50 to 20 holy basil leaves. As now you're in that period where the health to be more conscious health. So basil leaves, has a lot of properties. Holy basil leaves have a lot of properties, health properties, holy properties, spiritual properties, and for the well-being of that. So, and then 1 teaspoon of fennel seeds, 1 teaspoon of cumin powder, 1 teaspoon of turmeric powder, some salt to taste, and finally the chilies, some chilies. Well, some like red chilies, some like green chilies, but we put both to, and obviously some salt to taste, 1 tablespoon of salt, and some cooking oil for deep frying. Now showing you the ingredients. On the left screen is the split yellow peas, which is dry, and then on the right, which has been soaked. Normally, you just soak it in water. Normally, it's overnight. But don't panic. If ever you have guests coming at your place in the afternoon and you have forgotten to put the split peas soaked since last night, no panic. I give you a secret. You can soak it for a few hours. Minimum of 3 hours, it will work. But don't tell anybody. And 1 large onion. Some curry leaves to make it more exotic, more spicy taste. Some fresh spring onions, which are available in all market everywhere. That's the garden fresh. Actually, all these holy basil leaves come from our garden. Fresh garden basil leaves. Nice. That's the chilies. 5 red chilies. Actually, there are more. This is the moderate average choice. In Asia, they would have double it. In Europe, maybe you put half, but according to your taste to make it spicy, the choice is yours. How many chilies you put, right? So now we proceed for the methodology. You wash the dal, split peas, and allow it to soak overnight. And as I said, if you are in a rush, a minimum of 3 hours. And then after it has been soaked, well, then you drain all the water and put it in the blender to blitz into pieces. Now we'll move to the blender, to blitz it. Okay.
It was a really nice list of ingredients, which is really easy to follow, which is great. They all look like very delicious ingredients.
Indeed, Hanji. So as you can see now on the board, these are the recipes which we're going to just start.
Yeah, and actually, turmeric looks very good because turmeric is meant to be very good for you as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yes, that's true.
And you're blending, so at the moment you're blending the chickpeas that you had soaked overnight or for at least 3 hours, you mentioned.
All 3 hours, right. So when you blend it, usually
oh yes, please go ahead. Wow.
Yeah, you blend it, you blitz it into pieces and to making it a paste. But now you have to be cautious not to make it too fine paste, because then it will miss that crunchy taste. So you blitz it, you blend it so that it remain a little bit coarse, a little bit like medium.
right.
Oh, yummy. So it's also, so you need to make sure it's crunchy. So whenever somebody's blending the food in, you make sure to leave it crunchy so you can enjoy the crunchy taste to it. Yeah, that's yummy.
So you don't make it too fine paste, a little paste and a little bit coarse. So like medium blend. Okay, we'll do the last one.
As you can see here, the paste is really not so fine and not so coarse as well. So it's medium, it's a mixture of both. And this is the last portion that we are going to blend.
As you can see, when you soak it, the size normally doubles. The size of the peas, it normally doubles. And it becomes very soft.
So it swells up. So once you soaked, it swells up, right? The actual
12 hours normally. But if you're in a rush, or like I say, if you have gas or you want to prepare, a minimum of 3 hours will. But for best results, it's an overnight soak. Better.
Yes. So Anilji, I really admire your shirt and your hat. You've really put us into the mood of Mauritius.
You're welcome.
I absolutely adore it. Okay, so now you've blended all the chickpeas, made it a medium coarse, so not so fine, not so thick. Just a kind of medium.
That's right. Correct. You got it right. Very good.
I'm learning. I've got a good teacher.
You got it right. Perfect.
Right.
Now from your blender, you get everything. That's it. And that's now your paste, your split piece paste is ready.
Right, lovely. So what would be the next stage? So you make this up and then you add all these lovely ingredients to it.
Right. So the next step now is to show you and run through the ingredients, as you can see on the worktop. So if we go back to the main video, which is actually showing us the whole thing. Yes.
So this is the onions that we have chopped, finely chopped onions.
Right.
Okay. We'll put finely chopped onions. Now we put it here. All the finely chopped onions.
Right. So that's one onion finely chopped.
Yes, finely chopped. Yes, very good. And then following now onions, then onion springs.
Right.
Yeah,
These are spring onions. Spring onions.
Spring onions, yes. You put it, yes, cool, the spring onion. Yes. Next, some more to make it a little bit tasty.
The coriander leaves and the spring onions are together. Yeah.
Yeah, these are the coriander leaves, spring onions. Now the curry leaves. Curry leaves make it a nice taste and flavor. Now these are the cumin seeds.
That looks, tasty. Meant to be very good for you as well.
Yes, for the digestion is very good. For health, right? And then some turmeric, 1 teaspoon of turmeric, right? 1 teaspoon of turmeric, and then these are the basil leaves. The basil that we'll chop. We'll chop the basil leaves now.
So finely chopped basil leaves. That looks good. And the amount of love you put into your food is amazing. Because they say with the amount of love you put into the food, it tastes even more, more delicious.
We actually use a lot of tulsi leaves, which is very good for health. They say, as you say, 1 apple a day keeps the doctor away. I read it somewhere in Ayurveda. 1 tulsi leaf a day keeps cancer away. So that's a very good leaf, and it's medicinal as well as Ayurvedic. It helps the whole body to be healthy, and it helps also to stay in good health.
That is very good. Thank you for that lovely tip, and all the viewers out there. That is actually very true. And they also say around the tulsi plant, you will always find very positive energy. So if you go and measure the energy, so if you go anywhere and then you go near the tulsi plant, suddenly the energy will be bright. There's a lot of oxygen and positive energies that come out, and it's been, it's a scientific fact.
Absolutely. And also because, during this time where everybody, we are trying to keep away from the COVID and all this that is happening in the world. So when we are using and we are consuming tulsi leaves, as you rightly mentioned, the energy itself helps us to fight against that bacteria, and it strengthens the immune system.
Very nice. That's a really great tip. Thank you so much there, Saivani. As always, giving us wonderful tips like that. And if the viewers are watching out there, you can literally use your food as medicine and make it delicious at the same time by using all these wonderful ingredients.
Yes, yes. And now, as you can see.
Now, how many chilies do you like? Which color you prefer, red or green chili?
I love red chilies, but I know green chilies are better.
I would have guessed that, right.
I like red and green. Let's say both. Put both in there. Enjoy both.
But now, let me tell you something. Now, let me tell you, that's why I keep the chilies last, because if you have children, see the paste will do here, everything I've put. Now, if you have children, you go ahead straight away like that, without the chilies.
Yes, so make it non-spicy. Make it non-spicy. And if it's children,
non-spicy for children. Yes. That's what we usually do when we prepare gato pima. we prepare it like that for children first, and then we add the chilies. And then we add the chilies right here for adults to make it more spicy and tasty. Voilà.
Very nice.
I put some more. I put 2 more for you.
And then don't tell me off if it gets all hot and spicy and it gets really hot for everybody. It looks yummy.
No, it's not very hot. This now it's medium, I say. For Indians, in India, they would have double it. For Europe, half only. Okay,
Right.
now finally the salt. Now you put some salt to taste. Voila. In the meantime, the final part. Now the last ingredient is you need cooking oil.
Right. And which type of cooking oil do you normally use? What kind of cooking oil?
We use here in Mauritius a variety available. We have soya oil, we have sunflower oil, we have palm oil, we have different varieties. But any cooking oil,
right?
Any cooking oil will do. And make sure you put sufficient in your pan, in a deep frying pan, or in a karai or something. But we use the traditional karai, which to enhance the good taste.
Right.
Voila. Here is how the dough will look like.
I think somebody has just put in the. So I can only see Anil and Saivani. I can't see you fully. So you may have pressed your presentation tab, maybe.
No, actually, we have to switch to the main video.
Wow, we look forward to this. Yeah. So to have a look at the lovely recipes.
See now? Is it okay?
Yes, now we see it. Yes,
great.
Now your final gâteau piment before frying looks like, yellow, the yellow split, the yellow color, yellow split, and all the green leafy that you will have put, and the your famous red chilies.
Lovely. It looks very colorful. Green, red, yellow. It's yummy.
So I also like to put red chilies, because when you put green chilies, it mixes with the other green leafy vegetables.
Yes.
So now the mixture color is yellow, green, and red. Now we are almost done. We'll go through the frying pan.
Yes. And this is a traditional Mauritius food. Is this a traditional Mauritius recipe, or have you added a bit of the Indian touch to it?
So as you have seen that the paste is really colorful, as Mauritian is full of, multicultural values and the cultures and lots of multicultural people. As we say, you love Mauritius now and forever. People smiling everywhere, showing you how much we care. Welcome to Mauritius. So,
wow, I'm going to go and pack up my bags right now and booking my flight ticket. As soon as COVID is finished, I'm out there.
Please do.
You made it sound so warm and welcoming.
Mauritius, truly humble.
Wow, such beautiful singing as well. Forget the good
that one also you. Now we're going to make the shape. So we can use the hand, we can use the spoon, or we can use the betel leaf.
Right.
Okay, we take a little amount. Okay, we put there. We make sure the chili is there. That's it. Right, and we make a small hole to. This is the traditional one, traditional shape.
Ah, so like a little donut.
Oh yes, like a donut,
like a spicy donut, which is Mauritius, right? Style. Lovely. Oh my God, it's beginning to look so delicious that I feel like I'm trying this myself.
Voila.
This is definitely my style of food. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
wonderful.
This is one. Okay. And then your oil is now almost ready. The oil, and you put the deep fry. You must put sufficient amount of oil. Sufficient amount of oil.
And warm it and just and just
wonderful.
fry it.
So the oil, the temperature of the oil is perfect. So you can choose.
Right.
Now Saivani will carry on, and I will do the frying.
Oh, what a lovely team. I have to tell the viewers out there. Saivani has been, of course, part of our Healing Our Earth team for many, many, many months since we started. And I just wanted to say that she's such a great asset to our group, our team. She's multi-talented and she brings so much love, joy, and new creative ideas to our audiences out there. So Saivani, now she's showing us this Mauritius recipe as well. It's so good to have you on board, sharing this. And look at the style. I can see that when you're cooking the food, and it's easy for newcomers. If viewers are watching out there who haven't cooked, are not regular cooks, is it easy for them to follow this?
Yes, and since we've shared also the presentation, they can always, go back and have a look there. What are the ingredients, the method, and these are very easy ingredients, easily bought and easily available to prepare this delicious gâteau piment, the snack, which is called gâteau piment. And as you can see, my father is now frying those.
Now you just turn it. You just turn it and ensure, and the flame should not be too high or too low, medium flame, so that it get cooked till the inside. The peas, the temperature reaches the inside of the gâteau, of the cake.
Yes. So
And
you normally find sorry, so if you find that if it's too hot, it becomes very, very cooked outside, but it remains not cooked inside. So you're saying to keep it cooking.
Perfect cook. Yes, correct. You got it very right. You're perfect. You are a perfect chef.
Oh, I'm trying. You're a good chef, teacher.
And then see, then you fry it till brownish, golden brownish, like that. Golden brownish, and then now that's it. Allah.
And what kind of chutneys do you use with this? Wow, this looks so nice. It's like it looks like pakora, right? Pakora, like an Indian pakora.
Now this is one.
Do you eat it alone, or do you eat it with any kind of sauce? Is it some kind of chutney that you can eat with it, or is it plain?
Yes, indeed. So the one is already out. We have a few more. That's okay. This is, as you can see, the traditional way to make it, the shape with a hole inside. There are different kinds of shapes that you can make. And my father is going to explain shortly.
Yeah, we can do different shape. This is the traditional one. This is the traditional one.
Right. Nice. Yes.
This is the traditional
we like
one.
traditional ones, we do. But what about the adventurous one out there? What about the adventurous one who wants to try different things?
We're coming to there. We're coming to the adventurous
one. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So this is the traditional one. So but it's a bit time consuming. The traditional one is a bit time consuming. So some people, because now time is a factor which for everyone is very important. So as you can see, as I mentioned, the traditional one, you make it round and flatten it a little bit and put a hole, and that hole in the middle helps it to cook inside also, right? You see, to help it to cook inside. And
That's a very clever way to do that, isn't it? Because if you
Yeah,
made them
and
quite
that's a
big, then they
traditional
would be
too.
quite uncooked in the middle. But this is a
Yeah,
great way to have
correct,
them nicely
correct.
cooked. Very nice, clever.
Because
Yes.
the oil get inside here and some make the whole completely, so it gets cooked on both sides and inside also in the center. And but to make this, it's a big time consuming. But this is the best one, traditional one. We take time, we put love and do it like that. So that's but many
That
people
sounds-
they just do the round, they do the round shape, which will show you shortly, the round shape and then fry.
Sure.
Or you can do another
That
shape,
sounds-
any shape. You can do random shape like that. You see?
Right.
Potatoes are being fried. Right.
That actually is cooking nicely there.
Yes, it's frying in the very hot oil, and we should leave it, sometimes you can see that some of them are already looking brownish, but as you have noticed, and we've been telling you that inside it's still very soft. So we need to leave it for some time on a low medium flame so that it takes all the time to get cooked and really crunchy and really tasty and really spicy inside, so you can enjoy this beautiful and tasty gâteau piment.
That's great.
Good. So yes, about, since we're talking of vegetarianism and today is also Easter, we can't forget this is the day where Jesus Christ, the wonderful messenger of the Lord was there. He also was preaching a lot about healthy eating, if you know about that. And lots of gurus, lots of great people, masters have said that what you eat is what you become. And nowadays, we can find many people, turning on to vegetarianism. Yeah, vegetarianism. Right.
Vegetarianism. We'll get that right, don't worry.
Yeah, I just have recipe in my mouth. So yeah, vegetarianism, right. So, my mother, she also composed a beautiful song when we were quite young, which said about how the food gets into our body, gets into our mind, and it also shapes our thoughts and our behavior. So while you can see this being fried, I'll just share a few lines with you. If that's okay.
Lovely, please. We would love that. Thank you, Saivani. We'd love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's always mind, body, soul connection when we're talking about food, as I was mentioning with the previous guest. That it's not just food to put into our stomach, it's actually a mind, body, soul thing when we eat food.
Yeah, definitely. And also, earlier or when we were young, children have the tendency, sometimes they take a lot and they can't finish it up. So then the food goes to waste. So to prevent that, my mother used to tell us, and we also tell our students and children, that you take a little bit, finish it up, and if you want some more, then you go and take more. So then you don't waste it, because food is also God. Somewhere it comes from the divine, that all the people working together to harvest and to get it done, to get it refined, be it flour, sugar, all the vegetables and whatnot we get. So the song goes like this. Food is God and God is food. Do not waste your food. Food is God and God is food. Do not throw your food. As is food, so is the mind. As is the mind, so are the thoughts. When we eat, it goes to our mind. Then our mind, it develops the thoughts. As are the thoughts, yeah, sorry about that. As is food, so is the mind. As is the mind, so are the thoughts. As are the thoughts, so is the conduct. Then we can know that we behave and we conduct ourselves in the proper way, as we say in Hinduism, the dharmic way, in the dharma, the righteous way. As are the thoughts, so is the conduct. And as is the conduct, so is the health. When we behave in a particular way, we can also find that we get in more of good health, good thoughts, positivity in our own minds and body. So As is food, so is the mind. As is the mind, so are the thoughts. As are the thoughts, so is the conduct. As is the conduct, so is the health.
Health.
Food is God and God is... This is a musical family. So we do...
I love musical families, actually. I love happy, jovial, happy families, because they say, you know, when you go to a temple, you make prasad. Prasad has this beautiful taste to prasad because you put a lot of love. You put lots of love and devotion to your food. So this is amazing, the amount of love you're putting into your food making. And the lovely and the songs are fantastic. Something good to learn.
So when you cook also fry, make sure you making the pattern. You see one in the middle, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1, 8.
So food, creativity
so
with food. Creativity with food, yes.
Oh, the snowflake, or the mandala, whatever you may call it, because
flower. I see it like a flower. I see it like a flower.
Correct. Flower, mandala, sunflower, sun, all, because all these, you know, will add to the healing powers to heal the world.
Absolutely. Oh my God, Anilji, you said that so nicely. Actually, very soon we're going to have Hina coming on board. Hina Modi will be joining us very shortly. And she's also going to be talking a little bit more about healing our world through plant-based foods. And how do we use...
Just give us 1 minute. We finish, we wind up. See, so now how you get them from your karai like that. Nice golden, crunchy. Right, this, very good.
Just great descriptions, golden and crunchy. I like that.
Golden and crunchy, wonderful. You taste one? You want to taste one?
I would love to taste one. My mouth is watering here.
Yes. We go there.
So as you can see, we are just getting all this ready. This is the nice hot and spicy, delicious, crunchy gâteau piment.
Crunchy?
Gâteau means cake. Piment means chili.
Right, and it's called gâteau. Gâteau piment. Gâteau piment. Piment. Gâteau piment.
We already see some French. Today's Sunday, right? You're allowed to speak some French.
The
so
only
now
thing that's looking great.
It is eaten.
Yes.
Now it is eaten like that straight away.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very crunchy. Okay.
See, Yummy, you see the inside?
Yes.
How the inside of it close up? You see?
Oh yes.
It has been well cooked, well fried, golden, and crispy and crunchy.
Yeah.
Oh
wow! Are you making us jealous eating that delicious food by yourself?
You can hear the crunchy. Can you hear the crunchy?
We can hear the crunches, all right. I can even taste the food here.
Okay.
That's the best part of it.
Yeah, that's of course Anilji. You know, you remind me of not Jamie Oliver, but Anil Oliver.
There's a new title you've got.
So what? This is it is eaten straight away like that, the delicacy, or like the famous baguette.
Bread.
Yes.
With bread, accompanied with bread. So you can if for you one okay like that, but for me, this piece is okay. You put some butter, and 1, 2.
It's like a chip bati. But you're going to have a pakora bati, but yours is a gâteau bati.
Voila.
Right.
Voila. This is how
yummy. Well, you both have been absolutely amazing. I've thoroughly enjoyed this.
One more also you can use with pita bread.
Yes.
Pita bread. You put some mayonnaise or sauce or any sauce, right?
Then you add some cheese.
Then you add some cheese.
Yes.
With your pita bread. some cheese. You can put grated cheese or sliced cheese or whatever.
Whichever you
Put
prefer.
your pita bread. That's
Right.
it. You put your wrap.
Yes, so for
You
all the
put it
vegans out there, you can
inside.
use vegan-based cheese, of course.
Exactly.
Who may be
Cheese,
watching.
made like
Yep.
that too. And 3, and you can make it more healthy. You put some lettuce salad.
Oh, yes. Lettuce sounds yummy. Yes.
Lettuce salad. Some coleslaw. You can add some coleslaw. You can add everything. And here, and to make it more, you just put one extra on top of it.
And ready to eat. And
according to sauce and taste, you can add some more sauce here. And here you go. So I'll top and top.
Thank you so much, both of you. What a lovely duet. What a lovely duet.
It is being eaten. It is being eaten straight away like that, or with bread, or with pita bread.
Right. So we've got 3 options out there. Anilji, thank you so much, Ivani.
I'll give you more secret next time, how you can make more recipes.
Gracias, gracias.
And now since you have been fully versed how to do it,
yes,
you prepare and share it with Neil sir and all the members of Healing Our Earth platform and that. So pass the mic to Savannah.
Don't forget to deliver us also, you can deliver us so we can taste your gâteau piment.
Absolutely. So I think we need to have a competition out there. Whoever's watching today, all the viewers have to run out there. You make these wonderful gâteaux, pités, or the Mauritius food, and then you make sure you take a photograph of it, and then you share it with our Healing Our Earth to prove to us that you have gone out there to make some of these lovely, delicious foods. And I have to congratulate both the father and the daughter.
Thank you. And we wish everyone a happy Easter. So the Easter bunny and the Easter eggs, anyone would want some chocolates, after. So this is the dessert part, which you can get. And we wish everyone.
Dessert is sorted. Thank you, Anilji, Saivani ji, and thank you very much for joining us. And I wanted to say a global namaste for a beautiful, what a really amazing duet. I love this, a father and a daughter. Talented. sharing a Mauritius style recipe in a Mauritius style, in Mauritius costume, in a French language. It's just a beautiful international experience. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of the day. Happy Easter to the whole family. Have fun. Global namaste to all of you today. So we're now moving on to our next guest. I hope you really enjoyed that, because I thoroughly loved that. It was just really fun. And we have Hina Modi, who is going to be joining us right now. Now, Hina is an ambassador for veganism. So all of you vegans out there, I think you're going to really enjoy this. And if you're not a vegan and you're wondering why veganism is so important, then today we will find out. Also, she helps people make the shift towards plant-based diets and vegan lifestyle, or of course both. She helps in both areas. And she's also been a vegan for over 13 years. And a vegetarian for decades before then, which is great. And Hina has also lived the experiences and messages that she shares. And that is actually really important, because she lives this. It's her everyday life. That's it. Veganism is important for her. And I think that's really great. She also brings a lot of compassion and practical insight into the topic of going plant-based. So today we're going to be finding out why this is, again, very important. And of course, she's going to show us some nice, easy recipes that we can also utilize. So as a qualified school teacher and a natural health practitioner, Hina will help us bust the myths, address common obstacles, and find a meaningful, simple, and personalized approach that works for you. So I would like to say a very big welcome to Hina. Hi and namaste, and a global namaste to you, dear Hina.
Hi, namaste. Thank you for having me today.
Oh, we are so pleased to have you here. Hina, tell us, I mean, have you been watching the lovely guests who were presenting just a little while back?
Yeah, it was really cool. I love the singing.
That is absolutely really beautiful. I believe that by singing and enjoying your cooking, you put a lot of love into your food, and that gives it lots of high vibrations. So I think it's really important to do that. So wonderful, you know, Saivani and Anilji, both of them. So Hina, today, let's start off. I mean, how did you get onto this plant journey? Because you weren't always a plant-based, you weren't always a vegan. I guess you were a vegetarian. So what made you go onto this path, this journey?
So interestingly enough, I wasn't even vegetarian before. Like when I was a child, like when I went to the babysitters or school dinners or whatever, I used to have a bit of meat here and there. I didn't really know much about what I was having. It was just something that happened and not much thought involved in it, to be honest. And then I don't know what happened to me when I was 11. I decided that I didn't agree with killing animals for food. So I went vegetarian. But I still ate eggs. So I wasn't a pure vegetarian, like the way Indians refer to vegetarianism. And a lot of that was because I don't really follow things blindly. I like to understand why I'm doing something, because otherwise, if I haven't got the faith in the reasoning for it or the motivation, then it will be very short-lived. That's the way it works for me, and I think for a lot of people. So whenever I asked anyone about why we shouldn't eat eggs, no one could really answer me. I got all these different reasons, and some of them were just myths and things to scare you to not have eggs. So I kind of carried on having them. And then the plant-based journey started in early 2008, where I got introduced to a video produced by PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, but the India branch. And they showed a video about dairy production, and I couldn't hack it. I pretty much cried throughout the whole film. Went dairy free overnight, and then found out about other things like honey and eggs, like the truth about eggs, rather than all these other things that I got told before. And basically went plant-based, so in terms of diet, and then found out about things like wool and leather and silk. So I started leading a plant-based, well, you can say plant-based lifestyle, but really it would be vegan lifestyle, so here or there. And that's how I.
So even the clothes, like sometimes you wear jackets or you buy purses, you buy handbags, and there are so many designer items out there which uses animal products, which we don't even realize sometimes, and we just buy without thinking. Is that right? So you've incorporated all this in not just your food, but in your whole lifestyle.
Exactly. Belts, clothes, makeup, jewelry, hair products, everything, cleaning products, and it sounds like, oh my God, my whole world's going to change. It's so hard, but it actually isn't. You just, once you have, I think, someone who has walked the talk and they can show you where to go and what to get, it's actually really easy.
But there must be, yes, a little bit of willpower required in the beginning stages. But once you make that, it's like with anything in life, really, isn't it? Like when you go and do some fitness training, in the beginning stage, it may be a bit difficult, but as you move forward, you start beginning to enjoy it. And then afterwards, you start seeing the results, which helps you to stay on the path as well.
Yeah, exactly. It becomes a cycle, right? So once you start seeing the results, you want to carry on. So yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I think this is fantastic. And also, normally I find that I've just made a note here where some people talk about veganism, some people talk about perhaps dairy free, and other people talk about plant-based or veganism. I mean, what is all the difference? Because there are so many of these terminology that moves around everywhere. And people out there must be thinking, oh, for example, I'm a vegetarian, and I tell everybody I'm a vegetarian. But then I do eat, drink milk, and sometimes you eat biscuits that you may not realize has something in it. But, so I don't know if I am considered pure vegetarian.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but I tell everybody I'm a pure vegetarian, which I think I am. So how would you describe these different terminology?
Yeah, so it's interesting. The term pure vegetarian is really known amongst the Asian community, not really the Western community. So in the Eastern community, the pure vegetarian means that you don't eat anything that had a face, really. That's the best way to explain it. No meat, no fish, no seafood. Nothing that had a face. And then pure vegetarian would mean they also don't eat eggs. But in the Western world, vegetarian means that you don't eat anything that has a head or had a head. but it's not doesn't include eggs. So you can still eat eggs and be vegetarian in the Western world. And then, yeah, you mentioned plant-based, vegan, and dairy-free. So dairy-free means literally that you could be eating meat, but you don't eat or drink dairy products. So the dairy products could be yogurt, cheese, milk, cream, all those kinds of things. And then you've got plant-based. So some people say plant-based means that you don't eat animal products, but you may wear leather and wool and, do all your lifestyle is not connected to what you eat. So you've got kind of a bit of a duality. And other people say plant-based actually means that it's a healthy plant-based, because you can actually be a junk food vegan, what people call junk food vegan, or junk food plant-based, eating that kind of food. So some people say that plant-based really means that it's no animal products, but it's very healthy, wholesome food, whole foods.
Right.
And then, yeah, and then vegan, it means the lifestyle. So it's not just what goes in your mouth. It's basically, I say it's not just by mouth, but it's by wallet. So basically everything you buy, that's for me, an easy way to explain it.
Wow, that is really interesting, isn't it? You would never think this, because you never look at the wallet part of it, that you're actually buying other things as well as part of your vegan lifestyle, because you think vegan means, so I would be considered as a pure vegetarian, for example, but there are also other things like you mentioned, where people go really deep into it, or they could be people who are non-veg but can still be dairy free because they're not having the dairy with it.
Exactly.
So there's a whole mixture of different types of, I understand that. Yeah. That's really interesting. And also, sometimes we think, people keep talking about this, especially nowadays, and they keep saying, veganism. Everybody's talking about veganism. You have all these restaurants and cafes opening up. Now you go into the supermarkets, you have these fantastic vegan recipes and products you can buy. So why is it so important to go onto this plant-based diet?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I think it depends on you and your motivation. So some people go plant-based or vegan, one or the other, lifestyle or just the food, because they want to be healthier. Some people do it because they want to lose weight. Some people do it because they have certain health conditions and they want to reverse them, or there may be borderline for certain health conditions and they want to prevent them. So that's really interesting. Other people do it because of the environmental impact. They don't want to be part of eating things that are destroying the planet, if you want to put it that way. Other people, animal welfare, because of the cruelty involved when eggs are produced and dairy is produced, like they don't want to be part of that. So there's lots of reasons. And one interesting thing that I was reminded of when you were talking to Anil and Sevani was the last bit they were talking about to do with the mind and the body connection with food. So it reminded me of how, if you've ever been in a bad mood or just not focused, maybe rushing, and then you make something to eat and it just tastes pants. Like, it's just not very good because your heart wasn't in it, your love wasn't in it. Maybe you were grumpy, maybe you wished you weren't cooking, whatever it is, yeah? So if you imagine that energy, that stress, or that negativity, or whatever you want to call it, that we feel when we're cooking, when it's that type of situation, and then it comes across in the taste or the presentation or the just general outcome of the food. So if you imagine, if we're eating animal products and the stress that they're going through, I know this is really horrible and I'm not going to say anything graphic, but if you imagine the stress that they're going through when they're in the factory farms and, their calves are taken away or the eggs are taken away or whatever it is, and then if we eat those things, like, that's got to have a negative effect on the body, right?
So they say that if you were scared and you were frightened about something, you will have adrenaline, which kind of rushes in your body. And that adrenaline has this really not very good, chemicals involved. So if you can imagine, we don't want to go into graphics, but if the animal was very upset at the time, then of course these chemicals are released in the body, and then people are eating those. So in other words, that's what you're trying to
exactly
share.
And there could also be grief. So for example, if you're a female cow and your calf has been taken away and the milk was for that baby, so it's not so much, I mean, obviously you'd be terrified, where's my baby gone, but you'd also be feeling a sense of loss and that's going to come out in the milk, isn't it? Because you're mourning for the child, your child that's been taken away. So like all those kinds of things. So some people do it for that reason, also that kind of emotional connection and not wanting to be part of that.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
So there are many, many reasons, and
Yeah.
also, in a more humane points of view as well, of thinking about another life, that may
Yeah.
have to go through something. As actually, you talked about the mind and the body connection, and when we really think about it, you find that, like, let's say hunters who have to hunt and they live, you will find that they're very strong and they hunt and they have that kind of way of being, their way of their personalities are of a certain kind. And then you have these farmers or yogis who are eating completely plant-based. You'll see they won't hurt even little animals or little insects or anything, because you can see there's some kind of a food connection there as well, that if you have this kind of food, you feel a bit more this way, and if you have food a bit more lighter and more plant-based, you feel more peaceful within yourself and not so aggressive, perhaps.
Yeah.
And so I can see that difference. And you also talked about, all these different people turning vegans, etc. But there are people out there who say, "Oh, I love my cheese. I love my paneer. I love Indian masala tea. Anything to do with this wonderful cheese that they love." I'm not a cheese person, but my mom loves cheese. I don't think she could live without cheese. So how do we manage this? Because there are people out there who may complain that they can't go into veganism because they will miss all this.
Yeah, completely. I've heard it many times before, and I have much empathy for people who feel that, because I love those things too, and I don't go without them. So veganism doesn't have to be about missing out. That's what it is. It's not about missing out. All those things, you can find substitutions. So many of my clients have thought, "Oh, I want to go vegan. It's in my heart, or it's in my best interest for my health, or it's aligned with my thoughts and my compassionate tendencies, or whatever it is, or qualities, I should say, but I can't because I love cheese, or because I love paneer, or I love something else, So all of those things, it's easy to substitute. And I've got a few here ready to show you.
Oh, please do. Yeah, that would be so interesting. Go for it. Yes.
So basically, Indian tea, I pretty much have it once a day.
I like these proactive people.
Yeah.
Great, amazing, go for it. Yeah, show us, because you may be able to help convert a few people, right, in a way, in a positive way.
Yes,
Help them.
absolutely.
Yeah, yes.
So Indian tea, I have it every day, and so for the Gujarati members, it's ukareli chai. So literally, I do it the traditional way, in the pan, tea leaves, milk, ginger, masala, whatever. I use Oatly, and this is the long life one. You can see it's got like this flat thing. When it's sort of up like that, that's the one that has to be kept in the fridge. So basically, when these are on offer, I buy like 30 of them, and then I just have them at home, so they're just ready, always on tap, kind of thing. So yeah, I use this in my tea, in my English tea as well, in cereal, porridge, pretty much everything. I love it.
So just a question there, because you mentioned that you buy 30 packs or so, and you said, because would that not have a lot of preservatives to try to hold, because in one side we're looking at healthier foods, and on the other side, you have all these preservatives to try to keep that milk fresh for a long time. What would you say about that?
Okay, so that's really interesting. So one, you've got the option, if you've got doubts, to go for the fresh version anyway. But if you compare it to dairy milk, there are loads of things in dairy milk that people often aren't aware of. So, the cows are given antibiotics. There's stuff there's preservatives in there to keep it to a certain optimum state. So it's not like the dairy milk is pure, which is what we are led to believe from back in the day when, you took it from the animal and you only took a little bit, and, all that kind of thing. This is like mass produced in advance, then transported across wherever, and then kept in supermarkets and sold. So you see, so that in itself has stuff in it anyway.
So that clarifies a little bit there as well, that it's not the fact that, because everything has a bit of preservatives in it, and then it's the healthier choice out of what we have in there from our options.
And two more milks. So this one, soya organic, it's Tesco's own brand organic soy drink. So literally this one has 3 ingredients. It's got water, organic soybeans, and flavoring. 3 ingredients, that's it. So again, this is long life, so I get a few of these. I used to have nothing but soy milk, like in my tea and stuff, but now I found it a bit heavy. So, but what I do is every now and again, if I have a protein shake or something, I put this in it, and it's really nice. So it's richer and it's heavier. So for those of you who like something like in your tea that's heavier and richer, this would be good.
Right, yeah. So if it's somebody like me who who prefers light milk, then I would go for the oat milk version.
Yeah.
And anybody who prefers the thicker milk, which a lot of Indian people like to have more milk in their tea, then this probably would be a better one for them.
And then this one is even thicker than the one I just showed you. So you can also get, basically, you can get Oatly, the barista version, and the barista version is proper thick and rich and creamy. And this is also similar. So I don't know if it's called minor figures or minor figures, the spelling, but it's basically oat milk, and it says barista standard dairy-free milk. So it's the kind of stuff they would use in cafes to make it really thick and creamy. And again, it's long life.
That's amazing. So, actually, people, you know, if they can always try, isn't it? There's no harm in trying, because if you keep saying I don't like it, I'm not very happy with this, or I'm not used to this kind of taste, well, maybe they haven't tried it yet. So but maybe if they do try it, they may like it and may not be so different. And you were going to also perhaps share a bit of like an Indian masala tea of how you make it. Or did you want to share? Did you want to share it as a presentation, or did you want to tell us how to make it?
I could do either. Was it possible for you to show it via the screen share and me talk you through it, or?
Yes, we could. I could try to find it. Yes, and if you've got it there, that would be really helpful.
Okay, hold on.
I will see if we can get our director and producer. He's the solution fan for everything, and I'm sure he'll be able to find a solution for this. But meanwhile, if you could maybe share, you know, because you also talked about. There are lots of kind of vegan types of dishes that can be veganized. Would you be able to maybe share some of those kinds of recipes? What kind of things are you saying can be veganized? And what are the alternatives? Because we have lots of things in the kitchen that you could maybe be able to find alternative options for, that our viewers can at least be educated about.
Yeah, absolutely. So recently I was on ZTV's Out and About, and there I showed how to make palak paneer but veganized. So with that, I used I didn't show the brands because you generally can't on these shows, but I can show you here. So tofu, so TOFOO, and it's the plain tofu. So I use this, or I use the brand cauldron tofu in palak paneer, and basically it's the same thing. So you just substitute the paneer for this, and then you do with the spinach whatever you want to do, whether you blend it or chop it or leave it whole if they're baby leaves, and you can make that with it. So basically there's no reason for you to feel that you'll be missing out on paneer dishes, if that makes sense. Yeah,
kind of.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes, of course. Actually, it's very interesting because you know, when you're making all these masala tea, I'm one of those people who loves my masala tea and things like that. And I'm always thinking, you know, because I find that it's really important to put ginger in it. I put ginger. I always have ginger.
Me too.
Yes, I always have honey instead of sugar. I put honey in there. And you know, when you have masala, because I put masala, and they say masala, tea masala, we make at home as pure, fresh, with everything good you can think of, which I think is meant to be good for you. So I take tea as not as a tea, but as I take decaffeinated tea bags. So I find that also helps. But the only thing I don't do is to have the milk that you're talking about, which is the non-dairy milk. So maybe I should try it out myself to see how that goes here. And I will find out if there is a chance for us to maybe share some of your recipes. But before then, let's ask a couple more questions here.
Oh yeah, can I show you? Can I show you a couple more things, you know, to do with the veganized
please,
recipe?
I would like to. What are the ingredients that you could say? How do we become veganized?
So this one, so it's Tesco's own, free from plain soya yogurt. So the packaging is changing. I think they're now going to bring them in smaller containers, but whatever it is, it's this. And I make chas out of this. So chas is different to lassi, it's thinner. And I've served this to, we went on a retreat and there were about 30 people, and a lot of them were not vegan, but they knew the food was going to be Jain and vegan. So when we made the chas and served some of them said, I thought you said everything was going to be vegan. And I didn't actually understand why they were questioning it. And I said, no, it is. What do you mean? And they were like, the tass doesn't taste vegan. So it tastes so nice with this. Like, I love this. And I even like having it on its own. So for those people who love yogurt and just like having a bit on its own, or having it with fruit, or making it into chass, like, this is really good.
Oh, that's lovely. So it's Tesco, and the name was Tesco Free Roam, it says, right?
Yeah, free from plain soy yogurt. And then they've got
Right.
another one, which is a Greek style. So it's thicker. And from this, I make shrikhand.
Right. So people
Yeah.
out there, if you're making shrikhand, which is one of the Indian sweet dishes, then
Yeah.
of course they normally make it out of yogurt, but this would be a great alternative, you're saying, right?
Exactly.
So you could use
And
that. Can we see that one more time? Which one
yes,
was that? What last one?
absolutely. And this also, this is the second recipe that I showed on Out and About on ZTV, how to make the shrikhand. So that's available on my website also if anyone wants to see.
That's great. And was there any other ones that you could
Yeah.
kind of
So I've got some cheese ready to show you.
You are really super. We love this, right, dear Hina? Right? You can see she's very passionate.
Lots of containers.
We can see we've got a very passionate guest here who really wants to share her knowledge and her educate us about this. Very nice. Thank you, Hina.
No worries. So this is BioLife, and it's creamy cheese. So, you know, like soft cheese. So I really enjoy this on crackers. A lot of people talk about how they like soft cheese on crackers or toast or in sandwiches or whatever. So this is really nice. Yeah.
That looks brilliant. Yes. Oh, I think we're going to get a chance to watch. We're going to get a chance to watch a bit of your tea, right? I told you we have Mr. Neil Kumar. I have to say, to not just to yourself, but to the whole of the audience out there, he's a solutions person. So any issues we have, he sorts it out for us. And he's an amazing director and producer, the creator of Healing Our Earth. So let's see if we can get a chance to watch this, how to make the vegan Indian tea. I think it'll be really interesting for me to watch as well.
So there's a video as you scroll down the article.
Okay. So we just have to scroll down a little bit onto this website and just play that video.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's going to be starting very soon. Need to just go a little. It'll be there. Don't you worry. Yes, it'll be on in a very short while. So yes.
While they're sorting it, shall I show you something else?
Yes, please do. Yes.
So 3 more cheeses.
Oh my gosh. This lady is incredible.
So all 3 of them are BioLife, and I'm not getting paid anything by any of these brands, just to be clear. But I really like BioLife. But there are loads of them. Like Asda has their own brand of vegan cheese, and there are other brands as well. Tesco has their own brand. Sainsbury's has their own brand. But anyway, this one, it's BioLife original flavor. So I like grating this and having it on crackers or having it in jacket potato or that kind of thing. And then
and that's a really good one. We're going to hold it there, and you're going to tell me some more ingredients there. Let's see if we can find this. I need to learn this Indian
here we
masala.
Go, playing. Oh, the sound's off.
I think the sound needs to be on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, anyway, that's me putting the water in the pan.
Okay, you can explain it.
I can talk about it, yeah.
But talk about it.
Yes. And then you can see the ginger, the masala, the tea's already right. So that's the tea. I use Clipper tea because, as you can see the packet, they're a really good brand, and their decaf tea is really good, and they come in bags which are not bleached and don't have chemicals, and it's decaffeinated without chemicals as well, or alcohol, which is really good. That's the masala, which I also make at home.
And then this is ground
you can hear me now.
Or cardamom. I'm putting about 1/3 of that in the pan as well. Okay, I've now cut this amount of ginger off the big wad of ginger that I had, and I'm going to cut that into small pieces using kitchen scissors and put it straight into the pan. Now, there's 2 ways I do this. Sometimes I actually add the milk in straight away and then let it all cook away on a low heat. I leave it for about 15 minutes. Other times I let this mix of the water and all the spices and the tea, I let that boil on this medium to high heat, and then I add the milk, and then I let it heat up a bit longer. So I'm going to use that way today. So as you can see, it's beginning to boil. I'll come back to filming once it's boiled and show you how much milk I add. In terms of the milk, I usually use this Oatly milk, or this oat milk by Oatly, and the long life version. But recently we've been using this semi version of it, the refrigerated one, and that's really nice. I'm going to use that today, but both of them actually are delicious. The semi one is actually a bit more creamier. So if you like creaminess in your tea, you probably prefer that one, or the whole milk one, which is even creamier, or further than that, the barista version, which is even more creamy. Okay, I've got a quarter of a mug of tea, even milk in there. I'm just going to add that straight into the pan.
So that would be the Oatly.
Right, now I'm going to leave that on the medium to high heat, because I haven't done it the other way where I just put all the ingredients in one go and put it on a low heat. And then I'll show you how that looks in. It's boiling away nicely. Okay, that's been boiling for a few minutes now, so I'm going to pour it.
So sometimes I cut the ginger up and sometimes I grate it. If you grate it, you get more flavor, which is actually a better way to do it. Yeah, and sometimes I blend it in advance and put it in the freezer and then chuck it in there.
And that's what I tend to do, yes, fresh ginger.
Yeah.
Yes.
No issues with milk. Everything is as it should be, and it tastes delicious. If I ever add sugar, I add this ginger sugar, which I'll add a jog in on it.
Oh, that's lovely. That's nice.
Use. I've thrown away the packet. I'm sharing a photo. You see, it says ginger at the top. So that's the one I put in tea. It tastes really nice.
Oh, that's lovely. Yes, thank you so much for sharing that. That was really nice. Thank you, Neil. Yes. So
yeah, thank you.
There, so a little bit of helping hand sounds great. So that tea looks delicious, actually, doesn't it? Look yummy. And I think the ginger is really, really important. I think if everybody who's making tea out there, they can add the ginger to their tea, and then of course maybe try out this wonderful dairy-free milk as well, oat milk. Try out the oat milk, which is really nice to have. Yeah, this is great. And you do a lot of coaching as well, don't you? You do a lot of coaching with all of this side of things. You help people become more plant-based, turn from non-veg to vegans, or whatever place they are at the moment. You say that is a very healthy option of how to live, etc. What do people get when they do coaching? I mean, what is that for? Because we're kind of coming to the end of this, so I thought this would be really interesting to find out, because there must be many people out there who may wish to make that change, but may need a little bit of a helping hand as well. Yes.
Okay, so I think it's about getting the support you need to be able to align your thoughts and your goals and put them into action also. So I've had clients who have come to me because they might already be vegan, but they're junk food vegans and they want to be eating healthier. So it's a whole process of transforming and making that shift from something to something. So it could be from them eating meat to going plant-based, or it could be they're already vegan, but they're an unhealthy vegan, junk food vegan, and they want to eat healthier. Or some of my clients, one of them was gluten-free and vegan, and she was like, I don't know how to do this. I can't eat gluten because I'm allergic or intolerant, but I don't want to eat animal products because of the ethics. So how can I do both? So we found ways for her to eat healthily, eat well without that much effort, but still tick both of her boxes. One which was, would make her physically ill if she ate gluten, and the other one which would make her emotionally upset if she had animal products. So it's that one-to-one, really understanding where you're at, where you want to go, and then helping you get there. I think that's the best way to explain it.
Yeah, I think that's really, really interesting, because when you're doing all this coaching side of things, sometimes it helps to transform people in such a positive way, and it
Yeah.
just needs somebody to be either educated, be made accountable slightly, or need
Yeah.
that helping hand where they need to just build up a bit of their willpower until they can make that shift in terms of their habits as well. So the coaches are normally very, very helpful in that way. And I know that I noticed there was a free guide that you have on your website as well, where if anybody perhaps didn't want the coaching but just wanted to get some tips, some nice recipes and some tips on veganism, can you tell us just a little bit of how people can get access to that free report, so our viewers, if they wish to find out more?
Yeah, literally, if they go to, I'm just going to check the link before I say it to you. So they go to plantshift.com and /vegan-guide. That's it. And then they'll email me, contact me through that to sign up for it. And then I'll send it to them. And it's really good because it shows you recipes and also non-food. And just quickly going back to food, can I just quickly show you these other few?
I'm sure she's being paid for this. This is just amazing, right? She's a really good ambassador for this. Please share.
So for those people who like stronger flavored cheese, this is a slightly newer product from ViLife, and it's called Epic Mature. So it has that stronger flavor, and it's really nice in lots of things. For cheese sandwiches, slices, which are really cool, right? And they also do a different flavor of these, which I can't remember what they are now, but this is the original one. And then mayonnaise came up when Anil and Sevani were talking before. So there's lots of different brands of vegan mayonnaise. This is one of them. And I really like this because I remember eating Hellmann's mayonnaise when I wasn't vegan, and I used to quite like that. And so now this is a vegan version and it's good. But there's lots and lots of other brands. And then just quickly, margarines. So a lot of people like to use spreads and don't know what to do. So if you like buttery tasting spreads, Vitalite is buttery, and a lot of people can't tell the difference. And if you don't like the buttery flavor, then this is a good one. There's quite a few. I've actually written an article about it on my website to show the different buttery flavored ones and the ones that don't taste that buttery. And then just one quick one, scrambled tofu. So a lot of people talk about
this is what I call passion in life. I love passion, you know. When you have passion for a topic, I think this is amazing. And really, I'm sure all our audience members will be loving this as well, because all these tips are really useful. And if they wanted to try out some of this, they can definitely, you know, make a little shift.
Exactly. So a lot of people talk about liking scrambled eggs and what can I do instead of that? So yeah, it won't be exactly the same, but it's a really cool substitute. So you can use this plain tofu, which I showed you before, to scramble it to make scrambled tofu, or you can use the Cauldron brand. I think they're the two main ones that I know of that are good to use for scrambled tofu. And this one is smoked. It's smoked flavored. It's really nice. I like this one. So I like, if I have scrambled tofu, I have this with just a bit of soy sauce, and it's just really delicious on its own. But you can do other things with it too. You can slice it up, put it in sandwiches. There's all sorts of things you can do. So they're my little.
Oh, that is so super helpful, really, Hina. And you know, I really thoroughly enjoyed this, because I'm sure the viewers out there as well, they've got so many great tips from you. And also not just this, but also to be able to go into the supermarket and try out some of these things to just see. And I think it's good to explore anything that makes your life a lot healthier. Then why not? And very shortly,
there you go. That's
that
a vegan
actually
guide.
is what I would feel like. Let me try out this plant-based. Yes, that's amazing. That is really good. Thank you, dear Neil, who's just shown us. A few people have asked for your website, so we've got some messages coming through, and some people have asked for that. So if you wanted to maybe just share it on your chat box today. And I'm sure that those people who are out there watching this on other platforms, can you tell us one more time what your website is, please?
Yeah, it's plant, like green plants, but without the S, shift, to make the shift.com. And then on there are recipes which are free and available. And there's also my recipe book. And, you know, we talked about coaching. If anyone wants to explore coaching without spending any money, just to see if it's worth their while, or if it aligns to what they want to do, then they can book a free clarity call, and then we can talk about if it's suitable for them.
Fantastic. So
yeah.
you're there to support anybody out there who wishes to rush out there to become vegans.
Yeah,
Just give a quick
absolutely.
no obligation call and she'll be able
Yeah.
to help us, our dear Hina. Hina, thank you. You've been so amazing. Thanks for joining us on the Healing Our Earth platform. You've been a super guest for us. And just like our other previous guests who've joined us, we're going to be moving on to our next host as well. So do stay tuned in because we've got some amazing guests still lined up for you. And our next guest, and I should say before they come on board, I should really invite our dear host, Varsha Mistry. So before we say that, global Namaste Hina, have a fantastic Easter and don't eat too many Easter eggs.
Thank you. Namaste.
Unless they're vegan.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Enjoy. Have a fantastic day. So we now have, and we're moving on to our next host. And this lady's amazing. I really love her. I absolutely admire her, actually. She's a really amazing lady and a super clever one, too. Not just amazing, not just super talented, but extremely intelligent. We have Varsha Kumari Mistry, who's joining us right now. She's the next host. You may have seen her previously if you've watched this show previously, but if you're new, then let me just introduce you to her. She works as a forensic practitioner with the Metropolitan Police. So she's been working for over 33 years on that platform. So she's been really doing great work out there. She also trained as a fingerprint expert, and she also is involved in examining lots of homicides and serious crime scenes. So she's not just a soft little teddy bear like she looks. So she's a tough cookie, this lady is. And as she moves on, she does also present lots of forensic evidence in court as well. Apart from that, she's also currently a deputy chairperson for the Metropolitan Police Hindu Association. And I've been to quite a few of their events and been really pleasure to see such fantastic events that she organizes, which is great for the community. And of course, she also is always involved in voluntary work, offering support to the, to the membership organization, to Healing Our Earth. So she's been one of our main advisors, and I would say somebody who's been really actively involved in bringing this Healing Our Earth to the whole world out there. So really great work. And look at her. It's all her information out there, all together for everyone to see. She's involved in welfare support of colleagues and promoting well-being. And as a proud mother of 3 children, which she doesn't look it because she looks so young, she's also, I think, a very spiritual person. So she is not just a mother, not just all these professional things that she does, but she's also very much in the heart of, I would say, working within the family as well as the career, which a lot of people out there find very difficult to balance. So this one lady knows how to balance herself in all of that. Now, before I go and talk about this whole book about Varsha Mistry, why don't we just call her and invite her to talk about herself and our other guests. Hello, dear Varsha. That was a long-winded way. I got really excited to interview, to bring you to our platform, and I got so super excited there.
Namaste, Jenny. Thank you for that warm welcome. Lovely introduction.
A global namaste, my dear Varsha. You are so amazing. Have you been having a good Easter day today? Have you been having a good Easter weekend?
Yeah, just today, just trying to catch the last bit of sunshine and listening to Hina's amazing presentation. Like, it's always an education, isn't it? Learning.
Absolutely. She was great. We saw your lovely smile, that big smile beaming when you were listening there as well, as always. So Varsha, you have some really great guests who are going to be you're going to be introducing now. So I am going to be moving from this side of the chair to watching it from the other side and watching you present these wonderful next guests of ours. So all to you now, and have a wonderful Easter from myself, and hope the rest of you all enjoyed these wonderful guests of ours.
Thank you, honey. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to see you, and thank you for all your support in so many ways to Healing Our Earth and indeed the Metropolitan Police Service. Very grateful to you. But yeah, I'm glad you can stay on, honey, and thank you for holding the reins so far and so well.
Thank you. I'm learning from wonderful people like yourselves. And actually, on our Healing Our Earth platform, we tend to find that Neil Kumar and our team that we have here helps us to really feel at home and really enjoy the experience of sharing this wonderful knowledge with the world and to educate, to inform, just like what you do with others as well. We're all part of the same family now, the Healing Our Earth family. So it's wonderful to be here. So enjoy the rest of the day, and I'll leave the platform all for you now, Varsha. A global namaste to you.
Global namaste. Thank you so much, lovely, lovely Honey. And yes, can I share that this is our 68th, yes, 68th online event and carried forward by Neil Kumar with his amazing resilience and energy and passion. So next Sunday, like every Sunday, is Healing Our Earth Day. So we will be celebrating our first anniversary, and we are here to spread love, bring unity, create harmony, share happiness with our global friends and growing family. So I hope you will join us. So you can, here we go. There's the invitation for you all. Bring your friends, bring your family, and we want to hear you sing. We want to hear you chant. We'd love for you to recite poetry and deliver your special first anniversary messages for all the Healing Our Earth family, and of course, especially Neil Kumar, who has just been doing an incredible job. So we hope we'll have the privilege of welcoming you. So as I say, we'll be here celebrating this huge, huge milestone to get us through this Corona era, and how challenging has it been in these unprecedented times. So you can catch us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, and indeed Twitter, where we'll be live streaming as well as on our website. So without further ado, we have an amazing, amazing lady who's waiting in the wings. There's no talent, there's no end to her talent, should I say. So she is indeed the nightingale of Healing Our Earth, and her name is Meena Trivedi. She's my Guruji, and as well as being an amazing singer, performer, music teacher, she's trained in classical Indian music and specializes in Bollywood songs, bhajans, ghazals, Ras Garba. Many of you will have seen her during our Navratri events. She was absolutely amazing as always. And of course, classical music. Meena has performed in various prestigious events and venues, including Trafalgar Square. Diwali in Trafalgar Square, as many of you will know, attracts a crowd of around 40,000 people. So yes, there she is. You can see Meena Ben's intro there. And on top of all of that, she's also a keen cook and regularly prepares various dishes for friends and family. She's looking forward to sharing with us her secret of ginger cake. We spoke about ginger just earlier in your tea. Now we're going to talk about it in cake. And this cake is really special because you don't have to bake it. So, Meena Ben, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Global Namaskar. Varsha Ben, how are you?
Global Namaste and a warm welcome to you. I'm very looking forward.
Thank you so much. I believe you're enjoying the sunshine.
Yes, I managed to get a little bit of it this afternoon, but I heard it's going to be a little bit chilly again tomorrow. So yes, I did manage to catch a little bit of it. So how's your weekend been so far?
So far, yes, so far, so good. I was looking forward to this evening because I'm going to demonstrate no-bake ginger cake for everybody.
Yeah, I'm intrigued how you do this.
Trust me, it's no-bake, but it tastes amazing.
Wow.
Yes. Before I start demonstrating the ingredients and how it works and all, I'm going to sing a few lines for you.
Wow! How
singing is my passion. I have to sing.
Excellent. Yes. I mean, we heard in a previous session, a cooking vegetarian kitchen session, how the vibrations in your mind and your attitude affect the food you are making. So this cake's going to taste delicious if you sing before you make it. So please take it away.
You said it very correctly, and this song actually is for you. तो जो मेरे सुर में तो जो मेरे सुर में सुर मिला ले संग गाले तो जिंदगी हो जाए सफल तो जो मेरे मन का घर बना ले मन लगा ले तो जिंदगी हो जाए सफल तो जो मेरे सुर में सुर मिला ले संग गाने तो जिंदगी हो जाए सफल तो जो मेरे सुर में. Did you get a hint here, Varshabin?
That was beautiful. That was absolutely
तो जो मेरे सुर में सुर मिला ले.
Yes, I'm trying.
Safal. So I would like you to sing a few lines as well very soon.
Oh,
because you are a wonderful singer yourself, Varshabin.
How do I follow that up, Minaben? I'm feeling the pressure here. Beautiful, as always, beautiful. So, yeah, thank you for that. It's always a pleasure being on with you.
No, definitely, I would like you to sing a few lines.
Wow.
So just prepare yourself. The ingredients of no-bake ginger cake is actually very, very simple. I've got some biscuits here, which are ginger biscuits. We call them ginger snaps. You get them very easily in all the supermarkets. And I have got some chopped or sliced strawberries, some blueberries, some decorations. That's caramel sauce. I just love caramel. And this is coffee water.
Wow.
This is coffee water. So these biscuits, right. And I have got some fresh cream here, which I already whipped with some icing sugar. Okay. And a little bit of pineapple essence, so it gives that lovely flavor of pineapple, and a few drops of vanilla essence. And that's how I have whipped. It's thick peak. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to dip each and every biscuit in this coffee water. The first one, I'm not going to dip it so much, just half of it I'm going to dip it purely because it gets soggy very easily, and we have to make them stand like this in a row. Okay, so if you dip it too much, it'll just collapse. So we have to be very, very careful. So I'm just going to dip it a little bit like this. That's the first one, that's why. Okay, do this and take a bit of fresh cream. As you can see, it's so basically you just spread some. Okay, so that was the first one. I'm going to leave it here for now. And it's a very quick thing. You can't dip it for a very long time. Okay, so I'm going to just dip, take it out. That's it.
Wow, that was quick.
Yes.
So with the coffee, Minaben, can it be any coffee or is it
any coffee of your choice? And the good thing is we don't need any sugar, butter, anything, because biscuits have sugar and butter, and so we don't actually need any sugar and butter. So how I'm going to do is I'm going to make them stand like this. Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they stand. And you can make as long as you want. depending on how many people there are in your family or how many guests you're going to have. So you really have to be quick. If you take a long time, if you leave it in the water for a long time, it will just collapse.
Right, right.
So
And
be careful.
how strong should the coffee be, Minabin? Does it have to be?
I am not a coffee loving person, so I have not made it too strong, as you can see. But if you like coffee, yes, you can make it as strong as you want. See, because I left it for a little bit longer, it went a little bit wobbly already. See, you can tell. And now dip, quick, quick, quick.
It's nothing like the smell of coffee, is there?
Yes, true. I'm not a coffee loving person, so.
Yeah, I have it. I have it when I need to make myself more alert.
Yes.
When there's been a late night, I tend to hit the coffee to get me through the day. I try not to rely on it too much, but yeah, I love the smell of coffee.
Many people do. See, this is how you generously spread fresh cream. That's actually double cream that I have whipped with some icing sugar and a few drops of pineapple essence and a few drops of vanilla essence. You can put any essence in there.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, if we were going to make this vegan, you just substitute the
Yes,
cream.
you can. Yes, you
I
can.
think those ginger nut biscuits are vegan anyway, from what I understand. So it's a really quick.
You can also spread soft cheese, which you can get vegan soft cheese as well, and you can make it vegan too.
Sure. So many alternatives available now. So it's really good.
We are spoiled for choice, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And sometimes, the vegan options even taste better than the other.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
We had some vegan burgers on our barbecue today, and I know my children often prefer those than the alternatives. So they're doing things really well at the moment, I'm pleased to say.
Why don't you sing a few lines, Varshabin? Are you ready now?
Oh dear. Gosh.
First we learned, which is Chandan Sabadan.
Gosh, I'm worried I might scare everyone away.
Oh, you have a beautiful voice, trust me.
Oh, bless you. You're very kind. Okay. Gosh, hadn't prepared
for long. So already it started to break.
Oh, wow.
That's absolutely fine. Baking can be actually quite messy.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely fine to. Yeah. Oops. Okay. Yes.
Looking amazing. It must be really good, like if you have a short notice visit from somebody to be able to put that together.
Right.
I'm always panicking when you get that phone call.
That's right, and it's so quick. It just doesn't need a lot of ingredients. You just need to have some fresh cream in the house, and biscuits. You can just store them.
Yeah. I'm always in a panic when you get that phone call.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
This is a quick dessert actually.
Yeah, it looks amazing already. So is this something you created yourself, or where does this inspiration come from, Minabin?
I watched something similar to this on YouTube.
Okay.
Just created my own.
They're the best recipes, aren't they? When you add your own twist to it. And I think during all these lockdowns, there have been so many different culinary aspirants and creativity emerging, and it's been wonderful. It's been absolutely wonderful. It's great that
absolutely wonderful.
Healing Our Earth are able to bring us, you know, all these tips and tricks and lovely recipes from across the globe. I think we're in Mauritius and Malaysia earlier on, and yeah, I think we're going to Hong Kong in a while. It's,
Wow.
it's such an education, these Sundays. Absolutely brilliant. But
Totally
that's
agree.
great, the way your biscuits are just standing up. Wow.
So basically, you just have to make them stand in a line.
Right.
And as I said, you can make them as long as you want, according to how many people you have to feed.
You know, I'm looking at that. I was just thinking that a lot of children, they love this thing that some shops sell that is called a caterpillar cake.
Yes. A bit like caterpillar, yes.
Everybody knows about the caterpillar cake. And I can see that you could quite easily turn that into a caterpillar cake quite easily. So clever. I love those ginger biscuits as well. I love ginger and everything. And like Honey was saying earlier, especially in the winter, you need.
Yes, ginger is actually very good for health.
Yeah, it's very warming. It's such a warming spice.
Very, very warming. Yes.
And so many health benefits. It's got anti-inflammatories and all sorts.
Yes,
so,
correct.
Yeah.
It helps a lot with coughs and
yeah, definitely. Definitely. Gosh.
Right, let's sing a few lines. Chandan Sabadan.
I thought you'd forgotten about that.
Sabadan, chanchal chitwan, धीरे से तेरा ये मुस्काना चंदन सा बदन चंचल चितवन. You can finish it now.
Oh, bless. Okay, right. I apologize for this. I'm nowhere near as good as Minaben, but who can say no to this lovely lady? No one can say no to her. So I'll try my best. मुझे दोष न देना जग वालों, मुझे दोष न देना जग वालों, हो जाए अगर दिल दीवाना, चंदन सा बदन चंचल चितवन.
Wow. See, Varshaben, you sang so beautifully.
You're very kind. I have a long way to go to catch up with you.
Well, it's a good start, isn't it? We all have to start sometime. Since this morning, I've been humming a song.
Okay.
I really don't know which film it belongs to, but I just love the words. Jo bheji thi dua, you must have heard it. किसे पूछूं है सा क्यों बेजुबां सा ये जहां है, खुशी के पल कहाँ ढूंढूं बेनिशा सा ये यहाँ है, जाने कितने लबों पे गिले हैं, जिंदगी से कई फासले हैं, बस जीते हैं सपने क्यों आंखों में, लकीर जब छूटे न आंखों में यूं बेवजह, जो भेजी थी दुआ वो जाके आसमां से यूं टकरा गई कि आ गई है लौट के सदा, जो भेजी थी दुआ वो जाके आसमां से यूं टकरा गई कि आ गई है लौट के सदा. किसे पूछूं है सा क्यों बेजुबां सा ये जहां है.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
Thank you. I have been humming the song since morning.
Gosh, I'm just wondering, like, would it help a person to sing if they eat loads of that ginger cake you're making? I'm trying to unlock your secret, Minabel. How do you do it?
Secret? There is no secret. Just sing while doing whatever you want.
Wow, that was amazing as always, and yeah, we never want you to stop.
Our caterpillar is taking shape. And this is a sandwich bag. I'm not using any piping bag or anything special. We all have sandwich bags at home, okay? So here's the sandwich bag. What I did, just to make it neat and not too messy, I'm going to put this half. I don't know if you can see, yeah. And I'm going to do this. See?
Wow, okay.
And I've got special, this is double cream as well, the same as what we had earlier, what we put in here. But the only thing is I've put some pistachio flavoring in there.
Oh, wow, okay.
And some, again, a few drops of, what do you call it? Vanilla essence.
Sure.
And this is slightly soft peak. This is thick peak and this is soft peak, because soft peak so that we can spread it easily.
Nice, okay.
So that's what I've done. And it's very easy to pour because first, I always use this silicone spatula. I just love it for my baking. So I'm going to put it just so that it's neat.
Right, of course.
Otherwise, baking can be really, really messy.
Oh, yes, I know.
Like this.
I never like washing up after I've done the baking.
See, it's so neat and clean. You don't even feel you're making a cake. Okay, it gives that nice green color.
Yeah. You're just using an ordinary sandwich bag. No need to invest in these amazing little piping tricks that you get.
As you can see, I have filled almost the whole glass.
And wonderful flavors you've got going on there. You have pineapple, Minabel, we have vanilla, and now pistachio with the ginger biscuits and coffee. It's sounding amazing.
Hopefully that should be enough, or I can put some more in there.
Gosh.
Because we have to cover our caterpillar.
Right.
And I've got scissors here. I'm just going to make a small hole.
Okay.
Very simple. You know, baking is actually very simple. So you just squeeze the sandwich bag like this. See?
Uh-huh.
I always loved cooking, baking, but I never thought I'll demonstrate one day. Thank you, Rishma, for giving me this opportunity.
It's going really
All you do is see, so that it spreads evenly. You can also do it with a spatula straight away. You don't have to use this. But I like to.
I'm just impressed that that's just held together with cream and you're managing to keep that construction intact. Because those biscuits can be a little bit heavy, can't they? So it's really impressive. You're an engineer, Mina Ben, as well as a singer and a baker.
I love baking, that's for sure.
It looks delicious. I just trying to imagine what those flavors must be like all together.
It tastes so nice. You are most welcome to have a slice. Come and have a slice.
Better times, definitely. You try and keep me away. We're nearly, we're nearly out of the woods now, hopefully.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are, hopefully.
In a few months, we'll have some normality. And I guess we really appreciate, all the little things that we've been taking for granted up to now.
Very true. Very true. Yes.
And literally seeing people just seems like such a huge luxury now, doesn't it? Like,
it is a luxury which we never valued before.
Yeah.
So basically, we have to cover the whole of, and then using the spatula, separate.
Oh, just spread it over.
And if you think you a little bit of water, you can.
Okay, so the water helps to smooth it over then.
It does, yes.
Thank you. We're learning something here. That's really interesting. So, you're using a spatula dipped in water to smooth,
just to smooth it, yes,
the freshly whipped cream. Does that keep along once you've made it? Is it something that you'd have to eat straight away, would you say, Minawel?
Sorry, say that again, Varshavi.
Is that something that is this cake something that you'd have to eat straight away?
No, you can leave it. Yeah, you can leave it for about 2-3 days, even in the fridge.
Really? Wow. Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So basically, a little bit of water. Oh, and that's coffee water.
Oh, is it?
Yes. The same coffee water that we used to dip the biscuits in.
Okay. And it's not colouring the icing at all, is it? It's not doing anything to colour the icing.
No, not at all.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Good. Right. Now I'm looking at that amazing fruit you've got there, and
yes, I've got some strawberries. You can put any fruit. It doesn't matter. Even kiwi would look nice. Some grapes would look nice.
Yeah, I can imagine. Could make it really colourful, couldn't you? Go
as colourful as you want.
It's just so nice that the like what you're making today, and what Hina was sharing earlier, that the eggless and the vegan and the vegetarian is definitely becoming like more commonplace now, whereas before,
yes,
before it was a struggle. Many years ago, it was quite a struggle to get hold of these things. I think we had one shop,
yes,
and every Saturday there was a huge queue outside to get birthday cakes. But it's really good that there's more creativity like you're demonstrating today, and so many alternatives available now, which gives you so much more choice, especially with the sweets and cakes. Looking very neat, Ben.
I'm trying my best. Just a little bit of water, not much.
Sure.
Just to smooth it out, that's it.
You just make it look so easy.
It is actually very easy. It is very easy. I guess you can use any biscuits, but they have to be hard because ginger biscuits are hard.
Yeah.
So you have to have any biscuit, but you can use any biscuit, but they should be hard.
Okay, to hold the shape, presumably.
Exactly. Otherwise, they become soggy very easily.
Sure. Yeah, that can be frustrating. I'm, by confession, a person who dunks their biscuits, and there's nothing worse when you lose it in your tea. But the ginger nuts generally do hold on, don't they? So for those of you who are just joining us, Minabel is making a cake that you don't need to bake. And what's gone in there so far is ginger nut biscuits. She's dunked them halfway in a coffee solution, and she sandwiched them with a whipped cream with pineapple and vanilla flavoring. And just by sandwiching them together, she's made a row of ginger biscuits, and now she just covered them with whipped cream, which has been flavored with pistachio. And so now we're going to decorate with some delicious fresh fruit. Strawberries we have there.
And you know what? I don't throw these leaves that are there on top of strawberries. They are I use them to decorate. So
can you eat them?
No, you can't. But I would just decorate them.
So add a bit of green, add a bit of color.
Like that. I would just use them to color. And these strawberries, I would put them on the side.
Amina was mentioning earlier that you can use any fruit. It doesn't have to be strawberries, but presumably soft fruit works best. Would you say, Minabe?
Yes, any fruit would do actually. Any fruits that you like.
So there
you can also put some grapes. You can also put some kiwis. Slice them just like this and decorate them as you like. Strawberries are nice. They give nice color. They're healthy.
Yeah, the berries are very good, aren't they? Full of antioxidants and vitamin C.
Correct.
We're all trying to keep our immunity at its optimum at the moment. So, yes. We're getting in as many berries as we can at the moment. I was listening to Hina speaking earlier about the masala tea and stricken without any dairy. It's so interesting.
Which is very interesting. I was listening to her, yes.
And just makes you think, like, I didn't think you could make chicken without dairy, but it's amazing what alternatives you have available to you now.
And you can give it a bit of a wipe if you think it's a little bit messy here.
Looks very neat and tidy.
Baking can be very messy, actually.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
you have the flour out and everything. It's it does get everywhere, no matter how hard you try.
Right. And I've got some blueberries here, and then I've cut them in halves like this. Right. So I'm just going to place them. Oops. They just give nice color. Plus, they are healthy.
Yeah, they're very healthy, aren't they? They're very healthy.
Very healthy. I just love them.
Are they in season right now?
Yes, they are.
Good.
You can also put some grapes if you don't have berries.
Sure.
You can be as innovative as you want in cooking, just like a singing. With singing, we can be as innovative as we want.
Wow. That's looking great, Mina. That looks amazing.
Thank you.
Wow. Very creative. Those sharp flavors must really complement all the you know, the pineapple and
I've got some sugar decorations. If you have a sweet tooth, you can just to give some more color, red, yellow, blue, green.
Gosh.
They just look nice.
Yeah.
Make these with little children as well. They'll really enjoy this.
I'm sure. Yes, it looks lovely.
It's fairly simple. Everybody can make this. And I just love caramel sauce. So at the end, I would just drizzle some caramel sauce. That gives nice flavor.
Wow. That looks really indulgent. Amazing. That looks amazing. Gosh.
It's nice. Now, I will show you how to cut it actually.
Okay.
Yes. So this cake, you should never cut them like this. If you cut it straight like this, you'll never be able to see the layers inside. Okay?
Right.
So you have to cut slanting like this, diagonally. Okay, so I'm just going to show you what it looks like. Oops.
There is an art to cutting the cake, isn't there?
It is. But I think because it's too fresh, that's why it's
Mm.
collapsing. It's too fresh. You to actually put it in the fridge for an hour or so.
Okay.
But you can see some how do you call it? Some layers here.
Sure.
Not very perfect though, but because it's really fresh, otherwise you can see some layers here.
Ah, okay. So
Yeah.
that's a good tip for all fresh cream cakes, I presume.
That's right. You just have to let it set in the fridge for an hour. But I thought I'll show you how it looks, but it didn't come out very well because we have to set it first.
It
for an
looks
hour.
delicious. It looks absolutely
Everything
amazing.
sets perfectly, and then you can, when you cut in slanting, it just, you can see the layers.
Sure. Oh wow, that's you learned so much there, Mina. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you so much.
And your tip of using the sandwich bag to pipe the icing, that was really, really useful because yeah, there might be people who might avoid that because they don't think they've got the right equipment. But you shared so many of your tips with us kindly. Thank you so much. And
Thank you so much. Thank you for singing the song as well with me.
thank you for bearing with my singing.
No, you were amazing as usual.
No, thank you for singing for us and sharing your wonderful recipe. I'm sure loads of people will be trying that at home. So could we just quickly do a recap again of what you did there, Mina, for those who are just catching up now? Maybe
Yeah, sure. I used ginger snap biscuits and I had some coffee water. All I did was dip the biscuits in coffee water quickly, and spread some whipped double cream on top, and just make them stand in a line, and then cover it with another set of double cream with any flavor that you like, and then top it up with any fruits that you like. You can also put anything. It really doesn't matter how you decorate your cake. It really doesn't matter. So that's how it is.
Amazing, amazing. Well,
It's
thank you so much.
fairly simple. Yeah.
That was wonderful, and definitely something I'll be trying. Thank you so much for sharing that with us and for singing with us. That's always welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Please do stay with us, and we hope to see you again with another one of your amazing recipes, and indeed with your beautiful voice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Global Namaste.
Namaste. Global Namaste. Thank you so much. So that was our amazing Meena Trivedi with her no-bake ginger cake. It looks delicious. I'm feeling really, really hungry now. So without further ado, we have a very special lady who's going to talk to us about being healthy for life. Her name is Carla Halford. Before I introduce her, I'd just like to welcome Carla. Carla, are you with us? How are you today?
Hello, namaste. Thank you very much for having me. I'm
Oh,
very excited to be involved with the global health team.
a warm global welcome to you, and namaste, dear Carla. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. If I may take a few moments to tell people about your amazing skills and capabilities before we bring you on. Is that okay?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So let me tell you, Carla has been in practice for no less than 30 years. Yes, for 30 years, she's been working in the technical team of a leading supplement manufacturers for 10 years. She also went to Indonesia to work on a high-end spa in Bali for 2 years, working internationally with individuals to help them improve their health. Now, Carla continues one-to-one consultations to help people regain their health and balance. She holds a qualification from the Institute for Optimum Nutrition and a postgraduate degree. She also she works with Optimum Nutrition, and it never ceases to amaze her what big changes can happen through dietary improvement. So it's literally that theory of making food your medicine, but just knowing how to do it. So with these dietary improvements, streamlined for a specific individual, you can really make that difference. The natural state of the human body is wellness. Our bodies are built from, fueled by, and repaired by food.
You're taking my first introduction.
Okay.
Sorry. No, you keep going, because you're probably doing it better than me.
Oh, no, not at all. Okay, so I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to let Carla take over and just share with us the benefits of treating food as medicine and eating a certain way. So without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to welcome dear Carla Halford. Thank you, Carla. The floor's yours. So please share with us.
Thank you, Washa. I just kind of picked up on what you said about eating in a certain way. And I would say that it's eating in a healthy way, and it doesn't have to be too complicated or too difficult. I think it's kind of a normal way. I love working as a nutritionist on a one-to-one basis and helping people get better. And yes, it does always, it really does sincerely surprise me how quickly people can react. The worse your diet, the better you'll react, which is quite interesting. So it's absolutely scientifically true that what we eat affects every single cell in our body. Now that seems kind of obvious, but nobody ever thinks about it. And I often wonder why people don't really take that on board, or they don't think about it. And I think it's because we're eating all the time. You know, it's like over and over and over and over again. So it's just kind of almost, for a lot of people, it's automatic.
Sure.
But you are what you eat. And you can, by eating good foods that are specifically for you, because some people do have allergies, you can actually change your genetic tendencies, which is really important. And that's quite powerful. So plant chemicals are very powerful. And for instance, garlic, one of the plant chemicals in garlic is the strongest antimicrobial known to man. How simple is that?
When you say antimicrobial, Carla, for those who might not be familiar with the term, how does that benefit us?
Well, it can be antifungal or antibacterial.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And also purple foods contain anthocyanidins, which are anti-inflammatory. So you can get purple onions, you can get purple cabbage, you get purple grapes. You know, start noticing around you, you know, the colors of foods, because a rainbow diet, you know, that was kind of became popular quite a few years ago. But it's good to have a broad diet, not eat the same things all the time. So if you think about having a rainbow diet and, you know, different colors of food, like, you know, you've got red peppers and yellow peppers, you know, they all contain different things. Another thing I wanted to talk about was our gut bacteria. It's also termed microbiota, microflora, microbiome. It's all the same thing. And it's a fascinating, fascinating subject. And they are really, really steaming ahead with fascinating research done. So we all have about 4 pounds of bacteria in our gut, and they're good guys and bad guys. And the quote, bad guys are supposed to be there. So what you always want is a balance. And the repeated use of particularly antibiotics and steroids can really throw things out of balance. And also a poor diet will throw it out of balance. I mean, I have occasionally met people that don't eat vegetables, which that always surprises me. And also it's recently been found that there is a definite link between your gut and your brain.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, when you think about when you're anxious, you get butterflies in your stomach.
True.
But there's all, you know, there is a definite link, and that kind of kicks on to, there's a link between your gut bacteria and depression. And that's what that's what they're finding. I mean, it's so fascinating. It's really interesting.
Wow. So we're really looking at the whole functions of the body in a holistic manner through diet. So, you know, in this challenging corona era, there have been significant mental health concerns.
Yes.
So if you were suffering from depression, let's say, what could you do to in your diet to improve it? Or would you say it's a tailored approach for each individual?
Oh, I would say get outside.
Okay.
And I wouldn't have, I'd probably avoid having stimulating food like coffee and a lot of coffee. I'd probably drop the sugar. They've also found that people that get depressed have got a different microflora profile, as do people that are obese and people that are diabetic. So, and you get your gut bacteria when you're born, you pick it up from your mother. And we all have an individual profile. What helps gut bacteria is fiber and fermented foods. And I want to talk about that a bit further, but basically the fiber comes from vegetables and from whole grains and fermented foods. There are a lot of different fermented foods around. Kimchi has recently become popular. It's Korean and it's absolutely yummy. You can make it yourself. It's really, really simple. It's incredibly simple. You know, the recipes are online.
Does it take very long to make kimchi, would you say?
No, I'll try to go through it really fast. You get Chinese cabbage, you chop it up, you soak it for a couple of hours in salt water, and then you rinse it 3 times, and that's the difficult part.
Okay.
Right? And then you squeeze the water out and you put all your spices in. And then you put in, you can put in grated carrot, you can put in shallots, not shallots, spring onions. And there's a certain type of Korean chili pepper, which I don't use that much. You can use as much as you like. You can make it very, very hot. And they also put radishes in.
Right.
And then you just let it sit for two weeks. That's all.
Is that in the fridge? You presumably
No, you put it in a sealed jar and put it somewhere dark.
Okay.
And in 2 weeks, you've got a delicious, like, condiment, really.
Wow, that's interesting. Now, I'd just like to take you back. You mentioned spices and like how spicy can you go in terms of still remaining beneficial to your gut bacteria? Is it, can you be like,
I don't think spices have a bad effect on your gut bacteria. In fact, you mentioned I was living in Indonesia. Where I was living, they ate loads of chili. And that was chili will kill, you know, bacteria and parasites if you eat a lot. I can't eat a lot. It's not my, you know, I wasn't born to it.
No.
But it won't have, because, you know, it's basically stops in your stomach, really. I mean, it goes through as chili, and some people are allergic to it, but chili is actually can be quite beneficial. And ginger, you mentioned that earlier. You can put ginger in your kimchi.
Okay.
Which is nice.
Yeah, ginger seems to be a star of the show today.
Yeah. Well, it's good. One thing about ginger is you mustn't peel it, because a lot of the goodness, a lot of the healing properties are in the skin.
Oh, wow. Gosh, I didn't know that. I have ginger in my tea every day. So
Brilliant.
if I was wash the outside and then...
That's brilliant. Yeah.
Gosh, thank you.
And I also wanted to mention some vegan, vegetarian superfoods. And of course, number 1 is vegetables.
Okay.
But then we've got miso, which I absolutely love miso. Miso is it's Japanese and it's a fermented, it's like a paste. And it's soya and grains. And you can buy it in a paste or you can buy it in a powder, and you can just make a soup out of the powder. And it's fermented, so it supports your gut bacteria. It has good bacteria in it. And it also helps the body to detox, and it helps clear radiation out of the system.
Wow.
Which is quite, you know, quite amazing. And in the West, we say an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Well, apparently the Japanese say eating miso every day keeps the doctor away.
So would you have that on a daily basis?
I just love it. I love it. Okay. I mix it with tahini, which is it's like peanut butter, but it's made out of sesame, which is high protein, and it also has a lot of calcium in it.
Oh, okay.
So I mix the two together, and I make a paste, and I can put that on crisp bread, or you can use it, add water, and you can make something like a sauce to put on vegetables.
That's really interesting. So you know, you can completely avoid the, you know, the butters and the margarines and have something that's filled with calcium, and that's good for your gut as well. And it's lovely that you've suggested the sesame paste, the tahini, because those who are trying to cut out dairy will probably benefit from having this instead as a calcium substitute.
Sure. I mean, leafy greens are very high in calcium, and so are almonds. So that's important. Another good food is chia seeds, because they support the lactobacillus, which is a name of one of the good gut bacteria, little guys. And they're high in fiber and high in protein, and they're used to make puddings, because you soak them, you know, in almond milk, or, you know, something like the vegetarian milk, and you can add, there are lots of recipes. My recipe didn't turn out wonderfully, but
it's to me all the time.
I ate it anyway.
It happens to me all the time. So, Kale, you know, the chia seeds. So, you mentioned they're good for protein as well as calcium. How much should
just protein?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
protein.
Yeah.
So, how much should one have a day? Let's say.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, I would think like a teaspoon a day, but if you make a pudding, you make it with 3 tablespoons, but you're not going to have that pudding every single day.
Right.
One of the really important things is you want a broad diet, and people, you know, people get bored and they're busy. They do the same thing every day. Well, you know, more or less.
Yeah, it's convenient and you get bored. I think that's
yeah. It's
to evolve.
It's tricky. Quinoa is also very good. That comes from South America.
Right.
Yeah, that's high protein and low carbohydrate.
And I think the important thing with these high protein foods is, like, when you do become vegetarian or vegan, it's really difficult to find those foods that keep you feeling full. You know, I could quite easily get through a loaf of bread and then still feel hungry afterwards. But I think you've hit the nail on the head, that it is the protein that we need. So it's great that you're suggesting things like quinoa.
You know, being vegetarian is a responsibility, because, you know, you can't just eat cheese and, you know, rice and cheese and, you know, I mean, I'm not talking vegan, I don't know how strict, but, you know, vegetarianism, you really do have to keep an eye on what you're eating if you want to have a healthy diet.
And how difficult or easy would you say is to remain healthy as a vegetarian or a vegan? And what would you advise people in terms of necessary supplements if you make that switch?
Well, you know, I have to be honest about supplements. You get what you pay for, and the government has been trying to legislate for a long time to bring the supplement companies into line, and they haven't done it. And there's been a lot of you know, arguments about it, but there are a lot of cowboys in the business. So I would say with supplements, you get what you pay for.
Sure.
There's certain companies that are good. I obviously can't mention them. And you know, I mean, if I recommend supplements, it's very much on an individual basis. I would just say maybe get a good multivitamin.
Right.
You know, I mean, there's certain, yeah.
I know, like B12 is the thing that, you know, most people are advised to boost on. And is it correct that as a vegan, you can't source enough of it to maintain a balanced diet, would you say?
Well, you could certainly take a supplement then.
Sure.
And I would, brewer's yeast is a good source. And also B12 is part of the B complex, which I don't know how many, there are about 15 in the B complex. So it will absorb better if you eat the whole complex.
Okay.
together. Yeah.
So, so rather than just single out the B12, it's good to have the full range.
Yeah, I would say I would say, maybe add a B complex every now and again. I mean, I don't like to ask people to spend money on vitamins, which they're awfully expensive if you buy the good ones.
Yeah, they definitely are. And if you don't know what is good and what isn't, you could quite easily be wasting quite a lot of money as well. I think
absolutely. And what's really sad is that if people buy the ones that aren't good, they completely lose their faith in using them. And I can tell you, if someone knows what they're doing with supplements, it's a very, very effective way of healing people.
Sure. Now, I read in your profile that you've helped people with heart diseases, diabetes, and many other conditions. So in terms of changing your diet, how soon can one expect to see results? Is it months? Is it years? What would you say?
If it's a really bad diet, you'll see results quickly.
Okay. Can we say quickly how?
Well, I'd say, literally a couple of weeks. But you see, I only tell people what to do. They have to do it themselves.
That's the hard bit.
And it is hard to make changes, and eating's a habit.
Yeah.
It is. So, sometimes people really have to hit the wall before they're willing to make changes, which is, not so good.
It's encouraging. It's encouraging that in a matter of weeks.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's feeling better. I mean, you're not going to cure heart disease or diabetes. I would really love to talk about sugar because it's one of my obsessions. I ate absolutely masses of sugar as a child. And, we didn't know any better, or they didn't know any better in those days. And luckily, I became a nutritionist and I avoided I'm sure I would have been diabetic by now. And, sugar is everywhere. The food industry they put sugar even in beans, So they're kind of twisting our taste buds a little bit. And, all this sugary type of food is on display next to the cash, when you go to pay and etc. There are sugar substitutes you can use.
Right.
Stevia, xylitol, and erythritol. Now, these you can use in cooking. You can put it in tea. In all honesty, I would suggest people try to get used to not having sugar, because you do after a while, you definitely lose the taste for it. But, if you want to do it slowly, you can get these, which they don't affect your insulin levels.
Right. Okay.
Which is really important because, diabetes starts with low blood sugar or hypoglycemia. And so many people that come to see me are hypoglycemic. I mean, over 90%.
Gosh.
And it's kind of a vicious circle, because if you're hypoglycemic, you get certain symptoms that get better when you eat sugar.
Okay.
Because when you eat, I'm just looking at the time. How are we doing? Okay.
Okay, we have time.
A few minutes. Okay, so when you eat sugar and sweets, your body releases insulin, right? That's what it's supposed to do. The insulin pushes the sugar into the cells where it's supposed to be so it can be digested. And if you're eating a lot of sugar, like this could happen 4 times a day. So you're constantly getting insulin going up to deal with the sugar. It deals with the sugar and it goes down again. And when it goes down, you might feel a bit headachy or tired, anxious, sweaty sometimes, even thirsty. And the first thing that'll help you is sugar, because it's, it's putting your insulin up again. And it's absolutely, really the worst thing you can do is have more sugar. And it's the path to diabetes. And you know, I don't understand why the doctors don't explain this to their patients, because it's super simple to regulate. You know, at first stop eating a lot of sugar. And if you do eat a lot of, well, if you want to have something sweet, have it with a meal. So the food that's already in your stomach will buffer that, you know, piece of cake.
Ah, okay. So it's okay to have a certain amount of sugar.
Yeah, of course.
In a certain way, you can have it where it creates the least amount of damage. So at the end of a meal, perhaps you might have a small dessert, and that's better.
It definitely depends on the person, and also, you know, dates don't have a negative effect on your insulin. They don't promote insulin release. And dark chocolate is good.
Okay.
And I also tell people to you can make your own halva.
Okay.
You can mix tahini and almond butter and honey.
Okay. Wow.
And make your own. That's quite healthy because that's high calcium too.
Sure. So you know, you get those, I don't know if you've seen them, those sugar snaps. They're like peanut brittle, but with sesame seeds. Would you say they're okay, or is that too high?
I'm sorry, they're like, you mean the sesame things that are about that big?
That's it. Yeah, those.
That's just glucose syrup and sesame.
Okay.
Meal.
I'm just trying to think how else we can incorporate more sesame seeds in in a tasty way. Now that you've explained the calcium aspect, because I have been vegan, and that calcium is the one thing that does bother me.
Leafy greens, almonds.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
And in terms of so if we look at a glass of milk and the calcium in that glass, what would be the equivalent in vegan terms?
My goodness. To be honest, milk isn't that easy. It's not that easy to absorb calcium out of milk.
Really? God.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
That's the reason that, you know, from childhood you were told to have milk.
Yeah. Well, it contains protein.
Okay.
Right. One little tip is, if you find it difficult to digest nuts and seeds, soak them overnight.
Okay.
And that'll help you digest them.
Okay. And that's another source of calcium as well?
Yeah. Yeah, nuts and seeds. Tahini, and you can also get almond butter. You can get nut butters.
Okay.
You know, another thing that's important, and it's I don't know. I mean, I find it interesting, but I'm a label reader.
Right.
I read all the labels. So all you have to do is pick up a jar of tahini or a jar of almond butter or cashew butter and read how much calcium's in it.
Okay, right. Yes. And how much should you be having a day? Because I'm entirely clear on that. I don't know if anybody else has that concern, but calcium is the worry, along with protein, I'd say.
Is it? Okay, well, I mean, you could have it every day, but it depends on the quantity. And don't forget, you're eating fat.
Yeah, that's the other thing, isn't it? Especially with
it depends how well you digest fat.
Sure.
Some people don't tolerate fat too well, but you know, I would say you could have, you know, probably 2 tablespoons a day. Don't quote me on that, or don't hold me to that, because as I said, I deal with individuals, but you know, it's not that much. You know, you can spread it on a piece of bread.
Of course. Okay.
Or you know, make a sauce out of it. in which case you'd probably use more.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they're great swaps for, you know, your ordinary butter or margarine, you know, that they have. They don't have empty calories.
No, margarine.
Okay, tell us about the horrors of margarine. Why should we avoid margarine, Carla?
Because margarine's a totally man-made product. Your liver doesn't even recognize it as a food. And they say now that margarine doesn't have any trans fats in it. Well, trans fats are very, very dangerous. Trans fats are damaged polyunsaturated fats. Polyunsaturates are vegetables, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, that's another reason why you want to be careful what kind of oil you cook with.
Sure.
Because if you heat polyunsaturates, they tend to go off. And if they go off, they will affect you on a cellular level and cause oxidation. So cold pressed oils are the best, and you don't want to heat vegetable oils. And that was the thing about margarine, is because they were heating it up to get the oil out of the seeds to make the margarine. Now they use, I believe they use a chemical process to do it. But it's just not, you know, as a vegan, you're going to have to use nut butters.
Okay.
Rather than butter or margarine.
Really interesting and good to know, because just earlier on we were looking at all the alternatives to butter.
Yes.
Yeah. Gosh, it's interesting to know how it's produced, and not very natural from what I'm hearing.
It's appalling. You know, you go into a supermarket and the whole aisle is margarine, because people thought if they ate margarine, they wouldn't get heart disease. That was how it was sold.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. But yeah, so gosh. Okay, so nothing else on the bread. No, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're demystifying all our facts for us, and you know, helping us to make the nutritious choices rather than what we believe is healthy. And clearly,
it's really important, you know. It's so I don't know. I think it's a commonality. It's because we eat every day. I don't just think people don't think about it.
No, and I think it's what you mentioned earlier as well, that it is those habits and you know, creating beneficial ones and moving away from and I think that today, just listening to you for this short time, you know, I feel like I've been misled in so many ways, or you know, just wrongly assumed so many things. So it's been a incredible education, and I definitely will be making those you know, changes towards you know, definitely. So when you were talking about sugars earlier, and you mentioned dates and stevia, again, I'm guessing that there needs to be some moderation in terms of how much you should be having. So what would you say is a healthy quantity without you know, breaking the limits and doing just as much damage?
I suppose it depends a lot on what you're doing. It depends on your metabolism. It depends on your genetics. But I would just suggest that people, you know, because sugar is nice. I have a theory that we crave sugar because we're the only mammals besides fruit-eating bats and guinea pigs that we don't manufacture our own vitamin C. And vitamin C is found in sweet fruits. Right. And I just kind of made that up, that we want sugary sweet things because of this need for vitamin C, but it's gone way out of the fruits, you know, onto, you know, sweets. So how much sugar can we eat a day? As little as possible.
Okay, so could you, like, if you were to avoid it altogether, is that a good thing to do?
Well, it's a very interesting test. I did that once, I mean, I do eat sugar. I eat sweet things occasionally. I try not to, but I do. But once I went a couple of months without having any sugar. And when I tasted it again, it was like, ugh. But I soon got used to it again.
Yeah, it's too easy to do. I think I know exactly what you mean. I did go through that journey myself, and yeah, it is awful. But and the other thing I wanted to ask you is there are a lot of books and magazine articles with diabetes suggesting it is possible to actually reverse diabetes. Have you seen this to be possible, or would you say that's possible at all?
I would say you have to be very, 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 very careful, and you need to do it with professional help. It depends what kind of drugs you're on. It's illegal for me to take anybody. No alternative practitioner or can take people off of drugs. That's illegal, and I would never, ever do that. And you would have to get permission from your doctor to start trying to do something like that. But yes, it depends on the person. It depends how long they've been diabetic. If they haven't been diabetic for very long, that's more probable. They might be able to pull themselves back into something more normal. I know two people that suddenly turned up with their friends. They suddenly got type 1 diabetes and they're both injecting insulin.
Wow, gosh.
I mean, that's like bam, just like that.
Presumably,
I wouldn't dream of doing anything about that.
No, no, that would be concerning, definitely. So, like in terms of if you can't, if you've been diabetic too long, let's say, and reversal is probably not a realistic option in terms of bringing your sugar levels down, or the severity of your diabetes down. Would you say cutting out sugar is the best first step to take? What else could you do, would you say?
It also depends if you're measuring your glucose levels every day.
Okay.
And there's also something called chromium, which helps with glucose levels, but you can't just go and buy it, You've got to be working with someone that knows what they're doing.
Okay.
And B vitamins are involved in diabetes as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's complicated and it's dangerous because diabetes is dangerous. It's just, my thing is helping people avoid getting too far down that road.
Prevention's definitely sure. If you know how to do that, if you get the right level of support.
Yes.
So gosh,
the red flags, I suppose, and how can you? The way the food industry is hard. The food industry is constantly pushing it in our face.
Absolutely, gosh. Well, Carla, I've learned so much in that short space of time, and I really wish I could talk to you for so much longer. So if people would like to seek personal guidance and advice from you, how can they look you up? Do you have
I have a website.
Okay, would you like to share that, please?
Oh, it's carlahalfordnutrition.com.
Okay. And where are you based, Carla?
Near Birmingham at the moment.
Okay. So
I also work in London because I go down there and stay.
Right. Okay. So if people wanted to get a consultation from you, would they need to come and see you personally, or can that be done remotely?
Well, at the moment it's remote, but I prefer to see people face to face, and I will be doing that again.
Ah, brilliant. Okay, so that was incredibly enlightening and so important. Thank you for all that you've shared with us, and it's incredible that your gut health can affect your mental health, and yeah, it's just the damage that sugar does. It's really educational. The MISO, including.
Thank you very much for your intelligent questions.
No, thank you for building them so well. It's been a huge pleasure having you with us today, Carla.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Well, stay safe, and I hope we'll have the pleasure of welcoming you again, Carla. Take care, and on behalf of Neil Kumar and the entire Healing Our Earth team, God bless you, and namaste, and thank you again for being with us.
Take care of yourself, Warsha.
Take care. Bye-bye. Wow, so that was Carla Halford. What an education there. So without further ado, from New Birmingham, we are now going to take you to Hong Kong. Yes, we've got our wonderful Seema Bhatia with us. I hope, Seema ji, are you with us?
I am, Varsha ji. A very warm global namaste to you.
Global
namaste.
namaste.
Team at Healing Our Earth. How are you?
Very well, delighted to see you again. Thank you so much for joining us. And before we delve into what amazing spring exciting learning you've got for us today from your kitchen, I'd just like to share a little bit with us global friends about the amazing work you're doing, a little bit about your background. So
thank you.
Seema was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya. Her culinary interest developed at an early age, founded on family food business. Extensive travel in Africa, India, and Southeast Asia have allowed her to follow her culinary passion and grow her knowledge on the effects of food, mind, and body. Spring is that perfect time of year that represents a chance of rebirth. Yes, indeed, it's the time of growth right now, tossing off the old body and birthing the new one. The perfect time to reset, rejuvenate, and recommit to healthy habits so that our body and mind can transition with the seasonal changes. So in this session, Seema will be sharing with us Ayurveda and spring, the Kapha season, Ritucharya, the importance of aligning ourselves with the seasons and nature. So, Seema ji, if you want to learn a bit more about her work once we're done, she's on www.facebook.com/pranayam. So, Seema ji, you're going to speak to us and share with us what we should be doing in spring. So what are we doing today?
So yes, I will be sharing with you what we should be doing in spring later. I have a presentation ready for all of you. But it's such a beautiful time of the year. You see all the buds and blossoms outside. It represents rebirth, creativity, energy, and getting out with the old and in with the new, right? That's why we always have the terminology spring cleanse. Right? So you spring clean your home and you spring cleanse yourself. And spring is the perfect time of the year to do this cleanse, actually and detoxify. Now, traditional Chinese medicine celebrates spring as the time of the wood element, okay? Just as a tree has to be strong and adaptable with all the challenges it faces, so should we. So the wood element is actually very strongly related to the liver and the gallbladder. And in spring, we're already naturally detoxifying all the kapha or the earth water element as per Ayurveda. I'll discuss that later. That has been stored in our body due to all the festive cuisine that we've been having over the holidays, begins to liquefy. Just as ice begins to liquefy outside, the kapha begins to liquefy within. So it's the perfect time of the year to detoxify, and there's several ways of doing that. But before I get into all that detail, I really want to go first into the recipe. So today I'm going to be showing you Thai-inspired spring pea soup and I'm going to show you on all the elements of spring salad. So let's start with the soup. Okay, and I'm going to be working on a medium-low flame here. And this, I have a very moody induction cooker here, so I'll be playing around with the temperatures. Please forgive me.
That's okay. Simati, you mentioned spring pea soup. So is that the same as mange tout, or is that a different type of pea?
I'm just using garden green peas, no mange tout right now. Okay, just spring garden green peas, and we're going to be bringing more elements of spring into it with arugula, which is a great detoxifying element for spring. Actually, if you can get dandelion greens, which are cholagogues, I never say this correctly, cholagogues, which are actually liver detoxing foods because they pull the bile down from your body, that would be ideal. But I just couldn't find them. I went up to the greengrocer over here, this old man with a hat and everything. I said, please, can you get them for me? He said, look, I'm trying to get them for you from the Covent Garden Market, but I'm just not able to. So the perfect substitute is arugula. So we're going to bring these elements of spring into this soup and balance it out. It's all about balance. Okay. You know, Ayurveda emphasizes a lot about balance. It says two things. You are as strong as your Agni, your digestive fire, okay? If your Agni is weak, that's when you're going to get diseases and immunity issues, etc. And the other element is Ritucharya. You have to align yourselves with the rhythms of nature. Spring it is, spring produce it is. Summer it is, summer produce it is. That's the way it is. And that's the way you can strengthen your metabolism, you know, fire up your Agni, keep yourself healthy and strong. This is the direction that Ayurveda emphasizes on. But I have that all on the PowerPoint. So why don't I start with the soup? What do you say? Because we have to actually get the soup going and then wait for it to cool down a little bit so I can blitz it up in the blender. And while it's cooling down a little bit, I'll show you how to do the salad. Is that okay?
That sounds like an excellent plan. Yes, take it away.
Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm working on a medium to low flame here. And I'll walk you through the ingredients. Now, whenever you're starting a soup, okay, you start with a base. And the base that I like to begin with is a mi pois. So it's actually a number of diced vegetables that bring all this aroma and fragrance into your stews or your soups. So we're working with olive oil over here, not extra virgin, just light olive oil. And I'm going to go with 2 tablespoons.
Sure.
Not too much. I'm going to get that out of the way. Now, there's something very interesting about the mi pois that I want to share with you. And I wrote it down because I'm very forgetful. So it dates back to the 18th century. And it derives its name from the cook from an aristocratic employer of the cook of Charles Pierre Gaston Francois de Lévis du de Lévis mi pois. So it's named after a gentleman whose cook actually derived this melange of diced vegetables. So mi pois traditionally is onion. We're going to bung that in. Okay. Carrots. Okay. You bring it. And celery. Okay. And you really do get this fantastic aroma whenever you're doing your stocks, your broths, etc. They normally start with a mi pois. Now, because it is spring and I want to bring the element of spring into this, sorry, I just have to, into this soup, I'm going to put in some diced spring onions because I love them. Okay, I'm going to turn this up a notch. And you're just going to saute this down very lightly. Okay. Now this is a spring soup, but we're not going to add coconut into it because spring is the season where you're in the midst of the wintry kapha season and the passionate fiery pitta season. And it's predominantly kapha, earth, water element. So you don't want to aggravate kapha, right? You want to actually eliminate kapha. So if you use coconut milk, it does tend to be oily and can aggravate kapha. So I'm working with almond milk over here today. So it's purely vegan. It's a purely vegan recipe.
Excellent.
And you can really smell these elements coming through. Now, as I go along, Bashaji, my creative juices get flowing, and then my ideas all come back to me. So another thing you could add into this meatball, if you wanted to take the soup one step further, is you could add in some bay leaf.
Okay.
You get these lovely fresh bay leaves here in the UK, and they're fantastic. So we're just going to keep sauteing this down. We want the onions to get a bit translucent. So what I'm going to do is, at this stage, I really don't like adding salt into my food beforehand, but just to pull all the liquid out of the onion, I'm going to add in some Himalayan pink salt.
Okay. Simon, you mentioned the use of fresh bay leaves. In terms of flavors, would you say there's a big difference between the fresh ones and the dry?
I think the fresh ones bring in a lot more pizzazz into the dish. Okay. However, bay leaf will always give you a lot of earthiness, into anything you bring. We put it into our curries as well, right?
Yep.
But because I'm spoiled for choice here in Oxford. I have this wonderful green grocer down in Summertown, and he has everything from cereal to fresh thyme to fresh bay leaf. So if you can get it fresh, why not, right?
Okay, right.
It's like my mom used to say, if you get fresh curry leaves, always use the fresh curry leaves over the dried ones because the flavor is always more intense.
I have a bay tree in my garden, and when I'm
jealous.
Yeah,
I'm jealous. I'm very jealous.
And I I got it for decorative reasons, but when the recipes say add a bay leaf, I'm just wondering how transferable like the dry one is to a wet one, or vice versa. So I think I'll just go with it now, having listened to you. Just go with the fresh one.
Okay, you can see the onions are cooking down. I'm going to add in some garlic.
Okay.
Some fresh garlic, just 1 clove. I'm going to put this recipe up on the Healing Our Earth website.
Wonderful.
I'll type it up and put it up. Okay.
Great.
And we're just going to keep sauteing this down a little bit. We're just going to wait for those aromas to come through. Okay. I keep stirring. Everybody asks me, why do you keep stirring? So I'm not working with a non-stick pan.
No.
I'm working in steel, and I don't want it to get stuck to the bottom, and I want to use as less oil as possible.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. I really work with my sense of smell and my sense of sight. Cooking is all about your senses, right? You use your sense of sight, your sense of taste, your sense of smell.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's you yourself will know when things are ready.
This is all coming down. I'm going to bung in about 1 inch knob of ginger. Just stick it in because it's all going to get blitzed in. Now you can, if you want to add kaffir lime leaf. I'm using 1 dry kaffir lime leaf. If you don't want to, that's fine. Lemongrass. Now this is just, about a half a stalk of lemongrass.
Sure.
That I've chopped up. Now the thing with lemongrass is it's very, very tricky. Okay, now it's a hard find for me here in Oxford, so I freeze mine. And what you do is you have to go with the inner bits of lemongrass, okay? Because those are the tender bits. The outer bits are very fibrous, and they get, you'll get the fibers in your mouth. So always go with the inner tender bits of lemongrass. I'm going to go turn this lower.
It's good to know that you can freeze it, because it's very difficult to use the whole lot when you buy a packet.
It is. Now it's Thai cuisine, so we're adding in some chili, and I'm from Kenya, so I love my pili, as they call it.
Don't we all?
It actually gets to you. And we're gonna throw in our peas. This is about 300 grams of garden green peas. It's a quick soup, okay, but it's very flavorful.
Have you boiled those or anything beforehand, or they're just peas?
Straight up, they cook really fast. Potato. Okay. And then we're just going to top this up with some hot water, which I've already got ready. Just let this cook down a little bit. We're just going to cover it up, okay? And I have some warm water over here, which I have ready. And I'm going to salt this towards the end. Okay, we're not going to salt it now. We're going to salt it towards the end, because the thing with salting is that if you salt your food beforehand, I feel you sometimes have to re-salt it.
Okay.
Okay, and if you look at the salt is enough, when you salt it at the end, then you're not adding much salt. And I like to work extensively with Himalayan pink salt because it's very rich in minerals, and it's also very good for the pH of your body, you know?
Yes, yes, yes. It seems to be very popular now.
It is. It is very popular. And it's actually native to the Himalayas. Some say Pakistan, some say India, but it is native to the Himalayas. It's extensively found that we want some healthy fats. So, now this one, you spoke about nuts earlier on. These are soaked overnight and peeled. Now, the reason why we soak our nuts, our lentils, legumes, and nuts, it's very important to soak them. See, when they're growing, they have ACE inhibitors or phytic acid. Now, phytic acid is an ACE inhibitor, and it doesn't allow your system to absorb the nutrients from the nuts, lentils, or legumes very effectively.
Okay.
But when you soak them, they sprout, they become living foods, and it becomes nutrient dense, and it allows you to absorb the nutrients from the nuts, lentils, or legumes. That's why I always emphasize on soaking your nuts overnight, soak your lentils overnight, or at least for 3 or 4 hours, soak your legumes overnight. You know, in our traditional Indian kitchen, we will always soak our chickpeas and our kidney beans overnight, right?
Yeah.
So you're bringing them back to life. That's what it is, living foods. You're bringing them back to life.
Ah, that's really interesting. I didn't.
It is.
I've never thought of it like that. I soak them overnight because I think it will be quicker to cook, but there's actually a nutritional reason why you should do that. So thank you for sharing that.
Okay, I'm getting all these Thai aromas coming up here. I'm just turning it up a notch a little bit. And now at this stage, I'm just going to add in a little bit of water.
Okay.
Just to cover up the vegetables. And you want to cook these potatoes down, you know, till they're tender. Now, this is going to take a bit of a while, okay? This will take a good 8 to 10 minutes. So we can keep chatting. Or if you want, I can share my presentation now. What would you rather do?
Yeah, let's see the presentation.
See the presentation? Okay, let me just get this out of the way. Sorry, I live in a very small apartment here, and I would need an enable screen share, please.
Nearby, hopefully, will be able to help us with that. There we go. Excellent.
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So can you see the full screen? Yes, you can. So, okay, we're saying hello, spring. So we're welcoming spring. Okay, I need to get this out. I need to get that out. So as I said, it's the perfect time of the year to reset, rejuvenate, and recommit to healthy habits so that both our body and our mind can transcend with the seasonal changes. Okay, we're coming out of the cold winter. Right?
Right.
Okay. Now, as I said, we're going to discuss Ayurveda in spring. It's predominantly the Kapha season. Ritu Acharya, the importance of aligning yourselves with the rhythms of nature. This is very, very important to bring your body into balance, okay? And just some spring guidelines, the general do's and don'ts for spring.
Okay.
We're doing 2 spring-friendly recipes. One is already going over here.
Yeah.
And then the other one we can do later. Okay. So according to Ayurveda, spring falls between the damp Kapha season of winter and the hot, passionate Pitta season of summer. Hence, actually, it's in a nutshell, the Kapha Pitta season, okay?
Okay.
It's that time of the year where all the toxins that have accumulated of the wind, or all the Kapha that has accumulated of the winter warms up and begins to liquefy. Now, liquefying Kapha, like I said, just as the ice is melting outside, our Kapha, the earth water element, is melting inside. Now, many of you are going to ask me, Seema, what is Kapha? So Ayurveda suggests that we are all comprised of the 5 elements of earth, air, water, fire, and space.
Right. Yeah.
The balance of these elements is manifested in us in 3 metabolic types. Vata, which is air and ether. Pitta, which is fire and water. And Kapha, which is water and earth. Okay? So it may pose an ama, as I said, let me reread that. Liquefying kapha may pose an ama or a toxic buildup in the body. And naturally, our body wants to express, expectorate, and detoxify. So what is ama? So ama is an excess of toxins that get stored within our body at a cellular level.
Okay.
Does that make sense so far? Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to detoxify. It's really nature's version of out with the old and in with the new, as I mentioned. Now, knowing which foods to eat will help accelerate this process and help us feel better while it is already happening. Synergetically, the ice is melting outside, right?
Okay.
And our kapha is liquefying inside. Okay. So, but detoxification has to be done slowly because detoxification is always uncomfortable and transitioning from one season to another is a bit challenging and uncomfortable, okay? We need to focus on foods that reduce our discomfort and at the same time detoxify us and strengthen our immune system, building our ojas. Our ojas is our vital fluids. So for example, the very tomato that you eat today, ojas is the elixir, all the benefits, all the rasa. This very tomato that you eat today will build into elixir or vital fluids or ojas 30 days later. Are you with me? While my soup is bubbling. Does that make sense?
Yes, I'm following you. Thank you.
Okay. So Ayurveda, India's ancient science of life and the sister science to yoga, they go hand in hand, okay?
Sure.
Might just have the perfect answer for us to get our springtime groove on, okay? And that is aligning ourselves with the rhythms of nature. Spring it is, spring produce it is. Each season has a different effect on our body. So you imagine for a moment, okay, on a cold, snowy winter's day, someone offers you an ice cold milkshake or an ice cream. How does your body react? What does your mind tell you?
You try to avoid it.
Nada. No me gusto, right?
Absolutely.
And if you're, let's say you're in Thailand on a hot, sweltering day, and someone gives you this hot Thai spicy soup laced with chilies and ginger and all the yang elements, how's your body gonna react? Nada. No me gusto, right? You don't want it.
Absolutely.
So really, there's a reason why your body and your mind reacts to these images. Because we all have this innate intelligence within us. We are born like that. The problem is we have all these problems today is because we've deviated from the norm. You know, if we lived within the rhythms of nature, observe the circadian rhythms, we'd be in balance, okay? So living against these natural rhythms can harm us both on the inside and outside. When we are out of sync with nature, even if you eat healthy otherwise, now I have so many friends say, oh, but I have my berries and I have this and I have that. Yes, but you're not eating seasonally. If you can't do it all the time, at least do it 3/4 of the time or bring those elements of balance into your food. So if you're even eating a healthy diet, the consequences will be a compromised immune system, unhealthy weight gain, poor quality of skin, and even can be an increase of more serious illnesses. That's why it is so important to eat Ayurvedically with the rhythms of nature, with the seasons. This is going to take a little while. I'm going to turn this heat up. Okay, are you with me?
Yep. We're, gosh, it makes makes sense, definitely.
Okay, so eating Ayurvedically with the season will make you feel good in the moment, but it is a powerful preventive health measure too, and it's important. Okay, now you will notice many foods in the table below are beginning to spring into season. I'll go through that. And Ayurveda suggests that seasonal produce helps us to detoxify the body. It stimulates our digestion, it speeds up our metabolism, it strengthens our Agni, and it can metabolize excess fat. Agni, as I mentioned earlier, is your digestive fire. You are as strong as your Agni, okay?
Sure.
Now, honey, I know this is not vegan, must be consumed during spring because it has a heating element to it, which helps increase your digestive fire, okay? A cup of warm lemon water. Now, not hot lemon water, we're talking warm lemon water, because if you put it in very hot, 80 degrees and above, honey will become carcinogenic. So please be careful there.
Wow.
Okay. It is very useful in balancing kapha, and it's very good at firing up your Agni, especially in spring. Now, is everyone with me? Am I going too fast?
No, you're fine, Simaji. And I'm just wondering, if somebody is vegan, is there an alternative they could use instead of honey?
Maple syrup.
Okay, so more for the taste rather than...
Maple syrup because of the minerals, blackstrap molasses because it's high in iron.
Mm-hmm.
You know, crude blackstrap molasses is really good. Yeah, I would say basically those two. Okay. Really.
Thank you.
Really. Okay. So we've covered the honey. Now, both ginger and turmeric are rhizomes, right? And they've been celebrated by Ayurveda since time immemorial for their medicinal and their culinary properties. Give this a stir, we're getting there.
Could you possibly explain what rhizomes, what?
So rhizomes are roots like ginger that grow under the ground.
Okay.
Okay, so ginger and turmeric, okay? Sure. Now, turmeric and ginger are both very rich in antioxidants. Mm-hmm. They have great anti-inflammatory properties, as we all know. And the combination of the two are like a high-powered scraper, really, that scrapes away all the residue and the toxic buildup of the winter. They work synergetically, they work hand in hand. So in spring, if you want to get your springtime groove on, it's very important for you to have some ginger and some turmeric. Now, when you have your turmeric, I always say this, and I'm known to repeat this over and over again because this is my mantra, okay? Turmeric is the Maharani of spice. This was what my Nani used to always tell us, okay? And black pepper is her husband, the Maharaja, the queen and the king of spice. It's a marriage made in heaven and both are inseparable, okay? Sure. So the thing with turmeric is it's very high in curcumin. Okay. But curcumin is not so effectively absorbed into our bloodstream. But when we add black pepper, her husband, with her, she's a happy woman. She's complete, and the bioavailability of the turmeric goes up to about 2,000%. I'm just going to check.
Wow. That's a huge leap. Significant difference.
So they say. This is going to take a little bit. This is a stubborn potato. Needs a few more minutes, okay? No problem. So about 2,000%. We've covered the tutorial. Now, I need to pull this down. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. Okay, so we covered honey. Now I'm going to let's just look at the table below and see what are the vegetables that are actually springing up around this season. So this is in-season produce, and this gives you an example of what you can be eating or adding into your daily diet. Arugula, very important, great for detoxification. Peppers, antioxidants, carrots, beta-carotene, cruciferous vegetables like cabbage, cauliflower, daikons, radishes, dandelion greens. Please, everybody, if you can get dandelion greens, Just use them in your salad, bung them into your soups. They are powerhouses, they're cholagogues, they will clean up your liver, they work on your gallbladder. Traditional Chinese medicine says that this is the time of the year where your gallbladder and your liver is most, they're most responsive to any detoxification measures that you take for them. So make use of it, get those dandelion greens in, kale.
Yeah, could I just ask a question, Seemaji?
Sure.
When you say dandelion green,
it's from the dandelion flower. It's from the dandelion flower. No, it's from the dandelion flower.
It's from it. It's from the dandelion.
The greens from the dandelion flower. That's right. Okay. And so you can get the tea as well, which is very good for you as well.
So if you have I'm not very good gardener. If I have lots of dandelions in my garden, you could just
you have to be cautious. I would be cautious. I would buy them from the greenhouses because there's a certain part of the dandelion that can be poisonous as well.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I'm not very sure what part that is, but be cautious. Just go to your, local green. Actually, the Covent Garden Market, they say, has them.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know much about London. I haven't lived in London in God knows how many years, but since I was a student.
That's
visited, but not lived, so I wouldn't know.
All
and
right.
You've got lettuce. You've got methi. Okay, methi is fenugreek.
Sure.
And you get lovely fenugreek here in the UK at the Indian provision stores. Okay, you have onions and spring onions. Okay, so these are some of the vegetables that you can incorporate into your daily diet.
Seema,
Yep.
Seema, if you can hear me, this is the production. I think you're using a Bluetooth, which is slightly intermittent. Maybe if you switch it off and just use the computer audio, it will be more clearer.
Shall I?
Are you on a Bluetooth?
I am on a Bluetooth, yes.
Try to switch it off and go via computer audio, then it will be seamless because it's crackling, it's intermittent.
So I'll go on my phone audio, right?
That's fine, thank you. Varsha, you can carry on.
Thank you, just give me a second.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, I'm just going to switch this off.
That's okay, that's okay.
Hang on.
So,
is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Seemaji.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Varsha, she hasn't put her speakers on, so she's not listening to us.
Oh, can we send something on the chat?
Yes.
Okay, I can't hear.
He just needs to join the computer audio again on the main one.
I'll just put something in the chat.
Seema, Seema, just join the computer audio again, please.
Can you hear me now?
Seema, we can hear you.
Okay, I've just muted my phone because it was echoing. Sorry about that. I do apologize. Is that better?
Yes, that's much clearer. Thank you.
Okay. So now we're coming to spring foods, the fruits that you can have. You can have apples, cherries, peaches, pears, pomegranates, cherries, raspberries, etc. Okay. Now, one thing I need to tell you, this would vary from country to country, right? Because spring produce in other countries may be different. Like, for example, in India, you may be getting different fruits at this time of the year. Okay, now, some of the spring foods, the legumes and etc. you can have amaranth and the grains. You can have barley, sprouts, black beans, chickpeas, green mung, millet. I love millet. Millets are coming in a big way. Oats and red kidney beans. Okay. I've switched this off and I'm just going to let it sit. Okay, because it'll soften up and all come together.
Sure.
Now, the spring diet is all about shedding your winter coat. You're coming out of winter, you've been having all that festive produce, you've been sitting at home, you haven't been doing very much. So it's a chance of rebirth, throwing off the old body and birthing of the new. It's that time of the year that's characterized by, actually, there's an increase of moisture, softness, and a nurturing gentleness. So spring is actually a really special time to get that self-care going, go within, be kind to yourself, look after yourself. It also has the slow, heavy, wet qualities from the winter kapha season, and they're very strongly present. Hence, spring is predominantly the kapha season. Lots of upper respiratory infections, lots of pollens in the air. There's a lot of congestion, colds, hay fever, and allergies. Now, in Ayurveda says there are only 2 reasons for these conditions, okay? And that is the body's release of accumulated ama, which is toxins that are stored within your body at a cellular level, and kapha, which, of course, from all the winter produce, excuse me, that we've had. Excuse me, winter produce that you've had, you have this excess kapha in your body, okay? Now, our body channels are known as shrotaras, okay? Sorry, I can't say this properly. Shrotas, they tend to tighten during the winter.
Simati, we have a question. If we can just go back to your grains. There's a lady, Dolly, who's asking us if you might know what the Gujarati word for oats might be. Oats in the chat. Hello? Hello?
Dalia is cracked wheat. I don't, I'm afraid. Please forgive me. I will ask my Gujarati auntie today and get back to you on that.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay. So I came to the body's channels, or the shrotas, okay? They tend to tighten up during the colder month. So there's accumulated toxic waste, right, in our cells. Now, as the weather warms up, our shrotaras are opening up. So the ama, all the toxins that are stored at a cellular level are being released. So actually there's this cocktail going on between kapha and ama, but I won't go into great depth with that because it gets complicated. Okay, main case, eat Ayurvedically, be healthy, sleep on time, observe the circadian rhythms of nature and the spring guidelines, and you'll be fine. So during the spring, your appetite, you find, is naturally lower. So you reduce heavy oily foods, okay? You reduce foods with excessive sweet, sour, and salty tastes. You reduce heavy or sour foods like bananas, figs, dates, oranges, apples. I mentioned coconuts and melons because they're watery. You reduce heavy watery vegetables as cucumber, courgettes, avocados, and squash. Now, I'm going to show you a salad that has got cucumber purely because I want to show you how to balance that off. Okay, it is a watery vegetable. Now you're going to go out for a meal, or you're going to go to someone's house, or you just love cucumber and you want it in your salad. Okay, but it's not a springtime groove, okay? So what do you want to do? You want to balance it off, and I'll show you how to do that, okay?
Great.
To reduce kapha in your body, open up your channels of elimination, and get rid of that ama, you have to favor foods with pungent, bitter, and astringent tastes. Ginger and turmeric, as I mentioned earlier, they work synergetically and they're fabulous anti-inflammatory agents. And remember I mentioned that they're scrapers?
No, you haven't.
So they scrape out all the ama and the toxic buildup from the winter. So ginger and turmeric are very, very important in winter. And if you don't have very much of a high BP problem, add in some black pepper, okay? Now you increase lighter foods that are easy to digest, such as in-season fruits and vegetables. Eat plenty of freshly cooked vegetables, a variety of lentils and beans, bitter and astringent tastes, bitter gourd, methi, fenugreek, for their purifying qualities.
Simati, I just wanted to ask, is there benefit in having fresh turmeric if you can get hold of it? And if you can, would you still have it with black pepper, or is it okay to consume it as it?
They're husband and wife. They're inseparable. It's a marriage made in heaven.
Okay, so even with fresh turmeric, you would always.
I think fresh turmeric is fantastic. You know, add it into your smoothies, into your juices. You can have a turmeric and black pepper tea. Add in a squeeze. This is really delicious. Now, what you can do is, you can make an infusion of ginger, turmeric, and black pepper. Fresh turmeric. My grandmom used to say kadukas. So you grate the root into the water.
Sure.
You do the same with the ginger. You add in the turmeric and the black pepper. And another little secret I'll tell you is add in some oregano.
Wow.
Alicia earlier mentioned that oregano is really good for getting rid of excess mucus in your body. She's right. Add in the oregano and make an infusion of this and drink it as a tea. Don't overdo it. Maybe 1 cup per day is fine. Perfect. Oregano is very heaty. It's very good for coughs and colds and congestions. So you can add that into your tea, and it's really quite delicious. Bring the temperature down to 70 degrees and add in your honey. Boom, you're ready to go.
Wow, oregano as well. Oregano.
And you get fresh oregano here in the UK. Like I said, I'm spoiled for choice here. I don't get fresh oregano in Fresh Bay in Hong Kong. Really, it's a hard find. I have to go to a gourmet supermarket, which is like 5 blocks down from Central to get it. So it's quite an effort. So you increase foods that are easy to digest, such as in-season fruits and vegetables. A khichdi cleanse is fantastic in spring. If you can opt into a khichdi cleanse with all the spring produce, bring in your spring vegetables 3 times a day, just a khichdi cleanse and in-season spring foods, you're fine. Eat plenty of freshly cooked vegetables, a variety of lentils, beans, bitter astringent. We've been through that. And additionally, during where was I?
You mentioned lentils. There's such a great variety of lentils available now. So are there any particular ones that are aligned with a specific season, or are they generally
Generally, all are acceptable, but if you ask me, my go-to lentil is green mung beans. They're very high in prana.
High in prana?
In life force energy.
Oh, wow. Okay. Gosh, mung beans.
In K or Che, as you call it, okay? You can have them in your lentil soups, or you could sprout them. If you sprout them, you're even increasing the pranic level even higher.
Gosh.
Green mung beans are my go-to. Just sprout them and just lightly saute them with, the mustard seeds, asafoetida, curry leaves, green chilies, a little bit of lemon juice. The Gujarati in me puts the jaggery into it, and you're ready to go,
Sure.
Just sweet and sour balance, and you have it. It's fantastic, and don't overcook them.
How long should you cook the sprouts?
I just stir fry them. I just give them a quick stir fry for about 2 minutes and ready to roll. They have to have a bite.
Okay.
Lots of fresh green coriander. And I spent an extensive 5 weeks last year in an ashram in India, and they would give us a big bowl of fresh sprouts every morning just to have our prana levels going high. It's delicious. And in summer, you can have these sprouts with a bowl of yogurt or a bowl of coconut yogurt if you're a vegan.
Great. And you wouldn't cook them. It's okay to have the sprouts just raw.
I feel sprouts are a little harsh to digest uncooked. They're very strong and high in the vata elements, so it's nice to cook them a little bit lightly, break them down, break the cell membranes down a little bit. You can add in a little bit of asafoetida, which is really good. It's good for your digestion.
Okay.
Asafoetida is a resin, so asafoetida, very interestingly, is a resin. Okay, now we call it hing in Hindi, and if you smell it on its own, you know, if you smell it on its own, you're going to say, oh, goodness gracious me. My children say, Mommy, that's horrible, yuck, you know. But when you put it into any fat, oil or ghee, it actually imparts the aroma of sauteing leeks, which is really nice.
Yes, I think somebody mentioned, for those who don't use onions and garlic, the hing or asafoetida was considered to be a suitable replacement.
It can be.
So that's
Yes.
interesting. That's interesting.
But it's not sattvic. As if you go into the sattvic, rajasic, tamasic foods, if you go into that bracket, which is again another whole chapter altogether, it is not so sattvic. It's quite rajasic actually, if you feel excess.
Right.
Okay, so we've discussed the naturals. So winter is the kapha season, and it's bound to accumulate in your system due to all the festive foods that you've consumed. In the same way that the snow melts, the ice, the lingering melts, snow and ice melts, kapha is liquefying. A good diet and a seasonal routine is one of the best tools you can use to minimize kapha. Especially you don't want it to accumulate during this time of the year. You would eliminate excess kapha and ama that has accumulated from the winter, okay?
Right.
So support the natural process of springtime and renewal and revitalization. Adopt a diet and lifestyle that adds lightness, sharpness, dryness, and heat to your body. Okay?
Okay.
And the general guidance are your appetite is naturally lower. Reduce heavy oily foods. Excessive sweet, salty tastes. Sour fruits. Oh, we went through this. Sour fruits like bananas, figs, dates, oranges, pineapples, coconuts, and melons. Reduce watery vegetables. We spoke about cucumber, kapha, your channels, bitter pungent, turmeric, ginger, you know, all these agents. Increase lighter foods that are easy to digest, in-season fruits and vegetables. Eat plenty of freshly cooked vegetables, a variety of lentils. That's where your question came up from. Okay, additionally,
thank you.
Yep, and basically that's what you need.
Brilliant. How are we getting on with the cooking now?
Move on. So now our soup, I think, is pretty much done. I'm just going to allow this to cool down, okay?
Thank you. Could you stop?
Just a little bit, because if I put it into my blender, it's going to go flying all over the place.
Can we stop sharing the screen now, Seemaji?
I can stop sharing the screen, indeed. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Are you with me? Can you hear me? I'm going to keep this near me now. Can you see me clearly?
I can see your photo.
Can you see me? Do you have a front vision? Can you see, or shall I?
We can just see a still picture of yourself.
Okay. So you can't see me working in the kitchen?
Not on the main screen, no.
Not on the main screen. Okay, this is getting complicated for me now. So
yes, you can see that.
And let me mute. I just need to mute this one now. Are you with me? Can you hear me? Ouch. Can you hear me now?
There's a bit of echo. But we can see you now. Thank you.
Hang on. I'm sorry, technology and I are not the best of friends. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, but on the main screen.
Can you see me from the front? Okay, can you see the spotlighted camera over here?
On the main screen is just a still picture of yourself, Seemaji.
Okay. Hang on a minute.
Now we can see your cooker.
Okay, so can you see this now?
I can see, yeah, I can see your stove.
Can everyone see it?
Yep.
Okay, so what I have is a plate of arugula, okay? What I'm going to do to this is I'm going to build this up into a salad. All springtime vegetables. So I've got some radishes, as you can see, radishes and cucumbers, as you can see.
Yep.
So I'm just going to lay those over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just how you want to. My daughter suggested doing this, but I don't think it's a very good idea. It's just going to spread it all over your salad.
Sure.
Yeah. I get so passionate when I speak about Ayurveda. I don't know when to stop. That's the problem.
We're very grateful to you for sharing all this with us, because
I'm still learning.
Yeah.
It's a journey, you know. You can never. The learning curve never ends, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're constantly told to buy seasonal produce, but it's really great.
It's so important. It is so important. I can't tell you, you know. Try and have a lot of, in spring if you can, it's a Karela bitter gourd, because it's a bitter taste, right?
Yeah.
And it's a great detoxifying, and it's good for your blood sugars as well. So you've got
I've heard it's very good for the blood sugars.
See, okay, we're building up our salad here. So we've added the radishes and the cucumber. It's about 3 generous handfuls of arugula over here. Now we're going to build this up even further. Now, last time, I think I showed you all, I told you all how to do the spring onions, but I will repeat that again. So these are finely, thinly sliced spring onions. Cut them really thin. You soak them in cold water for about an hour or so, and they'll curl up, okay? Now, you know, in Asia, we love to add all these elements into our food, you know, make food look beautiful. And so we're going to put a lot of spring onion into this. Make sure you get the curly bits on top. So you're going to build this up really beautifully. This is a wonderful salad that has 2 other elements in it. One is the cucumber, and the other is strawberries.
Strawberries, wow.
Because I love them. Okay, just layer them up. You want to bring in all this color into your salad. And I love strawberries. You can add in a few twists of lemon if you want. We're a bit of a lemony lime family here. That's optional, but I think it looks really pretty. Try not to touch. So just throw over your strawberries. And of course, you would gem up your salad. Now, this is a salad we're going to be making that has pomegranate vinaigrette. So hence the pomegranate seeds. You can see this lovely colorful mix here. You can see it, right?
It looks delicious and sounds very healthy too.
Now we're going to make a vinaigrette. Okay, so I'm just going to move. I'm sorry about the space here. Yeah. Can you see this? Yeah.
Yeah.
I always say I miss my husband back home in Hong Kong, who does everything for me. Well, she helps me a lot. I do most of the cooking. So I'm just gonna, oh, my battery's running low. Please don't go. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna add in some jaggery syrup. So that is some jaggery that has been soaked in hot water.
Yeah.
Now you can use soy sauce or tamari. This time I'm using soy sauce. Okay. Now last time I think I used tamari. I mentioned tamari, and he asked me what is tamari, and I said I don't know. I don't know where my brain was. Of course I know what it is. It's Japanese soy sauce. So I'm going to go in with 2 tablespoons of soy sauce. That's the Chinese in me. Pomegranate molasses. There's a bottle available from any Indian provision store. Pomegranate molasses in.
It sounds really rich.
Wonderful. 1/4 cup of olive oil. Just bung that in. I'm going to work really fast here. The elements of the salad that are going to balance off the cucumber are the ginger and the turmeric. So even if you have the cucumber in there, I'm just going to bung that in. Of course, a vinaigrette is never a vinaigrette if it doesn't have any mustard. And I'm just going to mix that up. Red chili, it's a red chili pomegranate dressing. In with the red chili. It's so easy. You're not going to add any salt to this or anything because it's already got soy sauce in it. If you wish to have it saltier, that's up to you. And of course, you'll have extra dressing. Just drizzle it over. I like a lot of dressing, and your salad is ready to roll.
Beautiful.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And it's got all these colors, it's got all this freshness, and really, it really is a delicious salad. You've got to try this one, believe me. Okay, it's got the turmeric, it's got the ginger. Now, one more element. It's got turmeric, right?
Sure.
To add a husband.
The pepper, of course.
So in the end, go in with the pepper, and if you want a few, you know, I'm crazy for alfalfa sprouts and microgreens, etc. Just bung those on top, very lightly. Can you see that?
Yes, now we can. Now we can.
That's your salad, boom, it's ready. Okay, now we're gonna go into our soup. Okay, just gonna get some things out of the way here. It's a bit of a mess, please. Oh, two more things. Now, if you want to add a little extra protein and iron, just bung over those hemp seeds. You've got your superfood in there. And if you want texture, go with some Maradona nuts.
Ima,
Okay.
can you please point it to the camera? Come near the camera. Yes, bit more, bit more, bit more,
Okay.
bit more. Come inside the camera. Come in. That's it. That's better. Thank you.
Okay.
Lovely.
That's your salad. It's ready. Okay, I'm going to get that out of the way. Now we're going to work with the soup. Okay, now this soup is pretty much cooled down. And you can see it's all cooked down over here. All the vegetables are cooked down. So what you're going to do is you're going to bunk this into this. It's still hot, but I'm going to take a chance, okay? I'm going to do what my mother used to do. So if your soup is hot and you want to really, you know, can you see this over here? It's,
yes.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
Just cover it with a cloth. Mix it up. Isn't this happening? Today's not my day. All this stuff. Put it into the pan. Back into your saucepan. Now you can see it's quite thick, right?
Yeah.
So it's thick and it's creamy. Now, the texture of soup that you want is actually up to you, okay? You can see this is all mixed in. We're going to turn this on. We're going to turn it on in a low heat. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to thin this out to your texture, desired texture. I have almond milk here. You can make your own almond milk at home, or you can use this. So, just going to add in a little bit. Okay. Some people like a very thick soup. Some people like a very thin soup. And this is when you're going to add in your salt and pepper, okay, at this stage. So I'm going to add in this salt. I'm going to add in this pepper. I'm going to stir it up. Okay, so you have this Thai soup. Now, should you wish to change this and you want to add in some arugula, go ahead, add some arugula into your blender, and then a little bit of almond milk. Okay. Cover it up. Your soup is bubbling. Just bubble through. Turn that in. And you get this lovely herby. Can you see that?
It's a beautiful green.
You get the beautiful green and you get the pepperiness of the arugula, which is just so fantastic. Okay, your soup is done. Easy peasy. We added salt to it. I'm going to taste it. No salt. And I can really feel that ginger coming through here, which is perfect. And you're going to ladle it into a bowl, or just pour it in if you want. Switch that off. Now what I like to do is I like to add in a little bit of lemon and some alfalfa sprouts, bit of chili, and the soup's done. Can you see that?
Ah, yes, it looks amazing, and it's amazing how many vegetables you've managed to pop into that, and including your the microgreens.
And it's got the almonds. Now, if you want to take it a step further, like I like to take things further with my children, but somehow I always get caught in the like, I know you've put something in this, it tastes different, you've cheated, you've done this, you've done that. Just you can sprinkle in over some chia seeds.
Ah, okay.
And it gives you a nice sense of color. And there you are.
Lovely. I'll give it a nice texture as well, I should imagine.
A nice texture. And you know, the thing about spring is you eat your landscape, and the landscape is green. So go green.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. You've, we've spoken so much about eating a rainbow, and you've shown us how to do that, and introducing things like arugula, which I have never eaten, or the dandelion salad. So I'm definitely going to try that. Thank you.
You eat your rainbow and you eat your landscape. In spring, especially, you eat your rainbow and your landscape. It's very important. It's the perfect time of the year to get that detox in.
Wonderful, wonderful, and the Ayurvedic principles behind it and the benefits. It's been incredibly valuable. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You can do 2-3 day kitchen cleanse, opt for that, bring in all these elements, and boom, you're ready to go.
Excellent.
A bit of a messy kitchen and lots of cleaning up to do. I'll get my daughters to help me out.
That was really educational, and I learned personally so much that I definitely will be looking to have those lovely teas as well as the soup you've made. So will the salad be shared with us as well on the Healing at Earth site?
Yes, I'll share the salad, I'll share the soup, I'll sit and I'll get it all ready and I'll put it up on the site. And I just want to thank you, Bashaji. Always such a delight to have you as my host. And I'd like to thank the whole team at Healing Art and Mr. Neil Kumar for having me here. Global Namaste. It's been wonderful. If you have any questions, just put them up on the Healing Art page and I'll try and answer them to the best of my ability.
Heartfelt thanks to you, Seemaji, for your valuable time and your insightful presentation today on behalf of our producer director, from Healing Our Earth, Neil Kumar indeed. So sadly, our time with Yasima ji comes to an end. We hope we'll have the privilege of welcoming her again. But if you'd like to know more about the wonderful work and the recipes that Seema is producing, you can find her on www.facebook.com/pranayam. That's PRANAYUM. So sadly, that's all we have time for. Thank you for staying with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure, always a pleasure. So it's been another amazing, interesting session. And if you would like to get involved next week on our first anniversary, it'll be our 69th session. Please do go onto the website www.healingourEarth.com. There's a mobile phone number on there, and contact our director, Neil Kumar, please. So a few thank yous for today's amazing session. Firstly, Neil Kumar, our producer director, our technical director, Nishit Kotak, creative director, Sarita Menon, host director, Simran Ahuja, media team, Kesh Mojaria and Anita Namula, host team, Shivali Ruparelia, Dr. Hani Kalaria, backup team, Deepa Vitlani, Renu Gidumal, Dr. Milan Shah, Malesh Kota, Dr. Sheila Dobi, Meena Trivedi, and Sevani Shampu, all the way from Mauritius. Then we have our facilitator team, Seema Bhatia, who just met, Hansa Pankania, and our amazing channel partners, Hindu Forum of Europe, and Dr. Lakshmi Vyas is with us today, and a firm supporter. We're very grateful to her. Mental Health Connect, Hindu Matters in Britain, Enrich TV, Sanskriti, Simran Ahuja Official, Diwali in London, Bhakti Sagar TV, Sunrise Radio UK, and many, many more. And a special thanks to Strategic Web Success and Indus.co.uk. So without further ado, I hope you will join me to close with a Gayatri Mantra. Thank you so much, and we look forward to welcoming you next Sunday on Healing Our Earth. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat.